Sean Campbell, who I highlighted not long ago in the Grid and Go 001, currently getting ready to spray the champagne if he can just hold out. They are not really close to anybody. Meanwhile, down in the LMP2s, every once in a while we check in on the NN Motorsport Blue car, as they are the only one on the lead lap in that class in the number 19 right now. They lapped maybe about an hour ago Isaac Phelps in the WSR Esports Abruzzi car, currently sitting in second. And then we haven't really talked about Aaron Vasquez much, other than I think a mistake he had earlier on. The Apex Racing Team 199 is running in third. They're about a half a minute behind that second place car. Then, in the meantime, that 10 positions gain for Williams Esports Racing prodigy for Beckham Jasir in the number 1 has been an impressive drive. And they've actually pulled away since we last looked at them, because it was, I think, about 6 seconds apart between themselves and P2. And they now have it up to 23 seconds. Florian Lebigra is currently sitting in second for Team Redline 171. So 2 of their cars in P2 so far, as the last of them, so we get a replay on Williams Esports Academy, nearly taking out one of our other cars coming down into turn 6. Last of our podium sitters is Drago Racing's number 069, about a minute behind the Team Redline car. We'll watch to see what happens to them here. As is that actually the 069 right there?
That is actually the 069 right there.
Wow. And that was a big hit. I hope the car is okay. Oh, it's not okay. It's missing the trunk a bit there.
It's just taking off some weight and adding some aero. I mean, I'm sure the car will be okay, right? Right? Maybe. We'll see.
That will wrap up our stint here, Brad, and can't thank you enough for joining me for my last stint of the 24 this year. And hopefully Ewan will remember to unmute himself, as I did not, and seems to be a pitfall many of us have been falling to tonight. But he'll be joined by Cam Roger to take you through the next few hours and into the sunrise.
Thanks very much, Joe. Thanks, Brad, as well. Glad to be here and glad to have remembered to unmute myself. That's a good start. 8 hours to go in the Daytona 24 hours here for 2025, as we're now in. Goodness me. It's the first time we've ever had rain possible, and the first time it's arrived as well. What a fantastic race it's been, and what a difficult bit of driving for everybody in the morning as well. When you're all bleary-eyed, waking up in the morning after having about 2 hours sleep, you get that. Look at that radar getting heavier in, I'm not sure what the scale is on that, but it looks about 10-15 minutes to me at the moment. It does look like we're going to see wet weather tyres at some point in the next 2 hours or so. Cam Roger alongside me. We've had attrition like I've not seen in this race for a very long time, and we've got gaps like I've not seen for years as well. The lead, I guess, is a bit false, really, 7 seconds, because all the other gaps are, I mean, not many are below a lap.
Oh, absolutely. This is quite something. When, of course, we got up, we were like, okay, how's everyone doing in the race? And basically half the field has gone. But that is, testament to the fact that we have the rain. It is such a difficult race in itself, even when it's been dry over the, the recent years. The attrition has been quite high. It's always difficult to get through a 24-hour race, but especially when you get the rain and the length of rain that we've had in this race as well. So tricky in these cars. Obviously got the 3 classes out there, can always cause some issues, but even just in the time where we've just come in to watch before our stint, there's already been drivers just going off, sending it way too fast on the dry tyres in wet conditions. But I guess at the end of the day, they're all still trying to go out there and go as fast as they can. But yeah, as you're right, the lead is only 8 seconds after 16 hours of racing. So from that point of view, not too bad.
Yeah, it's fantastic. I was just actually looking through the previous Daytona results and the gap between first and second. Last year, 2024, Williams beat Drago 6.3 seconds, the closest ever finish. The year before that, Williams won again ahead of 2 Uranos. So obviously, unfortunately, they're not around anymore, but the drivers are. 33.7 seconds that year. 10 seconds for Apex in the last LMP2 when that was the top class. That was ahead of 2 Coanders. And then finally, Coander, who won the 2021 edition in the LMP2. I think that was for the first time. That was 50 seconds between first and second on that occasion. Williams coming second on that occasion. The reason I bring that up is because I think this race is going to be completely out of, as Chris Lulham, what's happened to the leader? Yeah, sorry, I've just been chattering away about that. It looks like we've had a disconnection maybe for Ole Steinbreiten. Either way, the number 50 is down on pit lane for, I can't tell you why at the moment, but they're going to lose a lot of time.
Yeah, I was just wondering if it's one of those, little things where the car goes away and comes back before saying anything, but it looks like Nicholas Bozga had to get in the car, which is quite an interesting situation because obviously this is a big pivotal point in the race. We're just saying how it's an 8-second lead. That is going to be way, way more for Redline now, as the number 20 will take the lead in the race. Just out of nowhere, Steinbreiten disappearing from the screen. Fortunately, Nicholas has been able to get in that car as quickly as possible, but of course it will take some time before he's able to get out there on the track, and that is heartbreak for the number 50, as they are going to be going quite some time behind, and even 20-30 seconds is going to be difficult to catch down, but this looks like it's going to be over.
Yeah, it's going to be over a lap as well, the gap. There goes Chris Ludlam over the line to start another lap, and that is going to be one too many as far as Ferrari are concerned. Didn't see any sort of incident, and I don't believe there is one to show you. It looks like connection problems for Ole Steinbreiten. It's these things that can always decide sim races on occasion, and now Team Redline are in the driving seat as far as the GTP class goes, although he's on the outside here of an LMP2 and the GT3. He's just got away with it, but goodness me, if he does that too many more times, he could be playing with fire, if he can start one in these conditions. Here is Fiercely Forward on the way into the end of the road course. They turned right instead of left. That's a bit of car preservation more than anything else. That was through turn 6, and the 28 will get back underway. This is Williams Esports Academy. We just saw this car swipe along the back of the Door Esports BMW. They avoid the same fate as Hamilton Akabueze, fortunately, and they will rejoin in ninth place, which is where they are at the moment, and their issues continue by the looks of things. Down in towards turn 1, late on the brakes. Oh dear, straight on. If you lock up, you're not going to be able to turn very well, and there goes Williams Esports Academy straight on. I feel like we're going to be seeing a lot of these types of replays actually for our stint. The conditions are just so difficult.
Absolutely, and with drives out there on the dry tyres as well. What we're going to see in LMP2, the number 19, and they're trying to go around the outside of the Redline GT. They're going a bit wide and just onto the wetter line, and unfortunately, the number 19, the blue entry, going for a spin, of course, your race leader in the LMP2, but it looks like with the gap that they've got to Isaac Phelps in the 223, they should be okay. As Nicholas Boo here comes out onto the track, but of course they've lost over a lap now, and it still says they're in second place, which is not too bad, but a lap down.
The 001 is right behind them, so while we've lost our battle for the lead, we may well have another one for second, because I think that's Sean Campbell in the background for gridandgo.com esports. My timing screen is telling me the gap's 3 seconds, but it looks less than that. Oh no, the time screen's lying to me. That's good. That's a brilliant start. He's all the way around the other side of the circuit. Apologies. So Sean Campbell with a bit of work to do from there, but there is the Ferrari team, 1 lap down on on Chris Ludlam. I'm getting mixed up. Ole Steinbreiten in the new team. Chris Ludlam, who is leading the race as of right now. It's a real shame, but there's not a lot you can do about these things. There's not a lot that anyone can do about these things, really. But Ferrari have got to keep plugging away, because if there's ever a race where things could turn back for you again after having bad luck earlier, it is this one in the wet. These conditions so difficult. They're still on dries. The likelihood of a mistake, even for a Team Redline side, is much higher than normal.
Yeah, and I was just reminded of a clip yesterday where it was the Spa 24 Hours where Max Verstappen's pedals came off his rig. So you never know what could happen in these 24-hour races, and that was, of course, coming towards the end of the race. And we still have 8 hours to go practically in this race, so a third still to go. So you never know, but second place still means they are the first people in line. But unfortunately, they are relying on a Team Redline mistake now. There's no way they're catching up a team such as the number 20 on pure pace. I guess if there's some issues with pit stops or the rain or tyres, then some of that time can come back, but I doubt it's going to come back all at once. So they're going to have to be very, very fast, and hopefully that they can continue on. We've seen a lot of drivers actually making some mistakes. I noticed the situation being out there in these damp conditions, but there's been some big crashes, and I would have thought some of the drivers got used to the conditions by now, but that just means it's so difficult out there, and hopefully they keep the car in check. As there's another car into the barrier there, coming through on towards the banking. We already saw this a couple of minutes ago. Drivers going just a bit too deep, having to avoid the barrier. But they look like to be another GTD as the Duel Sports number 3 coming in fairly nicely on entry, and then just getting a bit deep onto that wetter part like we saw for Inet, and then actually they avoided the barrier, but they were just making sure to not lose further side.
I've noticed on the way into turn 6 for quite some time actually that drivers have been taking, of all classes, a very narrow line on the way in there. I just wonder whether there's a lot of moisture built up on the outside of the corner, or at least on the racing line there, and it's just gone straight on, I'm afraid, into, well, not quite the wall because he stopped himself, but very close. Here's the radar. The green, which is indicated there, is heavier, so it goes from blue to green to yellow, which you can see a bit of as well, up in the top left of that graphic. We were told about 7 hours 45 to go we'd be in the green, so we're not far away from that, and surely that is going to push us over the edge into a widespread wet tyre strategy, because at the moment we still believe that we are mostly seeing dry tyres for people of all classes, teams of all classes.
Absolutely, and that is very tough. So there's quite a bit of spray, considering it's just a drizzle so-called at the moment. But as you say, if it gets heavier and heavier, they might have to stop. And it's always one of those awkward things in endurance racing when the wet tyres become required, because therefore you can't just pit at the end of the 45-minute or the hour stint that you're going to be in the car. You have to go off strategy, therefore effectively add a pit stop. And that could always be a little bit awkward. However, be on the right tyres at the right time, don't crash, and therefore you'll save that pit stop time as well. So it's definitely going to be quite a bit of an interesting situation for these teams when we get to that point of it being heavier rain. When do they want to make that pit stop? Is it going to fall nicely in terms of your stint length? Are you going to have to stay out? Or if it gets too heavy, then you're simply going to have to come in and then put on the wet tyres. But I'm sure the drivers will be trying to avoid that where possible, and they'll stay out until it's basically the point where we say is the crossover. So it's that point where the dry tyres and the wet tyres are almost doing the exact same lap time. In case you're wondering what's happened to this Goodyear Ferrari Esports team car, you've not been with us for the last 10 minutes or so. Oliver Steinbratton at the wheel of this one a little bit earlier on, had a disconnection, dropped down to pit lane, and Nicholas Bowe had to come in and save him basically and get into that car. They're now second, over a lap behind. Their pit stop, I think at the end was 2 minutes 52 I'm seeing on the timing. 3 minutes actually in the lane itself. So that is very long indeed. And so they've got a big lead, red line. It says 1 lap, but I actually think it's probably a lap and 2/3, at least a lap and a half. So it could be quite a lot of catching if indeed Ferrari are going to get back into the lead of this race. It's not unheard of at all, but it is the biggest lead now of any of the classes, because LMP2 is down to 1 minute 14 after the 19 went for a spin earlier. Harold Creton on the exit of his pit stop phase, and Beckham Jassir in the number 1 is only 27 seconds ahead of Florian Lebigre in GTD, a class which stayed together pretty much for the first quarter of this race, but then the rain came for about 3 hours earlier on and just spiced things up that little bit, as the Ferrari team here have got one of the lapped cars right behind them. I think that's Apex, who are in 4th place. Well, it's difficult to see in these slightly murky and wet conditions. To the outside, over the start-finish line, up high on the banking, and you want to be taking that line anyway to get ready for turn 1, where they're still going very, very wide to sort of open out the corner, trying to use all the dry bits remaining on this circuit, what few there are. Now we're down in towards the International Horseshoe, and it looks like they are keeping Apex behind them quite
quite nicely, quite comfortably at the moment. Not that it particularly matters. Apex number 99 are 3 laps off the lead as things stand in 4th place, so 1 lap ahead of Drago Racing, and then there's 6 laps back to Fiercely Forward, who are 6th place, and then another 6 laps back to Mivano. They're having a long pit stop though as well. I've never seen a race with such large gaps, actually. I don't think 5th and 6th separated by 6 laps is not something I've seen before.
Yeah, just too many variables, I guess, in this race so far, with all of the rain at times, and all it does is, you know, cause crashes and people sit in the pit lane for minutes on end, and then of course what you see is multiple crashes from the same car, and of course that just extends it out. Yes, you're right. That is the 99 Apex in 4th place, obviously trying to do the best result that they can from here. It's a little bit of an awkward situation when it's like this, because they could try and overtake if they're fast enough, but when you get stuck around, it's just difficult, because even if he overtakes, he really just needs to pull away. But then if you're doing identical speed, or maybe he's just 1 or 2 tenths quicker, then he really just has to sit behind, unfortunately. And hopefully he's able to, or both of them are able to navigate the situation nicely, as of course Nicholas. I'm sure he wasn't quite expecting to get into the car at that time, so fair play to him. He was able to jump in about a minute, or just over a minute, from the situation in this very corner where Steinbratton obviously went straight on, disconnected, and Nicholas reacted and was able to jump in very quickly. So of course they're sat there watching the drivers out there on the track. They're not left to themselves. There'll be hopefully team engineers or some of the other drivers up with them throughout the night as they continue on with this race. Having said that, we are at 6 a.m. in European time, so where most of these drivers are. So it's not so much the night anymore, but of course still dark out there on the track. Yeah,
sunrise is going to be in the next 3 hours or so, and not that we're going to really get one, I suppose. It's going to be quite overcast, but either way, we are going to get some more daylight at least. The LMP2 leading gap has just come down to 1 minute 10 between Harold Creton and Isaac Phelps. Last time around, the gap was 3 seconds between the two of them. Maybe he's just losing time incrementally, to be honest, Creton, but that would be a slight surprise for the race leading team. In 3rd place, Apex Racing Team, Aaron Vasquez is there or thereabouts as well. I think he's just about on the lead lap, but only just. And of course, there isn't really a lead lap in LMP2, but you get what I mean. He's about a minute and a half or so behind the race leader, just a little bit more than that. Apex have had great success in the LMP2 in the past, winning in LMP2 in 2023 when it was the second class, winning it in 2022 when it was the top class with a 4-driver team, which is quite rare these days, and coming very, very close to beating Coanda in 2021, beating or breaking their streak, which they held at this race for a very long time. It's quite sad they're not here to defend their crown this time. This is gridandgo.com esports, and my goodness me, that is a slide on the way into pit lane. Well held, but that's exactly the kind of thing you're dealing with. And when you've got a part of the racetrack that not everyone's been driving on very much recently, like the pit entry, it gets very, very slippery. And what happened to Zenith Esports about an hour ago could repeat itself. Thankfully, that time they held it on the road by seesawing around.
Yeah, that was very tricky indeed, as we're going to see the number 20, your race leader, having to do the right hand down to avoid the wall. Very well saved there from Chris Lullen. That corner seems to be catching quite a few people out, actually. I see there are quite a few marbles and whatnot on the outside, maybe not helping the situation with the rain as well. But of course, that is one of the trickiest corners on the track. It's so narrow, you've got all the bumps in the braking zone. Certainly not the nicest one, even in the dry. So when you get a bit of a wet line as well, I've seen quite a few drivers do that. Fortunately, they have the option to turn right there, because the wall is actually not sort of straight on in terms of the braking zone. It is actually at a bit like a 45-degree angle, so you have way more space to the right. If you try and make the corner, the tyre wall sort of pinches you and is just past the line. So definitely a good idea to turn right there, and most of the drivers starting to work that one out, but unfortunately not the place that you would want to be. Of course, the amount of hours they were having the race, you can just see the tyre debris that's on the outside of some of these corners, really not helping the drivers as much as the rain. But what we're seeing here with this this Apex car, the 4th place, number 99. I think he's the faster driver from the Ferrari car. However, I don't think he's really going to be overtaking. He's got the run a couple of times as Nicholas Boo gets up to speed in that car once again, but it looks like he's just going to have to sit behind, and this is really, well, I say really going to cost them, but it's just going to hinder their chances of coming back.
Yeah, it certainly is. I think it's better probably for them to sit behind anyway and maybe save the fuel. We'll see what they decide to do, see if they decide to do anything. They're being caught here as well. They all are at the moment by one of the other prototypes at the moment, just in the background there. 3 Ferraris in a row for the first time in an iRacing special event. Ferrari involved in the top class. I suppose, well, they have been involved at Spa or whatever, but you get what I mean. It's the GTP class. They're involved at the very front of one of these races. Up high, they'll go around one of the Audis. Apex will get a bit of a run here, but then they'll lose time. It looks like the top line is very slow compared to the bottom as always. This is fiercely forward. Pink pulling over before the bus stop and going across the grass. There is a point, I suppose, of being helpful, but that almost appears like they're trying to be too helpful on the way down to the back straight there, because they cost themselves an awful lot of time, and they were a bit of a mobile chicane before the chicane.
And also is very unpredictable, so everyone else is sort of looking at it like, well, what are you going to do, where are you going to go? So sometimes it is better to be sort of slow, but not just completely off the track like that, because as you come into a fast corner, I mean, everyone knows the bus stop, it's such a fast corner, you have to brake, but it's more like really a high-speed chicane, a bit of a flick left, flick right, and then get it back left again. It's not one of those corners where you're braking, you're thinking about your turning in point. It's just a bit of a send-it corner, and if you have a car on your inside, you sort of lose the confidence in your ability to go as fast as you can, as we're getting 4 cars all fighting for position as they come over the start-finish line. This is, of course, the number 20 race leading Team Redline, going to be going down the inside there and getting past rather nicely, and hopefully Chris Sullivan can continue on his way. Of course, he's had a couple of issues in the last lap or so, but he's going as fast as he can as well. I wonder, Ewan, at one point, does he ever so slightly, come off the gas in terms of does he save a percent here, percent there in terms of how much he's pushing, or in these wet to dry conditions, are you just going to be full focus and just trying to go sort of not necessarily as fast as you can, but just in a bit of a rhythm?
Yeah, I'm not sure that with this amount of time remaining they're quite going to be toning it back just yet, but maybe late on, if they've got a big margin, they will maybe not take some of the risks that they might do earlier on. Here's an awkward situation. They're going to be boxed in on the inside here, and they just don't want to seem to want to go up high here, which is seeming to be a lot slower at the moment for whatever reason, and they're very slow. Look at this, very slow on the outside line there. Couldn't even get past one of the LMP2s. I often see this on the banking, and now he really is going to lift off into the bus stop chicane just to save a bit more fuel than normal. As Isaac Phelps, meanwhile, comes into the pit line, by the way, in LMP2. So the pit stop strategy is even working out at the moment for the number 19. That could change, though, as now Redline struggle to get past the LMP2 on the banking. Now they might well just do it. There they go, down the straight and in towards turn 1. They've just about managed it. We've got someone asking a question in YouTube chat, by the way, and I'm going to pose it to you, because you've been around sim racing for a long time, as you don't like to mention. But someone's saying, I've just got into sim racing. Does a cockpit make a difference compared to using a table clamp when you're using a wheel? I'm fast on controller, but I'm not getting any better on a wheel. Does it help?
Oh, that's an interesting topic. I mean, me personally, I still have my wheel mounted to my desk, and then I just put the pedals underneath. But that's because I spend most of the time commentating. I don't really drive competitively anymore. But if you see what the setups are that all these, let's call them pro drivers as such, or the esport drivers, they have, they have the proper rig, they have everything sort of hard mounted, nothing is ever going to move. Obviously, they have the more high-end equipment as well that's sort of stronger, needs to be mounted in a stronger fashion, not just on a desk. If you are at that point, then of course you are going to need the frame. In terms of what's faster or not, I believe from what I can say is, as long as you have solid equipment, you don't have to have the top equipment to be fast, but so you have solid equipment and you're comfortable with it, that is what is going to be the fastest for you, because you have to be able to get in the car and manipulate the car with the pedals, with the steering wheel in a fashion that you can control. If you're not comfortable with that, you're not able to get to the limit, and therefore obviously you're not going to be fast. But yeah, as always, Lallem comes into the pit lane here. Is this, just need to double check when he last pit, is this on strat, or is this due to the tyres? But I think it might actually be on strategy, or at least close enough for him to justify coming down. Does that mean it's getting a bit wet, more wet? We'll certainly have to find out when he gets to the exit. So there's got his GT3 teammate just in front of him. But yeah, regarding the rigs, yeah, just be comfortable with what you've got, where you don't have to think about anything. So if that means that you need to get a proper setup, then obviously that is what you need to do. Max Verstappen getting in the number 20. Tyre compound not on the screen just yet. Lallem was still on the dries. I wonder if when Max drops down, if we're going to see a change in tyres as well.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether this is on schedule for Team Redline, or whether it is a bit early to try and change tyre compound, but we're not going to know until he leaves pit lane here, Max Verstappen, and what difficult conditions these are to get into. Wet tyres for the first time in quite some time for Team Redline. Max Verstappen earlier on, of course, had made a bit of a mistake in the sort of dry to wet conditions when he was on dry tyres in the sort of dampish weather. This, though, is properly wet, and he's got the tyres that are suitable for the job as well. Just over a minute is the lead, and he's going to have to get used to this very, very quickly indeed. These conditions have shown themselves that even Formula One world champions can make mistakes in, so this is going to be an important couple of laps for Max Verstappen.
Yeah, the only saving grace in terms of the gap, obviously now being less than one lap, is that Nick Rosberg will have to do the same at some point and come into the pit lane. But of course, he'll be going quite a bit longer, subject to the disconnection for Ola Steinbretten, so midway through his recent stint. So the number 20 back out there on the track and going along nicely. And I wonder, Ewan, actually, if we saw that with Chris Lallem, where he wasn't really able to overtake on the banking. Was that really just due to the wet higher line? Because if so, then that really is at a point where you'd obviously want to put the wet tyres on, which is quite an interesting thing to spot as he works his way through the bus stop for the first time. It looks like he's already confident and pushing rather fast on those wet tyres.
I mean, I'd be surprised. The gravity suggests that the banking does not quite hold as much water as the bottom might, but I don't know.
Isaac Newton will be very happy with that discovery.
Yeah,
or more cars in pit lane. I think it's getting too wet.
It's the time. Yeah, it's the time. Redline have got a bit earlier than some of the others actually, but you saw when they were leaving pit lane that loads of others were leaving. So it very much has gotten towards the time. I'm not sure anybody's taken any huge risks in staying out there. Williams Esports are in from the lead of GTD. Is that earlier than their rivals? Redline, yes it is. So Redline came in last lap, Beckham Jasir is in this lap, and at the moment the tyres are being changed, so that still says dries, but that's because he's just come in on dries. The fellow Williams Esports BMW just comes in ahead of them. It sort of depends how much fuel they've got in, but they're on very similar strategies anyway, Redline and Williams, and so here we go. The gap, I think, was about 26 seconds beforehand. They might get a bit of an undercut here, Redline, but not much. Here comes Beckham Jasir. Keep him in, because he's gotten used to these conditions, these changeable conditions, and now he can go out on the new tyre set and possibly do a better job than somebody might be able to if they were coming into the car out of the rather treacherous pit exit he goes. 28 seconds. It is a real nail biter at the moment in GTD, where we've just changed onto wet weather tyres as well.
Yes, always an awkward decision to make, as you say, Ewan. Do you want to keep the same driver in? They understand the conditions, they're able to sort of just get up to speed straight away in theory, or do you want to put someone else in who maybe isn't quite there? Of course, they can do some practice laps before jumping into the car, but it's not quite the same when you're out there and you're actually concentrating, and it's a real thing and it matters. So it's a difficult one, and then also it depends how much do you want to keep to your driver schedule. Not that any driver schedule is 100% rigid, but you will have a general, space in time where you have your drivers and a general idea of who's going to go when. So it depends. Is it getting to the end of their stint? Is it worth leaving them in the car for another hour to mess up the stint later? Or is it purely just whoever's in the car is going to stay? Definitely a bit of an interesting situation. Of course, as the LMP2 leader is down the pit road now as well.
They've only been out for about 15 laps, so I wonder whether they were on dries before and now they've eventually bit the bullet and had to bite the bullet, I suppose, and come in on wet tyres. But the pit stop's quite long, 50 seconds. This is not great news for iNet Motorsport Blue, with WSR Esports Abruzzi not far behind them now, 30 seconds. Oh my word! We've had a big crash. The LMP2 leader has changed, or is going to change, because the iNet Motorsport car has been into the wall in a big way. I'm not even sure he's got either front tyre anymore, and the front nose has certainly gone. It was Harold Creton. He was on dry tyres at the time, so he pitted about 15 laps ago. We commented on it at the time, and it was just too early for wets at that point, but he didn't really want to lose so much time by pitting in again. Here's what happened. Through the infield, just gets a bit wide, onto the wet, onto the grass, can't stop himself. Oh, it's a big crash. It's a huge hit on the wall, and WSR Esports are the new leaders in LMP2.
That was quite something. What a sight to see the car so destroyed down pit road. Huge hit. It's crazy. You touch just a couple of centimeters of the grass and then you cannot stop the car at all. So that is quite something. Wow, that was a big hit, and unfortunately that is really going to ruin their race, because even they're back in pit road, but even the repairs are going to be so long with that. A lot of damage. The whole front end of the car needs to be rebuilt, and we are not going to be seeing them for quite some time. I mean, that's maybe even a stint that they're going to be missing. Very awkward indeed. You see the number 19 there. The whole front of the car's gone, and they've got a couple of suspension arms, but the wheels are not there. That is, I wouldn't be surprised if it's at least anywhere between half an hour or more before we see that car.
Wow, that is a huge bit of damage for iNet Motorsport. It's just so difficult in these conditions. He just ran slightly wide through turn 4, ever so slightly wide, and as soon as you're in the grass, you're in the wetter part of the circuit, you're in big trouble. You're not going to stop, and I'm afraid that has brought the end to their lead in LMP2. It was a great story for them, coming up against such well-established sim racing teams like Apex Racing Team, for example, who are still only second, and unfortunately that has all got away from them in the last couple of moments. A real shame. The leading gap though in LMP2 now down to 46 seconds. I have a feeling we haven't seen the last of that story as we continue to watch Max Verstappen. 1 minute 8 is his lead as the green band of rain is now upon us, so maybe that is what triggered everybody to come into wet tyres. As you say, there was a lot of spray, to be honest, for just drizzling conditions, but now we've got a lot of spray and a lot of rainfall, and we've got wet tyres as well. So I just wonder, when we get past this green bit and we're getting some clear patches actually, how long is it going to take for us to get back to dries again after this period of wet weather running?
Of course, in terms of the rain in the air and then the wetness on the track, there's a massive time delay. So even once the rain stops, it's going to be wet for a long time before the drivers dry the track. And with there already been half the field left, that's going to take a little bit longer than you would necessarily expect at the start of the race. So that's something to be factored in. Also, they're on these tyres now, so they might as well keep going, even if by the end of the stint they're a little bit slower. It won't be worth making another extra pit stop as such out of sequence, because you want to go as far as you can. The main thing in these 24-hour races is stay out of the pit lane, and that both means in terms of crashes, but also in terms of strategy. You want as little stops as possible. And of course, if it's undrivable in the rain and you have to pit for tyres, then that's a different story. But you don't want to be making extra pit stops where possible. So they are going to be staying out as long as they can, and I'm sure it'll be dry for quite a while, because even behind that green band was another blue band of rain, so I'm sure they should be okay for this stint, but let's see how it goes on. And they always say be on the right tyres at the right time. That is what Cretin there unfortunately came a crop or two. It was on the dry tyres. Everyone started to come in for wets. He stood out, and yeah, look at him now, he's in the garage.
It's a real shame for the iNet Motorsport team. They were leading this race for some time. They are now down on pit lanes. Zilesiani is going to take the car back out again, although I don't think he's even going to be on the podium. Williams Esports Academy are not that far behind at the moment. Oliver Piatek, well, they were before, but they aren't now. They are on their way to a podium, quite possibly. Here is Isaac Phelps, though, for WSR Esports. And what an opportunity they've got now to try and win this race. They were the winners in the WSR Esports Bookginger car 1 year ago, and it would be a first win for Isaac Phelps. So it wouldn't be the team's first win, but it would be for him, and what a fantastic story that would be for WSR Esports. There goes Oliver Piatek. He's into third with 7 hours 25 still to go. Well, this is the lead for Phelps. Jordan Johnson seems to have just gotten into the car for Apex, and he seems to be struggling right now. He lost 2.7 seconds on the last lap. Not sure what this lap gap is going to be, because they've not crossed the line yet, the both of them, but we can just see on the tower on the left-hand side the gap is increasing. So I wonder whether Jordan Johnson is new into that car this time round, and whether struggling to get used to these conditions again, which is why I think it was a good idea for the likes of the GTD leaders, Williams Esports, to leave Beckham Jasir in the car. He knows the conditions and everything. Jordan Johnson doesn't, seemingly, or he's not as quick in them, and he's losing time at the front now.
Oh, it's so difficult to jump in these conditions. I mean, especially if it's obviously, I wasn't necessarily following the stints in the last couple of hours, but especially if it's you've had a bit of a nap, you've come back, you're doing the early morning shift, and then you have to jump into these conditions. That is certainly, such a difficult position to be in. You don't know exactly what the car is going to do, and it's hard to get so comfortable in the car. You have to get towards that limit of the grip, otherwise you're just going way too slow, and if you start going cautious, that can also cause some issues as well. So hopefully he can get up to speed. Fortunately, he has 2 laps behind him to third place, so he should be okay in terms of position, but they still want to have some hopes of catching down this 2:23 that we're seeing on the screen at this moment in time. So it's certainly going to be a tough one for him if he wants to do so. 50 seconds is a lot to catch on pure pace. I mean, that is 2/3 of a lap around here, so it's definitely quite a long time that he needs to catch up. I'm sure he'll be fine in that 1:99 machine. He's been in that car for 10 laps now. They had almost the identical pit stop, so nothing to note there, but certainly the car looking a bit faster. In fact, it was almost 2.5 seconds on the previous lap again, so definitely the lap times coming the way of the WSR car.
It does feel like the incident amount has gone down quite considerably, actually.
Oh, he said it.
I have said it now, yeah, it's true. But yeah, it does feel like that. I wonder whether, I get that these teams, at the very top level, they're trying to go as fast as possible at all times, but I wonder whether some of the teams would have been better served to, even in the drizzling conditions, to put the wet weather tyres on, make yourself get to the end, try and make sure you get to the end, and not go through such risk, because during those dry on wet condition periods we were seeing so many incidents, but all of a sudden we're getting away with it at the moment. They're through the bus stop. Max Verstappen getting past one of the GTD cars fairly easily. It's very interesting. I mean, of course, you'd lose loads of time. It's interesting that the dries are quicker, because you'd lose loads of time on the wet tyres, but you'd still be in the race. So it's difficult where to take that balance. I suppose if you're not on the fastest tyre at all times, you're not going to win one of these races anymore. It's too competitive.
Yeah, absolutely. It's one of those things. If you look at the maths, obviously they work out where the crossover point is, where it gets too wet for the dries and they're just too slow, and you might as well put on the wet tyres. They work out where that point is, and it's one of those things. If maybe, let's say, it's 2 seconds lap slower to be on the wets, and you have to make an extra pit stop out of sequence, that is a lot of time. I mean, that's well over a minute that you're going to lose, plus the time over the stint as well. There's maybe another minute if it's 2 seconds a lap, so you may end up losing over a lap due to that decision. So I guess that's why they risk it. But then the risk is, if you have a big crash, you're going to be losing over a lap as well. So it's a very tough one for the strategists in the team to work out. But I really don't know what's better, because it all depends about the driver as well. I mean, I was never the most confident driver in these conditions, so I would always want to go on the more cautious side in that regard. But some drivers, if they have the confidence to stay out there on the wet tyres, on the dry tyres, they think that they can get the speed out of it, then of course you're going to try it. But it comes with a lot of risk. You go off the dry line and you're just straight to the wall.
Let's ride on board here for a second with Max Verstappen as we navigate these wet weather conditions just past the Williams Esports Academy car, the LMP2, which is now third. You can barely see the Vulcan GTD as we just flick to the right around on the banking, just having a little look through the spray on the right hand side there as well, not staying directly in it, so we can see where we're going. Down in towards turn 1, on the brakes, down the gears, not sliding too much, a little bit wide just up ahead of us though from the Acura, and Verstappen is going to get down the inside here at the International Horseshoe. Lots of cars need to be lapped as the race leader, and they're not just from other classes. Out of the corner on the power fairly smoothly, no real spinning of the wheels. Then towards turn 4, oh, bit of a slide, but all of these mini corrections are just going to add up over time. It's a really draining, physically draining stints in the car. It's a really, really difficult time to be in here at the moment, and every lap we're going to be having moments like that where you're just slightly correcting, just making these micro corrections, and that's how you keep the car on the road in these conditions. But he is losing time. 1 minute 5 is now the gap. I know it's not much, but he is losing time, and it's noticeable.
Yeah, it's tough conditions out there when a corner that is normally completely flat out, you don't even think about it sometimes. All of a sudden you're having the car just sliding around under you. But some of these things will just be on autopilot as well. I mean, the level of steering wheels that we have nowadays, they're absolutely fine in terms of the feel that they've got in the car. Some of these corrections will be just absolute natural instinct, which is really good. So I'm sure he's very comfortable. Actually, say it will add up. So I don't think you're going to be seeing drivers do 5, 6 hours, etc. In a row. Certainly going to be a bit shorter than that in these situations, but hopefully should be okay. Up the inside on a much wetter line, but gets past that. So GT3 are good. So yeah, absolutely, definitely quite interesting actually, Ewan, as we've had the rain for, let's say, a year now. Quite interesting that the amount of times that it's come down so far, but the drivers are adapting fairly quickly to I mean, I still guess we could say the new feature that we've had in iRacing. Yeah,
I think of the VSO Grand Slam events last year, it rained at Sebring quite badly at the start, and Watkins Glen in the middle. Don't think there were any others. Don't remember it at any of the 24-hour races last year, but I could be wrong. It's entirely possible. But yeah, it is fairly frequent. I mean, how many times have we seen rain at real Daytona in the last few? It seems to me at Daytona that it either rains like a bit, it rains it doesn't rain. Sorry, I should say it doesn't rain ever a bit. It either rains not at all, or it's an absolute flood for the whole race.
Yeah, I guess that's the Florida life for you, being in the swamp. But yeah, when you get the rain, it's just absolute carnage, isn't it? I mean, everyone knows what it's like in this part of the world. It can be quite devastating indeed, and it certainly is translating to the sim as well. Obviously, the real world weather being translated in towards this race, and we still have 7 hours 16 minutes to go. The lead has come down just slightly again. I don't think there's too much to worry about at this time because, yes, just double checking. Yeah, it's 13 laps older tyres for Nicholas, but also he will need to. So yeah, he'll need to come in, but I believe he's probably still out there on the dry tyres. Yes, he's still out there on the dry tyres because he obviously pit out of sequence. So that basically means the dry tyres are slightly faster at this point, but the wet tyres are the more safe and secure tyres to be on, and with the rain that's coming down, I wouldn't be surprised if we see that crossover yet.
I think that as well, that the Ferrari team might have thought, well, we're over a minute behind anyway, let's just try something here. Yeah, we're not going to win the race by doing the same thing as Red Line. We're never going to catch them by a minute, even in 8 hours. So let's just try something different here. And the gap is continuing to come down at the moment. 1 minute and 2 seconds. Let's see what the time is this time round. What was happening in a 1 minute 40.1. At the time before this, he did a 38.9, by the way, Nicholas Boat. So that just gives you an idea. This is safer, but I mean, sorry, this is not safer. This is faster, though. How unsustainable, though, is this? I can't help but feel that one slight error, even something really small, and Ferrari could not only be not winning this race, but not even on the podium as well. It's a big risk, but I suppose they're going all in, win or nothing here.
Yeah, I think their hand was kind of forced with how quick the situation happened with Steinbratten's disconnection. Also, this was about 5-10 laps before we saw, obviously with 13 laps is the gap between him and when Chris Lullen came in to swap over for Verstappen. So I think they were a bit soon to have it sort of be the obvious choice to go to the wets. So I think that's why they went back to the dries, but they're making it work. They are faster, to be honest. So it's still there. It's just the risk, and that's one thing we were mentioning 5-10 minutes ago, where if you just go slightly off the line, you just miss your braking zone a little bit, or just go too deep, then unfortunately you are going to be going out of this race. We've seen that from the LMP2 leaders, as there's definitely a bit of a wiggle there, a bit of an awkward situation as he gets past the GT, but certainly continue on very fast indeed as the leaders come down another couple of seconds in the recent lap.
In case you weren't with us earlier on, about 40 minutes ago, Ole Steinbratten, when he was in the car, had a disconnection, dropped back to pit lane. Nicholas Boe had to get in and rescue the car, but they was in for about 3 minutes. They lost their lead and they lost a lap as well. They've caught that back up again because the red line cars had to make a pit stop. But at the moment, they're and that's what I'm talking about with the risk. They've just lost a second out going wide at turn 1. Yeah, they've lost all this time because of that disconnection, and now we've got this situation in GTP. In LMP2, WSR Esports are leading the race by a very long way at the moment, and it's getting longer. 1 minute is the advantage they've got over Jordan Johnson, who's in the Apex Racing Team car. That has come about because iNet Motorsport made had a crash, I should say, down towards turn 5, the West Horseshoe, and that was that for them. A great run for them ended very disappointingly and prematurely in the end. They are 5th, they're back in the race, but unfortunately a long way further down than they would have hoped for sure. And then 26 seconds is the gap between Williams Esports Racing Prodigy and Team Redline. That's pretty close, to be honest. There is the Williams car. Doesn't look very Williams, does it? It's a Racing Prodigy sort of front end they've got going on. I think it looks pretty good. Looks a bit like Falcon, but that's okay. They are still ahead of Redline by, as I say, 25-26 seconds. Gustavo Ariel catching by just 0.2 of a second last time around. Then 2 laps back to Grin and Go and Miguel Costa, who's in the 005. So it's getting interesting. it's remarkable, really, that these gaps are still so close with so long gone and so much having happened. I'm not sure what the entire time span of the rain has been yet, but I know there was a 3-hour period yesterday, and there was a similarly long, or there is a similarly long period going on right now. So I'd imagine that rain has covered at least a quarter of this race so far.
And checking some of the lap times, it's pretty incredible some of the speed we're seeing as well. Looking just in, for instance, in your GTPs, the only two people doing 1 minute 39s is the two leaders of Red Line and Ferrari. The guys in behind are doing 140s, 141s, even the Mavana car in the 142s. Similarly, in the LMP2s as well, the top two teams are the fastest out there on the track, and even in your GTD as well. I mean, by some seconds, we're seeing the Williams car at the front compared to mid-pack. So we really are seeing the top teams working their way towards the front and really showing the speed that they've got there out on the track. We are seeing the LMP2 leader now go under 1 minute, which is quite an exciting prospect. That lap is coming down, that gap I should say is coming down, and also at the front in another lap's time I reckon we'll see that under a minute. But of course the Ferrari team will owe us a pit stop in the next few laps. They've already done 25 laps on this stint, so we'll be surprised if they come in fairly shortly. So unfortunately that will go back over a minute once more, but as it ebbs and flows over the course of the race, we'll have to see when they're on this part of the strategy if they can get way under a minute.
Yeah, let's see on this.
Oh, not again, not again. The Williams Esports Academy car, the number 17, that's a big spin. Can he save it out the barrier? Just scrapes it. And this car has been off a few times since we've been in the commentary box, and unfortunately there's another one to add to the list. But that could have been massive, but fortunately the bit of tarmac runoff just saved him from a heavy crash.
Yeah, just a scrape instead, which is, well, more than they could have hoped for, really. There, as we follow the Williams Esports car right in the slipstream of the Acura, just up in front of them. One of the new cars as well, taking part in its first 24-hour race in iRacing 2. Great to see the Acura in the service now, over the line. And the good thing as well, of course, we can use all the cars, which we would have to be picking and choosing in the past, but now we're able to have more manufacturers in iRacing than ever before as we follow them through the chicane. I've got to admit, it feels a lot quieter than a normal Daytona 24-hour race at the moment, and that comes down to the attrition rate, which is, I suppose, to be expected. This period of rain, by the way, in case you've not been with us so much recently, has just gone over 2 hours, so we've had about 5 hours of rain now at varying intensities. But the amount of teams in the race, we've got 3 currently out of the race in the last 2 hours or so. So we are down, I believe, to 32 teams in the race. To give you some context, 60 started it, and I've got to admit, it does feel like it as well. It does feel like we're missing about half the field.
Indeed, it's well, I'm about to say a long track. I guess it's not the likes of Le Mans or the Nordschleife, but it is one of the longer tracks in terms of a Grand Prix or a road course circuit that we would go to, and there's definitely a lot of space out there. So yeah, when you start seeing the drivers obviously removing themselves from the race, then yeah, you can definitely notice a difference. It is one of those gradual things over time, though. You know, one by one they drop out, so you don't necessarily notice it directly. But certainly when you get to this point of the race, if there were more cars, it would be certainly a big factor. That definitely helps the prototype teams, especially the GTPs, quite a bit. A lot less traffic for them to get through, both in the LMP2s and also in the GTDs. I guess for the GTDs as well, there's less prototypes coming past them. So overall, actually, it might be slightly faster, the race, than what we would see. But look at the amount of spray, actually, just with all those cars coming into turn 1. The rain is definitely coming down a lot heavier in these last 10-15 minutes or so. That's why we've seen a lot more teams go onto the wet compound tyres. But yeah, certainly a tough race situation for these drivers. Oh, that's too deep for the 76. I thought he went deep into the bus stop as well. Obviously just struggling there a little bit, but maybe you and this is a sign of a slightly heavier band of rain in these last...
Yeah, we saw that little yellow bit of rain, and it might just be falling at the moment as Nicholas Bowe comes into the pit lane. Does he decide to go onto the wet tyres, knowing that look at the amount of green and yellow rain is still to come? I thought there was patches of clear daylight coming up, but no, they've just closed up, as you can see on that radar there. They've just closed up in these last 10 minutes. He is up on the jacks there, isn't he? So will he be moving on to the wet weather tyres? Difficult for me to see, to be honest, at the moment. My eyes aren't very good, and neither are yours. So we're in a bit of trouble. We just have to wait for someone to tell us what's Icon van. Still says dries, but I'll trust it when he leaves pit lane. Does it change over to those blue tyres, the wet weather tyres? No. They've got to take some sort of risk, I suppose, and that's exactly what they're doing here with this tyre call.
Well, that's certainly an interesting one. I was expecting that to be a slam dunk change of tyres, but it looks like he has stayed there, which is very interesting indeed, because we were just talking about the rain potentially getting heavier. But if you're out there, if you're comfortable, then potentially that is the way to go. And to be fair, he was faster than Verstappen over the course of the last 5-10 laps. So maybe that is the way to go for him. That was a 29-lap run. And of course, continuing on at all, the INEC are the number 19 back out there on the track, but having further problems.
Yes, not ideal for them, unfortunately. They are seemingly struggling in these conditions as we follow Max Verstappen into the bus stop chicane. Does look a bit wetter than before, doesn't it? You can see the puddles that are starting to accumulate off the racing line. You don't want to be going through one of those, or you'll be sliding straight towards something. With 7 hours 5 minutes to go, it looks like just looking at the sky, it's getting a little bit brighter. It's not going to get very bright at all because the track is so wet and the rain is falling so hard at the moment. So we're not going to get a classic sunrise. I remember doing the sunrise thing actually 2 years ago or something. It's one of the best sunrises I've ever seen in sim racing over Daytona, but we are not going to get one this year. It's going to be very wet indeed for the foreseeable, as Verstappen slices down the inside of one and through the other side of another into the International Horseshoe. Out the other side, he's just got to do his job at the moment. And actually, he's got to use this part of the stint because previously Nicholas Bowe was on lower fuel and lighter, therefore quicker as well, or can go quicker. Max Verstappen not able to do much about that, really, the laws of physics. Now he is, so he does actually have to push on here, despite the gap that he's got.
Indeed, because when he pits, it will then be the gap before that we saw was about a minute. So where is Max now? Yeah, I mean, he still does have about at least 10 laps, if not maybe 12 or so before he comes into the pit lane. So we'll have to see then. They are about 50-50 of the stint separated. So that'll be interesting moving forward if they don't have any issues towards the end of the race. Obviously, they're going to be a bit split as to when that final pit stop will be. But that's for 7 hours time. So we won't start talking about the final pit stop just yet. A lot is going to happen before that. But certainly an interesting fact. At least, it is getting a lot brighter, isn't it? It will be very soon that the headlights will be not visible on the track. And that's going to be a tricky one for the drivers because it's going to stay so overcast and so dull out there. Of course, you've got all the spray as well. Really tough conditions for these drivers to concentrate in, but that is part of the job, and they are obviously still going on very nicely indeed as he works his way through this this Williams traffic, as he works his way now down in towards the International Horseshoe, and towards he looks absolutely dialed in and really comfortable with these conditions now.
Some people in YouTube chat mentioning or saying that the live timing is broken. It's not. You just have to wait a while for it to load because we've got about 18 hours, or was it 17 hours of data for it to load. So apologies for the loading time, but you will get there just if you just persevere with it for a moment. And we'll try, of course, and keep you updated the best we can ourselves. I'm having a discussion with George Simmons at the moment in the Apex team. He is convinced that the Ferrari team have been on wets since the disconnection, as are a few people, it seems. He says he can see the grooves on the tyres, and his lap times were slower initially before everyone reached a general consensus that the wet tyres were the ones to be on. I mean, it's impossible for us to. We're not going to be able to see the grooves either with our eyes. So we'll just have to trust people on that. But I guess it would make more sense that dries are not possible in these conditions. It's so odd to know, because I would have said that they all should have been on wets a long time ago as well, if I was just looking at the visuals. But you know, you can do some strange things in some strange weather conditions sometimes. Racing is unpredictable, and so yeah, we'll. I'm not sure what to go with. Will we go with our graphics or?
Well, with how much spray is out there on the track.
Yeah.
It doesn't make sense that the dry tyres could be even close enough to the speed that they would need. I mean, we've even seen some puddles out there on the track as well. So, yeah, very surprising if that is true that he's been on the dries. I would not be surprised if it was just a little bit of a graphical issue with what we've got, and they are actually on the wets, because the speed really is there. And you would expect the red line would have stayed on the dries in that case if it was, you know, an issue with the wets in some way and the dries were actually better. So yeah, certainly an interesting one, but the 50 is looking very fast. The pace is looking good. So yeah, even actually you're mentioning with the fuel situation, but actually Nicholas was half a second quicker than Max on the previous lap, so the pace is still there despite the pit stop.
Yes. Clear. It seems that it is. So if that does maintain, then could be in for a very interesting race indeed. Just over 7 hours to go in the iRacing Daytona 24 hours in 2025. I'm Ian Elliott alongside Cam Roger in the same place. I don't think I mentioned that earlier, but we're in the same place. So
I can literally hit him.
Well, not quite.
I'm not going to, of course.
Your arm's not that long. What are you going to throw?
I could throw the cushion on the sofa that I'm sitting on.
Thanks for that. But anyway, 7 hours to go. I'll do a run through as we start to look at daylight here at Daytona in the first iRacing special event, the first iRacing 24-hour race, I should say, of 2025. Max Verstappen is leading the race for Team Redline. They've recently taken that over after Scuderia Ferrari esports team had a disconnection with Ola Steinbratton, former Redline driver, only a few moments ago, about 50 minutes or so ago. The gap now 1 lap, but when Redline pit in, the gap suddenly goes to less than a minute. The race certainly not over at the front in GTP. GridandGo.com esports are in 3rd place, ahead of Apex Racing Team, two laps further behind. They are hanging on from Drago Racing, who have been runner-up of this race in the past, indeed only 1 year ago in GTP. GridandGo.com esports 002 is then in 6th place, although they're 11 laps off the top 5 at the moment. 7th place is Movano Rosso, although they've been struggling for pace recently. They're losing time to Grid and Go. Williams Esports Academy have had plenty of spins since the rain fell. They're 8th, ahead of Hamilton Akaboise, who's back out onto the circuit again after his crashes earlier on, just over an hour ago now. And fiercely forward Silva, Pablo Munoz, has been in for over 12 minutes, so he holds 10th place for now, but the Williams Esports Academy car will be coming quite quickly and might well overtake them for that position fairly soon. Still 12 GTPs left in the race. You can see them all on the left-hand side there. In LMP2, WSR Esports Abruzzi are leading the race with Isaac Phelps. This is the smallest class remaining now, with only 7 still in the race. Apex Racing Team are 1 minute and 6 behind now. It's a very big, in fact that says a lap, so we'll go with that. At 1 lap between the two at the moment. Then Williams Esports Academy on 3rd place. Then it is Daytona Automotive. iNet Motorsport Blue in the last hour had that huge crash, so they're down to 5th, ahead of Zizi Esport and IFR Esports, who are 7th. Effect Simulations are still registered on our system. I don't think we're going to see them again, but we may well do. Let's wait and see on that front. And in GTD, we've got Williams Esports Racing Prodigy leading the way by just less than 24 seconds now. In fact, less than 23, just as I've been talking. Team Redline in 2nd place, then 2 laps further behind. It is Grid and Go who are on the podium here. PS Competition in 4th with Norby Kiss. He is less than half a minute ahead of Daniel Sommer. Then it's WSR Esports Buckinger, who are in 6th place, ahead of Drago Racing in 7th. Williams Gaming Club, Verasius Racing Team, and Team Hoisingveld round out the top 10 in GTD. In terms of the whole field, we've still got 13, I believe. Tour Esports GTD number 3 seem to be back out onto the circuit again, even though they are 151 laps off the race leaders and 71 laps off of their class leaders. So fair play to them for continuing on. But you're looking at the race leader with the narrowest margin at the moment, and perhaps the team that will be the nervousest, I guess, in the next 7 hours.
You mean the most nervous? Certainly, yeah. Interesting words there. I was just double checking a couple things on the timing as you were doing that rundown. On the previous lap, Nicholas Bowe was 1 second, well, 9/10 faster as WSR LMP2 comes down the pit road. 9/10 faster than Max Verstappen was Nicholas Bowe on the Team Redline card. That was quite something. And also, most of the GTPs, they're doing 1:41. 1:41, and guess what Nicholas Bowe did? A 1:39.1. So he's 2 seconds quicker than the rest of the field. That is unbelievable pace from the Ferrari. So if it is the dry tyres that they're on, it's seemingly the fastest ones to be on. And as the WSR car, the 223, your race leader in the LMP2 comes down pit road, I wonder if they're going to be doing anything crazy at this time in the pit lane.
You'd hope not. At this stage, the rain's actually so bad at the moment. We can see it on the screen. You always think in real life that with the the rain, when the rain is bad, when you can actually see it, it's the way that cameras work. Oh dear! Oh, Williams Esports Academy goes straight on at the chicane there, at the bus stop chicane. That's going to be a big slowdown for them, but at least they're still facing the right direction in the race. And Max Verstappen will be pretty glad he wasn't about 2 seconds closer. These are always the risks in a 24-hour race, especially, well, any race, to be honest, any multi-class race, especially at this time in the morning. It's very, very, well, you've got to have luck on your side, certainly. He did on that occasion. As we go back to grid and go, and Sean Campbell, who works his way down the inside in towards turn 6. He's trying to chase. It's going to be a Ferrari esports team, and I just wonder whether this team is out of the race as well. They're only just half a minute off of the number 50. Sean Campbell, good driver, and maybe he will be able to pull this team into contention. Maybe.
Just looking at the lap times though, it's a big gap, as I said. It's about 2 seconds, at least, to that Ferrari car on the a couple of laps ago. So yeah, the speed really is there for Scuderia Ferrari. Of course, coming out strong in this first special event of the year, Daytona 24. Can't wait to see what the stats are for how many drivers and how many teams are competing. Various splits, of course. We stream you the top split, but there are potentially even hundreds of splits. We'll have to see how many it gets to. Daytona is normally the most populous in terms of the whole year. Everyone loves coming out. So I guess it's just such a fun track to drive. It's a bit easier as well. The Nürburgring 24 is very difficult. So hopefully we get some good numbers for those as well.
Steve Miles tweeted last night 5,633 teams and 23,397 drivers.
Yes, that must be near 100 splits then. That's 50 apiece, so that's pretty good.
Well, not quite. That's difficult maths. That.
Well, yeah, because obviously when you get lower down, you'll run out of classes. So it'll try and keep it good. But still, that is very good indeed to see so many drivers coming out here. Love that to see it, and it just absolutely shows you why these special events are so good. Because it doesn't matter, even if you're in split 27, the level is going to be so high with basically all of the common and top level drivers on iRacing that you'd meet in the online races. They're all going to be here, so it's pretty good.
My calculator says 94 splits, but that might not be reality. I just did that number divided by 60, which is sort of, I suppose, the way to do it. So Yeah, getting towards 100. I suppose we're only a year or two away from 100. I suppose maybe only 1 year away.
Yeah, can't wait to see that. Daytona is such a special event, and it's pretty unique actually compared to some of the other 24-hour races. I guess they all have their own quirks. Of course, you've got the likes of Spa just being the famous track that it is. You've got the Nordschleife. Obviously that's just GT3s. The Nordschleife then has a million categories as well. Plus, being that the special track this is obviously the normal 3 class, but it's such a weird track. You've got the banking. We're on basically all of the 2.5 miles of the Daytona International Speedway. Plus, we add in these hairpins, which on paper look pretty simple, but they're all very tricky, and they add quite a lot of character to the track and awkward moments for overtaking. So to us, it is really one of my favourite ones to drive as well. So I can't wait to obviously see how this the remaining, we got just under 7 hours to go in this race go, because I still think there are some stories untold. As that's too deep for the number one. Managed to keep it on the track, all over the marbles, all over the wet line, but that just shows you how the hairpins can get a bit tricky.
Yeah. It certainly does. Sean Campbell, by the way, often comes to have a chat with us. We won't be able to do it while he's driving, of course. But if you are a driver who's not driving and has been previously in the first split, then put yourself in the RaceSpot Discord. There's a waiting for interview or something similarly named channel. So we'll drag you in and have a chat, have a bit of an interview if we've got any time to breathe in this race. Because right now, considering there was 8 hours to go when we stepped into the booth, the first hour and 10 has absolutely flown by. It's been very, very busy so far indeed in these wet weather conditions. As we have a look at the number 18, Ole Daniel, in 6th place in LMP2. I was about to say it's an Italian livery, but given that team name, maybe it's Hungarian. Don't know, but I'm just going on a bit of a risky
same colour.
Guess. They do have the same colours in the flag. It's true, but at the moment, yeah, it's difficult to know for now. But yeah, 6th place for them, and still in the race, which is a good thing as well. That's what I've been quite pleased to see actually in this race. The last of the GTPs still in the race, 42 laps down. They're carrying on. Duel Esports, despite being a very good team who can go for wins. This team, for example, are 15 laps off the lead, and they've got a team a lap further behind them in LMP2. And in GTD, as I mentioned earlier, Duel Esports, 72 laps off the lead. So what the rain has done in iRacing, I think, is encouraged, incentivized teams to just carry on because anything could happen.
Well, at the end of the day, we do this for fun as well. Of course, we like to talk about all the big names, the world champions, such as Max Verstappen coming to race. We talk about all of the esports stars, the pro drivers as such. But this race is all about all the other drivers. We're just mentioning how there's potentially even about 90 floor splits. We have to get the official stats on that at some point, but even if it's in the 80s, that's just ridiculous how many drivers are here right now, all coming for one reason and one reason only, and that is just to have fun. And at the end of the day, if you're not doing it for fun, then why are you doing it? So that is great to see the drivers are continuing on. It is difficult if you are looking at the results and you're even 2 laps off the lead in your class, you're going to be demotivated. But if you just keep going, have a bit of fun, try and work something out with how you drive in the wet conditions, have a bit of fun through traffic, then there's definitely a lot to be had. So hopefully we can see basically all of these 30 cars get to the end. Half the field has been or is DNF'd from this race. They have had quite a few issues so far, but hopefully the remaining 30 cars can get us through the end. Of course, we're coming up to 1 quarter remaining, 3 quarters done, as its sun has definitely risen here. As we're seeing, that's the red line car coming into the pit lane for its next round of pit stops.
Just ahead of their Audi, the GT3. Unfortunately, their other Audi, which was being driven by Cooper Webster, is out of the race. They are 340 laps down, which is about 260 odd off their class leader. So the reason I'm saying it is because that car is suddenly being registered as in the session again on my timing. Now, whether that's true or not remains to be seen, but maybe they'll be back in the race. Max Verstappen is into the pit lane then. He's done his first stint of the morning as the sun is beginning to rise. He's been up on the jacks. He's going to... there is the Audi. So I wasn't seeing things. Maybe they're going to get their teammates to just help out. I don't know. You know, I'd understand in the dry. I'm not sure what you could assist with, really, in the wet.
Yeah, that car was there when Max came in previously. I remember seeing that shot. So the car's obviously, yeah, they're trying to get it repaired in some way as Max goes out once more for another stint in the race leading number 20 machine. So yeah, obviously the 169 trying to do something. I don't think you were going to be seeing the bump drafting games. If you remember, actually, the last 2 years, last year it was Redline and Apex. I believe the year before was just the Apex cars. They were literally bumper to bumper for 24 hours, as if it was the race around the oval, let alone the road course version here. It was pretty crazy scenes to see the team play going on to get the victories that day. I think in the wet though, there's too many variables. I don't think you'll be able to do it as efficiently, but who knows? Maybe with that gap now coming under 20 seconds between the 171 and the number 1, the Williams and the Redline cars at the top of the GTD class, I wouldn't be surprised if they're at least thinking about it coming to the final quarter of the race.
And if I remember correctly, Redline did a sort of short stop, first stop round, so they could sort of get clear. They were bump drafting at the front of a long line early on in the race last year, and they got away from the rest of the field, stole a march and ran away from the rest of the field, and effectively it was decided by a disconnection for the other team, as far as I can remember. Max Verstappen, Gianni Vecchio and Ole Steinbretten, the winners that time round. How strange though is it that Ole Steinbretten suddenly against them for an overall win? Steinbretten and Verstappen going against each other after sharing a car to win last year in GTD. They're going for their first respective overall wins, and would you believe it, Redline's first ever overall win at Daytona, which feels like it's not possible, but it's true.
Yeah, absolutely, because for some reason they go for the GT category quite often as well. So I guess they've covered all bases this time around. Not in the LMP2. But at least in the GTP and GTD, they are going for the race victory as he works his way down the inside of a couple of the GT cars and one of the LMP2s as well, as been mentioning. But yeah, they often go in the GTDs, which for me is an interesting one because as a driver myself, I always love being in the the prototype cars to get through the traffic. You have a lot more control of your race, I find. With the GTDs, you need to be sort of looking in the mirrors quite a lot. And obviously the car is just a little bit heavier and slower to drive. But if you get in a good rhythm with it and you're working with your team like they are, they had a couple of cars there, then really you can have a lot of fun as well.
I like the top class as well, but after the driving you saw me do yesterday or the day before in a GTP at this circuit, I don't think anybody else wants to see me in the top class.
Absolutely. So yes, I had the pleasure of standing behind Ewan as he was testing out a rig, and he was struggling a little bit. We were in it was a Ferrari, wasn't it, around this track, and he was having a few issues, and you did about 5 or 6 laps, and you're able to like a 1:32.2 or something like that. I get in 3rd lap and a 32.0, so I'm pretty happy.
The irony is our first laps are not that much quicker than these guys in the wet. And we were in the dry, by the way, for context. Yes.
I've never driven the GTP before in my life.
Have you not?
That was literally the first 3 laps that I already beat you.
Well, okay. Well, I own the Cadillac, so my excuse is that it wasn't a Cadillac. Here's Drago Racing. First spin, actually, we've seen for quite some time in the race. Just going around at turn 1. It does feel actually turn 1 like it's one of the slipperier corners, as if there's a non-slippery one at the moment. If you just get a little bit wide there, you can go off very, very easily. Drago, though, are 11 laps ahead of 6th place. I don't think they're going to be that concerned about losing their top 5.
No, not with that. Not with a gap like that. Laps around here are basically, let's just call it 6 kilometers. So obviously times that. There are some sprint races out there that are similar, so definitely not too much of a worry, but you don't want to be doing that too often though, because you just lose a bit of confidence, the car loses a bit of motivation. It's always fun when you get into a bit of a rhythm throughout a stint. Always keeps you going. As we're seeing, of course, the lead laps come down in both the GTP and the GTD. We're now under a minute as we are back on strategy between the 50 and the 20. Then also in your GTDs, we got Gustavo Ariel catching down the Williams Esports Prodigy car. That is now down to about 17 seconds. So I do believe you, and we are going to be seeing some lead battles on the track at some point. Obviously for GTP it's going to take a couple of hours at least, but GTD, that might be quite a bit closer than we think.
Absolutely. There is Beckham just here as the daylight just begins to reverberate around Daytona International Speedway. The gap between the leaders in GTD getting to an interesting stage now. Overall, still 57 seconds while Nicholas Bowe is catching. It's going to take a very long time for him to get there, if indeed he ever does. So it's going to be a long slog for that one, but this could be more short term. It really is a two-horse race in GTD at the moment. The next car is Gringo.com Esports number 005, and they're 3 laps behind now. So it really is between these two, but can't quite explain why Jasir is suddenly losing time, because maybe it's Gustavo Ariel making the difference, to be honest. That's the only thing that's changed really, but Jasir seemed to be doing fine before the sort of green band of rain came through. In the sort of drizzling conditions, he seemed to be doing fine, but now all of a sudden he is losing time. But then the difference, as I say, is that Gustavo Ariel is in the car instead. I wonder whether he is making that difference.
Yes, I think that's the case, although they've been out there. I mean, this stint is 25, 26 laps for both cars. They only have 1 lap difference in terms of the stint length, and I guess it just this part of the race must just be coming to Gustavo Ariel. He's about, I mean, at least on the previous lap, a second a lap faster. So he's definitely got the feel in the car. The gap is about the same, so I guess that must have been a 1 lap difference. But it's we're seeing this actually in all categories where the top 2 have a bit of a jump in pace to the others. So I think Jasir's just been struggling for a couple of laps because his pace sort of dropped down to what the mid-pack in the GTDs are doing, and Ariel's just keeping that high level pace. But looking at the weather radar, we've got a lot of green and some yellow spots out there as well, so we're getting heavier and heavier out there in terms of the rain. I think we're going to be seeing these wet tyres for quite a bit longer, so the drivers just need to be getting or staying comfortable, but I'm sure we're going to see quite a few driver changes as we get into the morning stints.
Yes, it doesn't seem to be that there is an end in sight to this rain at the moment. All of the little patches of no rain seem to be closing up just as they get to us, so it's proving to be a very difficult part of this race indeed, as Max Verstappen begins to stretch out this lead. Actually, it was 57 seconds, but last time round he managed to take out 1.8 seconds over Nicholas Bowe. So the gap now going the right way as far as Team Redline are concerned, and Ferrari losing that little bit of time just as of right now through the banking for Verstappen. 6 hours 39 still remaining in the race. Plenty of time left, but as I was talking about earlier, this should be the time where Ferrari are gaining here, and I'm not really sure what's changed. Through the first stint where these two were against each other, Bowe was quicker than Verstappen, but now it seems to turn around. I wonder whether Verstappen has just warmed up a bit now and he's properly firing on all cylinders, because he's not losing time anymore. That's close. One of the BMWs, and he squeezes himself down the inside. Goodness me, that was close, and I'm sure he won't be very pleased with the BMW GTD there that was not quite on its racing line, as you would expect to see, and Verstappen had to squeeze it towards the International Horseshoe.
So much risk there in the lead of the race. It worked out okay, but you could definitely tell Max was finding a way through. Whether that was going to be easy or not, as he's definitely just showing the aggression that he's got in his driving style, and he manages to find a way past. But that was very awkward, as you say. The GTD normally, as you come through the little chicane, you then move over to the left-hand side, obviously to open up the hairpin. It allows the obviously GTPs then to dive down the inside. That's what Max was expecting, and that's why as a GTD GTD, you need to be as predictable as possible. I don't know if GTD was trying to help there, maybe he was trying to block him, maybe he didn't want the GTP to come down the inside, but either way, just a little bit of miscommunication in the body language of both cars, but fortunately they were able to avoid a crash.
Just about. Goodness me. That was very close indeed. Last time round, Bo was in the 50s, sorry, not the 50s, then he would be in trouble. The 40s again that time round. So this is not going the right way for Ferrari as things stand. The gap you can just see on the tower, it's just slowly ticking upwards at the moment. And going the right way for Team Redline. As Verstappen comes over the line again, he'll be breathing a sigh of relief after getting past that BMW for sure. But it just shows that the idea of being conservative and taking little risks in an endurance race is not really the done thing anymore. It is full gas from start to finish as the Team Redline GTD comes in from second place. They were just 15 seconds off the lead at the time.
Yes, and last time they were one lap earlier than Williams, so let's see if the favour is repaid, and that is the same again. Williams come into the pit lane next lap, we'll have to find out, but Ariel, of course, was so strong in that previous stint. Looks like he's going to stay in the car as well, so he'll be warmed up and ready to go once more. So that is quite an important factor, because I do believe in the next, well, obviously 6 hours before we get to the final stages of the race, I think we are going to be seeing something. The 199 Apex car goes for a spin down at one of the hairpins, that might be the West Horseshoe, as he tries to reverse, get the car facing the right way. So many cars going past him as well. Busy part of the track that looks like he's got going. Actually, no, it's the International Horseshoe there for the 199, of course, currently in second place of your LMP2s.
And when they got into second, they were way less than a minute behind. I think it was less than 50 seconds, actually. And now look at the gap, 1 minute 25. This has been a stint, and I don't like to use this phrase, but a potentially race-losing stint for the Apex Racing team. There just isn't that much time remaining to get that time back again. But I suppose we're sort of getting to that stage as well, with the overall leading battle as well between Redline and Ferrari. It is over a minute with just over a quarter of the race to go. Can you realistically expect to catch that without a mistake? It's looking a bit difficult at the moment, but either way, we will see. It's now gone over to 90 seconds, by the way. The Apex Racing team really struggling, and all of a sudden, WSR Esports look to be the favourites to win for the second year in a row. That's why it's the West Horseshoe this time. The 199 really struggling, and it's still Johnson at the wheel, who's not been having a very good stint, I'm afraid. He's seen that gap double at the lead of LMP2.
Please tell me that was not the same lap where he went off for the International Horseshoe and then one corner later does the same. That was, if so, that was a tragic lap there for the 199. Of course, just getting a bit, I guess, unconfident with the car and then not able to put the car where he would have wanted. This is exactly what we were speaking about earlier. Having the confidence in the machine, having the tyres on you, on that you want, is so important. And once you have that one spin, it just puts that doubt in your mind, and unfortunately having some further issues there. So that's really, it's sort of disappointing because he does continue on though, so it's nothing in terms of damage or in terms of tyres that he can fix for now. He just needs to continue on and get into a bit of a rhythm. But sometimes in these situations it's worth just to pull back half a second a lap, have a little bit more caution in you, and then you don't go off and spin and lose half a minute.
Yeah, it's been difficult, and I think we're about to see quite a... Oh, they're just in behind Redline here, into the International Horseshoe. Just on the outside line, that was very close. As I was saying, I think we're about to see a pretty important moment here as a GTD is spun in the background. The WSR Esports car is coming up to lap them here, and because there are no cautions, it doesn't particularly matter as far as a... what would you call it? As far as an actual, there's no actual benefit to it, is what I'm trying to say. But it's certainly a psychological benefit that WSR Esports are going to have here. There they are in the background. This is going to be a pretty big moment for the story of this race, with only 6 hours and a half to go.
Yeah, as you say, there's no cautions or anything like that, so it's not like they're going to get stuck a lap down. The field gets bunched together, and then yeah, that could cause issues that way. But what it could do is be a point where we saw this earlier actually with, I think it was the Apex car, the GTP, getting stuck behind one of the race leading GTPs. Even though you're a lap down, you're technically faster. You can't really overtake, because if you get in front of them, you then need to either pull away or let them back through. So you can't just sit in front of the race leader. So it's a very awkward situation where you might get stuck behind and might lose some more laps that way. So it needs to be careful indeed.
The battle for the lead is going to be on here pretty soon, because 36 seconds suddenly is the margin. Well, we've been watching the two LMP2 leaders. We've had a crash. Max Verstappen's been in the wall somewhere. And Team Redline suddenly are in big trouble here. There's been contact down into the International Horseshoe. We saw him take a big risk only 3 laps ago down the inside of one of the BMWs. Well, he's done it again, and I'm afraid there's been some disastrous consequences this time around. Team Redline are in the pit lane. Their front left wheel was barely rotating as we were watching them on the banking there. This is another view of it just before the right-hander. He was down the inside. It's a really small gap. He was aquaplaning. He was sliding. He wasn't going to make the corner anyway. And Max Verstappen, I'm afraid, has made a rare error and has lost the lead of this race for Team Redline.
This is a big moment. This is going to swap around, of course, with Nicholas Boat, as that is going to swap around in just 10 seconds time. The number 50 Ferrari will be back in the lead of this race, and with 6.5 hours to go, that is a big changing moment. We're still seeing that Ferrari on the dry tyres, but the speed is definitely there for the number 50. And for Redline, I mean, yeah, Max, he took the risk in a very similar fashion, very similar to what we saw on the other BMW. Just a few laps before that, he tried it again, but unfortunately there was just a few centimetres less room, and that's the risk that he's taking. The gap was coming down. Ferrari were looking strong at that point in the race. They're putting a little bit of pressure on, and in the end it is now going to be Ferrari in the lead of this race. And we potentially, depending on what the damage repairs are, we may have to look out for the 001 of Sean Campbell to get past Redline. Yeah,
absolutely. We are going to have to be watching out for that. 1 minute the pit stop will carry on, I'm afraid, for Max Verstappen. Just 9 laps into that stint with a big error. This is what happened in towards the International Horseshoe. Looking down the inside of the number 3 Dory Sports BMW, he slides on the puddle on the right-hand side into the side of the BMW and into the wall as well. This is how much you can see, not a lot, i.e., but there's the gap. I mean, look at the gap there. If you're looking at this objectively afterwards, I think he would say as well, that gap is probably too small, considering we're 6.5 hours away from the end and they're leading by a minute. But this is the way of endurance racing now. This is how it's raced. And there's just no room for precaution anymore. You go for these gaps when it's, you know, you look at it now and you think, why on earth would I do that?
Yeah, I mean, we've been saying this for the last decade. It's, you know, it's a 24-hour sprint race, as we've seen the 002. Oh, that's a big spin coming to the West Horseshoe. Can he save it? No, no, he can't. That's a big hit into the wall. So the 002 having issues as well. This is, yeah, quite an interesting moment of the race. So the 001, the other grid and go car, has got past the red line of the number 20 of Max Verstappen. So that is 2 positions lost now, as Max is still in the pit lane trying to repair that car. This is certainly, yeah, a really big important point of this race for how we're going to look coming into the final quarter. That is very fast approaching us, but 2 big incidents, the 20 and the 002, who is Lasse Uranen in 6th place as it stands. He is also getting some damage repairs down pit road.
Wow, what a big moment in this race. Possibly race defining, surely race defining. Ferrari now lead by a lap, and Redline might not even finish on the podium here. The Apex Racing team are not that far behind. If this pit stop goes on another minute and a half, they will lose their podium place as well, as Nicholas Poe makes a very, well, I wouldn't say dangerous, but, you know, it wasn't the move I'd make with a lap's lead, anyway, I'll put it that way. But anyway, as we say, that is the way these races are now run. I want to highlight something, by the way, before the International Horseshoe, as we have a look at Max Verstappen still getting repairs here. This, by the way, is to go 2 laps down. on Ferrari. And there you go, over the line. Nicholas Bowe puts Max Verstappen 2 laps down in this race. But let's just watch this going towards the International Horseshoe. I want to highlight something on the very, very inside of the corner, because just look to the sort of middle of your screen there, down to where that sort of little road is. I'm not sure what it's used for, really. But it's, I think it's part of the rallycross circuit, isn't it? That bit of tarmac.
The base is actually where the motorbikes go, where they have the motorbikes here. But I see what you mean. There's like a puddle that pulls up there at the connection of the tarmac, and that must have been what that front right tire hit. We saw on the replay the front right wheel just locked, and unfortunately just lost all the grip on the front end, and he wasn't able to stop the car. Obviously, he just lost it on the rear right tire as well, so it pitched the car a little bit left into the BMW. So really not the ideal situation. But to be fair, he had the warning sign a couple of laps ago. You know, to be fair, he had that really awkward moment with the other BMW into that same corner. He tried it a second time, but unfortunately that time there just wasn't enough space on the inside. And yes, you can try and force the move, and it worked out the first time, but unfortunately the second time around it didn't work, and that's the risk that you
take. No, the leader!
Oh,
my goodness me! Nicholas Bowe has lit up the rear tyres, and he's kept himself out the wall very well there. My goodness me! Scuderia Ferrari Esports in big trouble there, and just unlapping himself is Sean Campbell. Grin and Go are back on the lead lap after a huge spin of the bus stop chicane. This race doesn't know where to turn at the moment. 6 hours and a half remaining, and Nicholas Bowe there did a very good job of keeping himself out of the wall at the bus stop chicane.
This race is turning into quite something at this moment in time. They're obviously feeling the pressure of each other. They're putting the pressure on each other. Mistakes are happening way too deep into that first apex. Way too deep. So lucky not to go in the wall there. A bit of car control as well, but definitely a whole lot of luck that that car is still facing the right way. And they are now less than a lap in the lead as Grid and Go 001 managed to get past them in all of that. The number 20 still down pit road. That is interesting as well, so a lot of damage on that car, and they are going to be there for a little while, it seems. So Ferrari, in their first time in the GTPs, the car only recently joining the service as well. They're putting their big names up there. They're trying to get the victory, but they almost threw it away.
My goodness me. And we've had a change for third as well. The Apex Racing team are now third in this race. There they are. It's Ferrari 1, 2, 3 at the moment. Oh, sorry, 1 and 3, I should say. They're not in a Ferrari, the Grid and Go team. I'm just losing my marbles. 3 laps down, the number 99. Former winners of this race overall, but they are quite a long way off this time round. Max Verstappen, as far as I can see, still in the pit lane for Team Red Line. But you heard the audio there when we were on board with the Ferrari there, as it was spinning through the bus stop chicane. The way that Bowe just slammed the throttle on there, spin up the rear tyres, spun himself around again, but that didn't matter. He kept himself out the wall. He almost floored it in a similar way you would with a front-wheel drive car when you sort of slide it around and you want to sort of snap it back the right way again. But only on this occasion, he almost wanted to spin round, because if he didn't, if he locked the brakes there, he would have slid straight across the surface of the road, straight across the water, and straight into the wall.
Yeah, that's a very good point. And I mentioned when we saw the replay as well, definitely a bit of skill there, because basically you're pushing the car away from the wall. Obviously, when you're spinning, though, it is a little bit of a lottery. This is one issue that we've seen actually with quite a few crashes today. I don't know if you noticed, Ewan, but a lot of people, they have that little bit of an issue, then they just lock the brakes, and all you do is you slide in a straight line at whatever trajectory you're going in. If you actually try to keep the wheels rotating, that is eventually how you obviously keep the car. And, ironically, Max is, to be honest, in real life, one of the best drivers at saving them. If we go back to even years ago at Brazil, but I say that, he's kept it on the road, but he's obviously not quite comfortable in that car just yet as he gets back out there with damage.
Goodness me. Now, did he go for only requireds, or were there any requireds, first of all? Or did he do it all? You'd imagine that they were no better than to leave the optionals for later, but, you never know at this stage. I think just over 7 minutes in the lane is the time, as we just saw there. So Max Verstappen with a lot of work to do. 4 laps down on Ferrari. It is now between Ferrari and grid and go, would you believe it? Red line all of a sudden out of the picture. They may not even get a podium at a race they just don't seem to be able to win overall.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned that. Some would say you cursed them half an hour ago when you said they've never won the top category. Well, it looks like they may not again. Having said that, who knows? Maybe the cars ahead are going to crash as well. The issue for them now is it's not like it's a spin and they lose half a minute or a minute. They're now 4 laps down. That is a lot of time to catch up, even if there's a small issue once again. Oh, that's a bit deep once more. I know they take a wide line, but that's definitely a little bit more than they would have wanted. So definitely the wetness out on the track is off onto the grass again, just being quite tricky actually for the drivers to get back in the rhythm. But I'm sure if we give him another few laps, he'll be absolutely fine, just trying to feel out where it is again. And I'm sure he's a bit annoyed at himself and is pushing at the absolute limit. Once again, still off into the grass a little bit. I mean, he's not being cautious at all, but that is why he's the world champion, I guess.
This is exactly what the world champion does. I mean, you've got to get back on the horse immediately, and even if it is booking you around, trying to throw you off, you've got to get back on it again. And you know that's exactly what he's doing at the moment. Not just easing itself back in again, but just straight back on the limit again. And I'm sure any of these drivers would do the same. It's just a testament to how difficult these conditions are. I'm so glad that now we've got rain in iRacing. Waited for so long to get it, but it's so sort of nuanced in the way that it drives. There's so many things that can go wrong in a way that simply can't in dry weather. And got to remember, that's exactly what it's like in real life. You can aquaplane all the time. There's puddles that collect on the circuit, and you get yourself into trouble very quickly indeed. And I'm very glad that the rain has been modelled in this way that can catch out even the very, very best drivers. We've certainly seen that this morning.
Well, there's definitely a reason why it took so long for iRacing to come in. It's such a complex system, of course, and it takes years and years of development to get it right. And hopefully, over the last year or so, that's what we've been seeing. And it's been very interesting when we've had it come into the special events, because the drivers, they're pushing so hard to get the victory, and it's an important race for the even the manufacturers that are involved. But hopefully we can see it have some good races in the future as well. But this one is certainly being all over the place. One thing I've just noticed actually in the GTD category is that Ariel is getting a lot closer to Peshtor, is now at 6 seconds. So the 171 in your GTD is coming for that race lead. I mean, not just a short while ago, it was 20 seconds, and now we're down to 6. So that red line car is definitely looking very fast at this moment in the race. From LMP2, Jordan Johnson, 199. He's had a few issues actually in the last stint, but he's now down pit road. I wonder if they're going to swap that driver, as also Ferrari, from your race lead, come down pit road.
Here we go again. Nicholas Bowe into pit lane, and oh, hello. Followed in by Drago, I think that is, in 5th place. It is Ate Karppinen, former Williams driver, into pit lane. Nicholas Bowe with 6 hours 19 to go. May well stay in, I suppose. Oh, this is a bit awkward. Two of them pitting in directly together. The Drago car just the one slot in front of Ferrari by the looks of things. It looks like they're doing a driver change. Ate Karppinen is not going to be in that car for any longer, but Nicholas Bowe will. So down back off the jacks again. As we say, the graphic telling us that they're on dries. We are about 95% sure they're not. It would just be too difficult in these types of conditions. And the rain still continuing, by the way. It's still so heavy you can see the rain. Here is Sean Campbell in the 001. He's about halfway through his stint, so we're effectively in a similar situation to what we were before, because don't forget, Ferrari were the odd ones out, if you like. Redline and Grid and Go were on the same strategy at the front of GTP. Now, though, we've got a sort of flip-flopping strategy with two different cars. Sean Campbell will get to around half a minute off the lead here, but he will have to stop again in about 10 laps.
Yeah, it's definitely closer than what I was expecting at this point in the race. I mean, we're almost at 6 hours to go, a quarter of the race, and it seems still up in the air what is going to happen. So, I mean, that's actually a good thing, I guess, with how close the gaps are. Although you were mentioning, obviously, previous iterations of this race, the gaps have been so small in the past. So, I guess in one way, it's actually not too unexpected, but it's pretty crazy. This Daytona race. Sun has definitely risen here as well. So the night stints have definitely gone. Of course, it's one of the longest nights in 24-hour racing, because we do the race obviously in basically winter. Although I have said that in Florida there isn't too much of a winter, but definitely compared to the likes of all these summer races that we're going to get at, the Nordschleife at Spa, etc. We do them when you have just 8 hours of sun. But or daylight, I should say. But let's see how it goes when we get to those. For now, at Daytona, we got half a minute for your race lead. In GTD, it's down to 5 seconds now between Pashtor and Ariel, and of course, just the one lap in LMP2, thanks to some issues for the 199.
Yeah, it's a recent pit stop for Apex Racing Team that has decisively put them a lap down just for the moment, but it really is just for now, because WSR will be making their pit stop pretty shortly. 34 seconds, the gap comes down. Gap continues to come down as Bo goes very wide, but they do that. Not too much to be worried about there. 4.5 seconds, just less, just over 4. No, it's tumbling down, less than 4. Goodness me, look at the tower on the left-hand side. Williams Esports losing time to Team Redline. It will just tick up back again for a moment, but this is getting close in GTD. I do wonder, though, whether if these two get together, they might be stuck together because of the slipstream that we saw earlier on, or are the wet weather conditions going to make sure that doesn't happen?
The issue is the spray around here so much at the moment. It's really difficult to follow a car directly behind, and we haven't really actually spoken about the fact of overtaking as well. I guess the GTPs will be drying up the more inside lines of some of these corners, but still it's not ideal situation to try and get past in these conditions. And the 171 is getting closer, not quite on the screen yet, just comes into shot as we pan through the bus stop. So they're definitely not right on their tail, but we're now under 4 seconds, and Pashtor must be feeling a bit of the pressure coming in. We know Williams love to, well, win this event as ever. They've done so the last couple of years, and in general, since even since the hypercar got released, they were really the fastest team in that car, to be honest. But in the GTD category, they got the #1 car here, and they are going for that victory, trying to take away after the red line domination in the category last year.
Yeah, unfortunately, the GTP doesn't look like it's going to defend its title this time around, although Jaden Munoz is back out onto the circuit again in 43rd overall, with BS Competition back in the race as well in 44th. So despite being 392 and 395 laps down, they are both back in the race as far as my timing screen is telling me at the moment. So that's good to see, but they are not, even they are not going to come back from there. I know that this race is unpredictable and we don't quite know what's going to happen next, but they're not quite going to come back from that sort of distance, I would guess. The race leader gets behind the GTD race leader, just slips through on the right hand side. There though is the Audi in the background. This is getting close for the lead in GTD, just over 2.5 seconds, and Ariel is catching relatively quickly.
Oh, he certainly is. This is getting close as we get in the pit lane, the WSR car for your race leader in the LMP2. The 223 comes in, of course, the 199 did a few laps ago, so the lead will go back under 1 lap. But by just how much, we have to wait and see until we get that car on pit exit. But this is getting rather close now. There's another over a second on the previous lap for Pashtor in the Williams Esports Racing Prodigy car. There's the 223 down pit lane, and we can definitely see Gustavo Ariel coming very quickly in the background in the 171 machine. He's looking so fast. I mean, it's really been the last, what's he now in the car? Two stints in the car, hour and a half or so. And he's really been pushing, bringing some time back to Team Redline.
The 50 did just pit, by the way, for someone asking in YouTube. That's why the gap is so small. Over the line for the GTD leaders. There's WSR Esports booking Abruzzi, I should say, in LMP2. Just make their pit stop. That's quite deep. Oh, it's wide, very wide for the #1. and Ariel is going to close in as a result of that. He does hit the apex. Beckham just, excuse me, it's not Beckham just hit at the moment. Daniel Pastor, I should say, is struggling to get to grips with this. And these weather conditions right now, he just about kept it on the road, but 1.2 seconds, he's certainly feeling the pressure, and that's not what you want at the start of a stint that Daniel Pastor is currently at right now.
Yeah, he's not feeling comfortable, is he, after getting in that car? Such a difficult situation, though. I mean, I can't even describe to you how hard it is to jump into a car in any situation, in a situation like this. Sorry, in a race like this, I should say. But especially as they saw Ariel coming for the last stint. They know what was happening, and he has to jump in, get into these wet conditions. I mean, look at the puddles out there on the track. It really is bucketing it down there, and so hopefully he's able to sort this out. But it's not easy, and then you feel the pressure of the team, and then of course of the red line coming in behind as well. It's now just over a second. The 171, I think it's inevitable they'll get to the front. Just depends when, and then obviously how big of a gap can they make at the front.
I'm feeling a bit nostalgic, by the way, about having the Audi back in the race. It's quite nice. This car, in its very first iteration anyway, was added to iRacing in 2016, something like that, 15, 17, somewhere around there. All those starting to blur into one, to be honest, the further they get away. But anyway, it was somewhere around there, and it was added with the Mercedes, which is not very much in circulation anymore either. But what a great car. Won so much in iRacing over the years. Been the top of many special events like this one, for example, and all of a sudden it's having a bit of a swan song now, a bit of a nice end to its career, perhaps in towards turn one. Puddles absolutely everywhere. You can't even avoid them. You're just going to accept that you're going to aquaplane a little bit here, but we've probably got a battle for the lead on now in GTD. The question, I guess, is does Gustavo Ariel try and pass and drive home this advantage, or does he save fuel behind Daniel Pastor?
I think he passes. I think Pastor's too slow at this moment in time compared to the Team Redline car. If there's a couple of tenths a lap between, then maybe, yes, sit behind, save a little bit of fuel, try and go another lap longer. But in this situation, I think we are going to be seeing Ariel trying to go past. The issue is, where can he do so? He doesn't want to risk crashing both of them out. They do have 2 laps to the next car behind. It's pretty crazy. You've got half a second of the race lead, and then 2 laps behind to the 005 Grid and Go car. So that's pretty wild statistics, but just showing you how the rain and this race have been. But Ariel locked into the slipstream now as he tries to find his way through. Hopefully he can just get the run down to the first corner, but you never know. Up towards the bus stop, can Pastor get a clean run, or is Ariel going to be finding his way through?
They'll be pleased there's no traffic about. He looks to the inside, does Ariel. He just wants to see where he's going, I suppose. The spray on board with these guys is very, very significant. Out of the corner they come, and that's a good run for Daniel Pastor. That was a good chicane there, and he might have just kept the lead for another lap as a result. The gap, as you can see there, goes up to 0.6 of a second, although the Audi will now start to close in. It will certainly be getting a bit of a slipstream from the big BMW. And look at the straight line speed as well. Round 3 and 4, and up towards the line. He's closing right in here, Gustavo Ariel. And if he wants to make the move on the brakes, he can do. I'm not suspecting he will, as he just looks up the inside. He doesn't go for it. He gained about 4 tenths on the straight there, and now he will tuck back in again. So he just needs a better run through the bus stop chicane, and he can have a go maybe into turn 1, maybe the International Horseshoe this time round. As he has a look up the inside, he's just trying to, again, see his line, see his braking point, seeing his turning point, because in behind somebody, you're going to struggle to see that at all.
Yeah, this is a tough, really tough situation for Pastor to be in. And of course, Ariel putting all of the pressure on as we come through in towards the Western Horseshoe. Ariel's not going to be looking down the inside just yet, but it's always quite funny when you get a battle like this. It turns into the old days of the GT battles. There's nothing really that nothing really that you can do. It's just slipstream or diving down the inside. Ariel's going to be looking down the inside. He's got LMP2 on his outside as well. Up in the inside he goes. He's going to get through, and of course the Iron car not able to find his way past. So Ariel takes the lead of GTD. That was a hard move up the inside, not the place that we would have expected, and that's probably how he got it done.
Certainly not the place you'd expect to see it, but that was Gustavo Ariel back to the best of his abilities there. Just a small gap down the inside, and he took it on the way into turn 6. Pastor now is going to try, I guess, and stay with him here, but oh dear, they all weave around into the bus stop chicane as they are going for the first time as a 2 and 1, if you like, rather than 1 and 2. Pastor with a much better run through the bus stop again, just as he had 1 lap ago, and here he goes. He's right up to the back of the Audi already through NASCAR turn 3. You're not going to get anywhere here though. If you go up to the outside, you're going to be falling backwards, I'm afraid. The Audi starts to turn on the pace, starts to turn on the straight line speed as well, as Ariel now uses some of the slipstream from the LMP2, which now just goes in front of Daniel Pastor, and so he's going to get it, but the Audi's got good straight line speed here. Pastor's not going to be able to get back down the inside, I don't think, unless he goes for a dive bomb at turn number 1, and he's not going to. That would be a little bit unsensible at this part of the race, and so it looks like as Team Redline lose one lead, they get another, and one of the prototypes there spun at turn 1.
Was that the number 19, I think it was, that literally just overtook them, and he was off at turn number 1. It didn't cause any issues for your GTD leaders, fortunately enough, but that was certainly a bit of a moment, and in the end, all was well. So Pastrol goes down into second place. Gustavo Aero gets the lead. He's chased down 20 seconds since being in that car. Let's see an issue once more. Is this the, this is the race leading LMP2. He goes wide. Now one of the Apex cars up the inside. Was he able to catch it? No, he wasn't. Goes for a spin, and in the end goes into the runoff. That is a very scary situation for the 223. He's only just got into that car. They had a driver swap at that most recent pit stop. The steering wheel going all over the place, but he's able to continue.
Was that not the second place car and lapping itself from the first place car? We'll get back to that. Number 19. Yeah, you just see that line of puddles next to the white line there. And iNet Motorsport Blue unfortunately got onto that. Thankfully, they spun to the outside of the corner and so weren't in the way of anybody else. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was the Apex Racing team trying to unlap themselves.
And that would make sense as to why he went wide as well, probably trying to let him through almost, knowing that they had the lead. But unfortunately, that basically cost him, and they've lost even more time now. So that was a scary, scary moment. Both the 199 and the 223 having issues in the last hour or so in your LMP2 category. So that is quite a crazy last hour, Ewan, that we've had. We've seen so many issues for all the teams up towards the front. You think the leaders are going to be ones that are secure, they're going to be the ones that are not making the mistakes, but actually in the end they are making the mistakes, and they're keeping this, us on our toes, and they're keeping this race wide open.
After these last 2 hours, I'm not sure who is most well placed to not make any mistakes or anything like that. It is quite a situation we find ourselves in now, and a new leader and everything. 2 new leaders in the last 2 hours. 3 new, I suppose. All 3 classes changing in the last 2 hours. Scuderia Ferrari Esports leading by 45 seconds, although they're a pit stop, if you like. They've done a pit stop, whereas Grid and Go haven't, I suppose is the best way of explaining that. WSR Esports ahead of Apex. That is a legitimate gap. Oh, and that was close as Redline there. Go around the outside of Huizingbeld in the GTD, which we've just seen the lead change in as well. Team Redline are now in the lead of this one ahead of Williams Esports. It's a noticeable difference, I think, the way that these drivers have taken to the new conditions. Gustavo Ariel got into the car just as the wet tyres were being put on by everybody, and he absolutely flew. Daniel Pastor has sort of come in as we've had a long period of wet weather running and wet tyre running now as well, and he's not been able to take to this quite like a duck to water.
Yes, definitely a lot more wet out there. Just looking at the lap times, we're about 2 seconds a lap slower than what we saw basically forward, having some issues as well. Duel Esports, they're also going wide. Yeah, that's a decent hit into the wall as well, losing the boot of that car. I think it's getting more wet out there. I really think it's getting more wet out there. We're starting to see so many more puddles, and I think maybe it's because we have half the field remaining. Yeah, a lot of yellow banded rain as well. We have half the field out there, so there's not enough cars to disperse the water. If we had double the amount of cars, there's double the amount of water per lap that is being dispersed. But that's how it goes sometimes in these races. Well, not sometimes, most of the time in these races, we have a high DNF rate. But in the end, they're continuing. Look at all the puddles there in turn 1. That is quite something. So difficult for these teams. And as we're seeing here for Pastor, he's now lost Ariel by almost 4 seconds already.
Yeah, I think this is probably the wettest the track's been this race, even though there was 3 hours of rain earlier on last night. This period of rain has now gone on for longer than that did, but we are starting to see a few signs of it ending. We've seen on that radar there that the rain did appear to have an end to it, which hasn't been present in the last few moments. So 15-20 minutes maybe conditions will start to dry, but then of course the conversation is about how quickly is it going to dry and when is the right time for dry tyres all over again. But Williams Esports will probably be wishing for that time to come a bit quicker at the moment, because Team Redline are past them and they're in the lead by 4 seconds, and there's not a lot really that Williams can do about it. They are 2 laps ahead of Grid and Go number 5 in 3rd place, but that's a little consolation. They will want to win this race. I believe a class they've never won before, Williams. They have won the last 2 overall races, but they've never won the GT class of this race. So they would very much like to do that. But Redline equally would like to be the first team in 8 years to win 2 in a row.
Wow, that is that's quite something. I guess it just shows you how unpredictable it is. These 24-hour races, so difficult to have the control and the ability just to win the races year in, year out. It's certainly quite a difficult one, but it won't be too much longer before we find our race winner. Just over 6 hours to go in the Daytona 24 for 2025 here to open the special event season, and it's been quite a spectacle with all the rain that we've had in this race. Has really been such a challenge for these drivers. We don't make it easy for them, and some people come to Daytona because they potentially think it's going to be one of the easier 24-hour races, but certainly this is quite a bit more difficult indeed, as we're seeing. Of course, Thomas Imborg here, as they also had the Williams Academy car go around is outside. They've had quite a few issues in this race, but they are all continuing on and trying their best to at least get a bit higher up the field.
6 hours to go then in the Daytona 24 hours. It is an hour in which the race has all changed. Max Verstappen making contact with the Dory Sports GTD only a lap or so, or 2 laps or so, after a pretty risky move at the International Horseshoe previously. So that has given us a new leader. The Scuderia Ferrari esports team are at the front. The gap has been growing though. 48 seconds between Nicholas Bowe and Sean Campbell, despite Bowe being on heavier fuel load. He has been stretching out the margin considerably over Sean Campbell. The Apex Racing team are back onto the podium here as they try and search for their first overall win in 3 years. They're 3rd ahead of Max Verstappen, who's still in the red line car, but he is a long way behind now as far as the lead goes. 3 laps off of the lead. Ate Karppinen is in 5th place for the Drago Racing team, and then another 11 laps further behind is the Williams Esports Academy. Jerry Lettinen is out the wheel of that one. Grid and Go a 7th, 3 laps further behind. Another minute back to Movado as Fiercely Forward have been taking a pretty long pit stop. The other Fiercely Forward car have been as well fairly recently. Patrick Wolf is back at the wheel of that one though, and he rounds out the top 10. In the LMP2 class, we've got a minute and a half effectively between WSR Esports and the Apex Racing team. Matteo Coenza in the number 16, that's the Williams Esports Academy car. He's 3rd ahead of Teslas Automotive. Then another lap back to iNet Motorsport. Cesar Esport and IFR Esports are not that far apart, but they are a long way off the rest of the field. They're in 6th and 7th. Then finally, in the GTD class, we've got Gustavo Ariel now leading the way ahead of Daniel Pastor. Ganassi Tastelum for the Grid and Go team are a 3rd ahead of PS Competition. Sim RC trying to catch them. They're in 5th place ahead of WSR Esports. But Giga Drago Racing are in 7th place ahead of Williams Gaming Club, Brassius Racing Team, and Team Huizinveld, who round out the field in GTD. I say round out the field, of course. I mean the top 10. There are still quite a few more in the race. Myself, Ian O'Leary, and Cam Roger with you for another 2 hours here at Daytona. We've taken you through to sunrise, whatever sun there is. There you can see the sky. It looks quite nice, although it is pretty overcast at the moment. And we'll be with you right the way to 4 hours to go, when the final stretch will only be just ahead of us here at Daytona. So very much hope you're enjoying the coverage of this 24-hour race, the first iRacing 24-hour race of the season. It's been very attritional, but pretty exciting as well. In the last 2 hours, we've seen every single class lead change, and that gives us a lot of excitement heading in to the next 2 hours, the next 6 hours.
Yeah, indeed. Oh, that's very tight contact being made. That's your race leading in the GTD category. Gustavo Ariel trying to slide his way through down the inside, just like his teammate Verstappen did in the GTPs on another BMW. But he was there trying to get through on some lap traffic, but unfortunately making some contact. They've got to be careful with that one. They don't want to damage the car too much, as they will obviously be quite a bit slower in a track like this, where the top speed is so important, and the aero drag, you don't have to be adding any more to that. We do now have the 001 in your GTP coming down pit lane as well, from second place. So that is quite an important pit stop to see what the gap is going to be afterwards, as there is a Pajtor now just over 6 seconds behind, but not able to capitalise on that contact being made there by Ariel.
Well, not if there's no damage, you won't know, but you know, these slight bits of contact can indeed get a lot of drag onto the car, which you really can't be dealing with at this circuit. There on the bottom of your screen is Grid and Go, they're second, and you know, I had a bit of optimism actually about Sean Campbell and that car after the crash for Max Verstappen and the gap that they had to Ferrari, but they're now back over a lap behind. And if you were watching the gap between first and second throughout that stint, you will have probably noticed at home that that gap was growing. It looks like Bo has the edge over Campbell, certainly towards the latter end of that stint. And so Ferrari very much in the driving seat here, although anything can happen, as we have just seen. They are extending their advantage, and if the pit strategy sort of flops around to this version, they're over a lap ahead, pretty comfortably a lap ahead.
Oh, indeed, and I'm sure it won't be comfortable, but that lead is certainly looking quite nice. But you mentioned, Ewan, that everyone was. You know, everything has changed basically in the last couple of hours since we've been in the commentary box. The leads flip-flopped a couple of times. You see many crashes as well, so do not get comfortable in a race like this with 6 hours still remaining in the race. We already saw the 50 there. I mean, he made such a big mistake having a big spin at the bus stop, but unfortunately was able to continue on and not to have too much damage, whereas Max there just made one tiny mistake and it cost him basically 4 laps in the end. So things can change very quickly indeed around here, but the 50 is looking strong. Of course, they were leading overnight as such, and they definitely have the speed in that car at this moment in time. But once again, the rain is absolutely pouring down. The puddles are coming out there on the track, and there's so many places out here that can catch you out.
There certainly are. There is the second place car, the Accurate. Back out onto the circuit again. The 001. They make their way over the line, try to chase as much as they possibly can in the final quarter of this one through turn 1, and a long stretch of no traffic in front of them. We've been talking all day, or all stint certainly, about the amount of cars still on circuit. Do you want to have a guess? Because this surprised me actually. Bit of a quiz. Do you want to guess how many cars finished the race last year? You can't say no, I'm asking you.
37.
35. You weren't far off.
Pretty close.
But what that does tell you, though, is that we're already sort of dipping below. Well, it's hard to know whether we're dipping below that number at the moment, because we've got a couple of cars at the moment who might be returning and whatever. And I've just seen the Drago Racing car is out at the moment. I don't know whether that fifth place car, I'm not sure whether they've had a disconnection or a crash, but on our graphics, anyway, they were shown as out of the race. and on the timing screen, we also saw the long-delayed Williams Esports and BS competition cars back out onto the circuit again in 14th and 15th place. So it could be that they're returning as well. So it's hard to know how many are still in the race, but if we're using the lowest number, the most cynical number, we're already below last year's finishing order, which I guess is expected. But the fact that we demolish half the field, even in dry race at Daytona, is quite remarkable.
Yes, it's a tough track. It really is a tough track to go racing. It's pretty simple on paper, but unfortunately, it just turns out. Well, actually, I guess it's probably the fact it's a 24-hour race as well. There's just too many variables over the course of 24 hours. You have 60 teams. Most of them have even, let's say, 3 drivers. That's 180 drivers out there on the track. Times that by 24 hours, there's a lot of things that can happen. Just one small mistake and you can have a big crash. So yeah, there's never a team that has a clean 24 hours. There's only once I ever known of a team to have a clean 24 hours in my time, many years ago, back in a different championship, and they won by quite a few laps, but literally they had 0 problems. But that was a dry race at Le Mans.
Wasn't your team, was it?
No, it was not. I think we finished something like I don't know, 20 laps down on that occasion.
Standard.
Standard procedure, yeah.
Hearing, by the way, that the Drago racing car had a DQ. Don't know whether Hugo is DC, but anyway.
What would a DQ be for?
Well, incidents, I suppose. Not entirely sure at the moment. We'll try and get to the bottom of that, but it looks like we may have lost our 5th place car here at Daytona. Although they're not 5th anymore. Ate Carpenter was at the wheel of that one, and now seems to be out of the race. We are hearing they're disqualified. We're not sure why. Maybe too long with a black flag without serving their penalty.
Yeah, I was trying to think, because if it's incident counts, obviously, you just keep racking them up. You just get more penalties. But I guess if you then don't serve the penalties, then that's probably where the issues lie. As we come back to the number 20, Max Verstappen, currently 4th place in class, 3 laps down. Of course, he's trying to catch up, actually, to the number 99 Apex car up the road. That is actually, that gap is getting pretty small now. So he's trying to get his lap back, or his position back. Was that a car off in the grass there? Or was that just the replay? But I thought I saw a car maybe just straight lining the bus stop there in the foreground. But the 20 is certainly going on. We don't know how perfect this car is, though. Had a big crash about half an hour ago or so down in towards the International Horseshoe. I say big crash, it actually wasn't that big, but the damage was quite big in the end. Yeah, it was a bit of an awkward one. He's gone back, he's repaired it, and he's back out there trying to get on to the podium. But from what I can see, it's about 10 to 15 seconds is the gap to the Apex car.
It's a battle that we'll keep an eye on as they try and get that podium back again. Last year they finished in 4th place at best, by the way, did the Red Line team. So that was with Diogo Pinto, Chris Lulham and Sebastian Job, by the way, for those who were with us. They finished 7th place also with their other car. By the way, 4th place was only a minute off the win last year, so that is going to be disappointing for them a little bit, I suppose, because a minute off the lead this time will certainly get you 2nd place, certainly get you a podium. So yeah, that's got to be a little bit disappointing for them. In 2023, they didn't really finish anywhere near the front in the overall class. I'm not really sure they gave it a proper go in GTP, but I think the GTP being the top class has helped them a bit in this race. It does seem that they have a better handle over these GTP cars than they do over the others. They certainly weren't an LMP2 team in the same way that some of the others were, and so on. So yeah, I think this has helped them a bit, but still not able to win this race as of right now. It's remarkable, really.
I mean, they've been so successful, so it's not like it's something to do with the team. It's just a tough competition, to be honest. And I think the competitiveness as well, because there's one thing when there are so many splits as we see today. That means this split is the top of the top, the absolute cream rising to the top of the iRacing leaderboards. And it's, you know, if there's only 10 splits, there'd be the potential that some of the top teams haven't come, and therefore some lower teams may be involved. But here, this is absolutely all the best drivers coming towards the front, and they, you know, the teams try and put out the best, highest I-rated teams that they can, and try and win the race. But then when you actually get into the race itself, it is difficult, and we have issues for plenty of cars out there. So as the situation stands, of course, we do have a lap lead in GTP. We do have close to a lap lead in the LMP2s as well, but the GTDs is staying very, very close indeed. Here's your LMP2 leader, the 223 for WSR Esports. Of course, not without issues though, this driver as well, spinning not too long after getting into the car, so that is why the 199 is actually back on the lead lap. And even since the spin, Dan Moore has caught down about 10 seconds. So the 199 has some speed. Dan Moore trying to do anything to put pressure once again on WSR.
Yeah, trying to recoup some of the losses really from the spin earlier on. Well, the spin and the general loss of time that the Apex Racing team suffered during the stint earlier on, and so they're a long way behind, but they are recouping some of those losses for the moment. They're just passing another car that's looking to recoup some losses as well, the number 1. That's Williams Esports, and Team Redline are now 11 seconds ahead of them. That's a very big lead for them as far as the last couple of hours of this race has gone. It's an advantage they've worked hard for, but now they can enjoy just a little bit as Daniel Pastor continues to struggle to stay with them just for the moment. I wonder whether the Audi as well will be just a little bit or is a little bit more nimble in these conditions, whether that's playing a role in this or whether it is just Redliners. There you see a very interesting different line from WSR, not wanting to go into the puddles on the outside of turn 1 as they now get a great photo opportunity. Don't hit your teammates. In fact, their teammates have been so scared by the fact of it, they've gone a bit wide, but maybe they did it on purpose. There you go, they've let their teammate through.
Yeah, that's one way to upset the team boss, is having a bit of contact with some friendly fire, but fortunately they were all okay in the end. I did notice a few laps ago, obviously Verstappen overtook Ariel as well for Redline. I noticed he was a little bit more cautious down into the International Horseshoe after making the contact twice, actually, before obviously having the issue that he did. So definitely teammates needing to be a little bit more cautious around each other. You don't put all of this effort in for a 24-hour race, because remember, it's not just today, it's also all the preparation that comes into it as well, and you don't want to ruin the team spirit with that. Here's Dan Moore in the 199, the Apex Racing team we were mentioning earlier. He's looking very fast, and their gap is slowly but surely coming down. I wonder how long it's going to take him to get to 1 minute to the race leader.
Absolutely. It seems like it's on its way though in the race over the line. 80 seconds as of right now, and look at the different line he's going to take. Very wide through turn 1, sort of sweeping, trying to keep it as much of a constant radius as possible really, and turn as little as possible as well until you absolutely have to, and then grab that apex, grab that late apex that you have to down there at turn 1. Round the outside of one of the BMWs, that's the car that Verstappen initially passed successfully on the inside the International Horseshoe before the incident. The incident that may well end up defining this race. We'll wait and see, but in case you didn't see it, Max Verstappen trying to squeeze his BMW down the inside in towards the International Horseshoe. It was a small gap. He hit a puddle on the inside, hit the Tour Esports number 3, and hit the wall as well. And that was the defining moment. It is a shame in a sense, because I would be excited to see how the strategy between Redline and Ferrari would have panned out, actually. But then again, we've seen an incident for both of them now in the top of the race. And it's a shame because when we came in, they were about 7 seconds apart, and it was a real good battle as we see the Duel Esports car
Have they
missing
done that
its.
again, or is that the same replay? Don't tell me they've done it twice. They did that not too long ago in an almost identical fashion. But I wouldn't be surprised if they've crashed there down into turn one. It's been certainly an attrition-filled race. As we're going to see another replay here. So this is the 005 grid and go. Oh my God, that's a huge spin. They're going completely the wrong way. They spin. I mean, they just do not go around heaven at all. Awkward place to stop, and they managed to get going. But that was a big moment there from the 005. Third place, of course, in your GTD category.
Yes, they are now. The way they just put themselves straight back on the circuit again, and almost in a position to carry on straight away, was quite comical. But there you go. They're a bit wide, just in front of the leaders, and the 50 had to go right round the outside there. But that was a squeaky moment for the both of them. Not much space left on the outside there for number 50, and they'll lose a bit of time, but they'll get away with it. There's been so much going on in these in the morning of this race. I've got to say, it just makes you think that any of these leads, especially the one in GTD, I've got to say, is completely flimsy, because anything that could, well, really anything can happen. I'm not sure many of the teams still left in this race haven't had an issue in these last 2 hours.
Oh, it's a tricky one. Yeah, that is for sure. The teams cannot have a perfect stint, or the drivers, I should say, cannot have a perfect stint in the car. I don't believe in these situations, and with the amount of rain that we've got, I don't think they could do 45 minutes to an hour with not a single mistake in the race. There's always going to be some little issue. You just hopefully got to have it as your mistake as small as possible. But some people have had some quite big ones. Of course, this driver as well, Nicholas Bowe, he's had a big spin coming in towards the bus stop. Of course, it's quite a while ago, probably about an hour ago now he had that, but he's still out there, still going strong. One thing I have noticed is there seems to be less water on the track, so I think the rain has sort of subsided just a little bit. The mass puddles that we're seeing are going, and therefore the amount of cars on the track and the amount of water they can disperse is finally more than the rain after a big heavy monsoon in the last 30 minutes.
Yeah, I can still see the rain, so it's not gone away completely just for the moment, but it is it might well be subsiding, and certainly the clearer periods are on the horizon now as we watch Max Verstappen into the bus stop chicane. The Falcon BMW is just the one in front of them here. They'll try and get the run on the exit. It's always important to manage that out of the bus stop chicane because of the long run down towards turn one. He makes his way through and tries to continue to catch Alex Gall at the moment, who's in third place. I'm not sure what the gap is at the moment. I can't quite see, but they're both on the same lap as things stand, and there's still plenty of time for them to try and get it back again. At least they would like a podium. There is the gap, 3 seconds at the moment. It's the closest gap on the circuit of any battle.
Yeah, and this is actually quite exciting because that was quite a bit high. I mean, that was up to about 12 seconds or so when I mentioned it, maybe 50 minutes ago. So Max definitely the faster driver of the pair, and wants to be getting back on the podium at least. He unfortunately got a couple extra laps to catch up to Peter Zuber in the 001 after this, but one step at a time. Let's go past Apex first, and he's certainly closing in. He's already caught up quite a bit just in the first sector of this lap, so he's definitely feeling good in that car. You know, we all know that he pushes to the limit anyway, so he's going to find the way to get through, but he just needs to do it cleanly this time and not lose any more for his number 20 crew. And even then, with the amount of hours that we've got left, he still has half a chance of winning this race.
Absolutely, as does pretty much everybody at the moment. If you're still in, then you've got a chance to win, I think, still. So make the way into the bus stop chicane now. Cal just had to hang back a little bit there to open out a bit of a gap and then get the run onto the banking. But you can see them in the same camera shot there for the first time. This is going to be a battle for the podium. And of course, we don't quite know just yet what the pit strategy difference is going to be between these two. Redline not on the strategy they would have planned for anymore. They're doing something completely different all of a sudden now, and that makes things ever more complicated. But for now, it is a battle that we can enjoy on the circuit. They get through there rather nicely. I think Verstappen probably pleased to get through before the international horseshoe there. It's interesting. I'm looking forward to seeing what he does next time we see a situation like that, when a GTD is on the inside-ish through the middle of the road, and just Verstappen go for the small gap down the inside. It'd be interesting to see whether he does or not.
Yeah, it always puts a little bit of doubt in your mind, I guess, when you've had a crash before. He had the warning sign the first time, he had the crash the second time of doing it. Now, at another third option, is there going to be a bit of a different story? We'll certainly find out. But at the moment, I think he's going to send it, because he's trying to get past Apex, and even though the gap is big ahead, you still want to do it as fast as possible. And with just a tiniest bit of distance slipstream, he might just sneak under 1 second before we get towards the bus stop, but definitely by the time we get towards the start finish line, he's going to be way closer, and in the next lap he is going to be right on the back of the Apex Ferrari, just in front of him. There's Alex Gall in the 99, who's sat there in third place for a little while now, but Max obviously on his way back. And you can see the spray. That's pretty crazy. So the spray is about a second or so behind the cars, and trying to find your way through can be difficult. I say that though, he comes down pit road along with his Audi teammate of Gustavo Aero, leading the way in GTD.
And they managed to get away without hitting any puddles and smashing into the wall. So they both get in successfully this time around. I guess that means that the incident is nearly an hour ago, which is quite remarkable. But the lead changes in GTD, and Redline will lose that just for the moment. There is Daniel Pastor. I don't see at the moment, though, what he can really do to turn the tide on this one. Daniel Pastor is continuing to lose time, or did lose time anyway in that stint. I mean, he's on low fuel now, but he still was losing time to Gustavo. I guess the best he can hope for is that they change driver in Team Redline and someone gets in who he's faster than. I don't see what else he can do.
Yeah, the issue, respectfully, has been since Pastor's got in the car. That is also compared to Ariel getting in. So Ariel, I think, was a lot faster, and then Pastor was obviously a bit slower as well. So it's kind of like both at the same time. And obviously, we're talking, you know, a couple of tenths a lap. That sort of factor is not like his, seconds lap slow and shouldn't be here. It's just, the fine margins matter in these situations as the two Redline cars exit the pit lane at the same time, which is very interesting that the GTD GTP pit stops are basically identical as Max goes around the outside of his teammate there. But for Williams, Pastor just needs to see if he can find that extra tenth or two a lap, and then he'll be back going, and he definitely knows what he's doing at this level, so it's not a problem at all. But Williams definitely going to be losing just a little bit of time in this stint.
He's been having better runs through the bus stop chicane, as we've just seen there. He's got the line absolutely right for that, but I'm afraid the straight line speed has been a bit of an issue, and all the other corners, to be honest, as well, have been an issue for Daniel Pastor and this team. But here they come in pit lane, the BS competition car in as well. Because everybody came in for wets at the same time, we're almost lined up here as far as strategy goes. There will be a few who are out of sync with the rest, but we're pretty much lined up. Just over 5.5 hours to go, and they really are going to be taking aim at the end of this race now, and what strategy they want to use to get there. Into the box goes Pastor. Does he decide to stay in that car or not? Up on the jack, I guess he's going to have to, really. He's only been in for one stint, so he's not going to be getting out right now. He's going to carry on. As the other BS competition car, this is the 89 that's returned to the race, smacks the wall again at the International Horseshoe.
Yes, BS competition not having the day that they would have wanted. They get back out on track, they get up bright and early, they have their toast, and they come racing once more, but unfortunately they hit the wall, and it's just not the day for that squad. Unfortunately, the Zebras not having anywhere near the success they would have hoped for in this race so far. So yes, we're seeing obviously the Red Line team retake the lead in GTD thanks to Williams being back down pit road. Oh, big slide there for the 50. That was a wonderful catch actually, but definitely a bit of a heart racing moment.
Can we agree to start calling the BS competition zebras, by the way? Is that something we can? Is that a campaign we can start?
I believe when we were speaking to Florian yesterday, he said zebra. So
he did as well.
That.
But when do people learn English? They learn American English normally. Sometimes.
Yeah, but that's how they call it. So that's how I'm calling it.
Fine. It's not a double E though. Why is it a zebra?
I don't have the answer to that. That is not in my realms, but that's how it is, unfortunately.
Z-E-B-R-A.
It is a zebra, but they call it the zebra.
Maybe it's to distinguish between the animal and the cars.
The cars?
Yeah. So the animal's a zebra, and the car's a zebra. There you go. That's just.
This is a proper 8 a.m. and a 24-hour race discussion. I can tell you that much for free.
It is, yeah. Have we got an exciting race on as well? Just making conversation. 14 seconds is the new gap in GTD, by the way. The new gap in LMP2 is a lap, but I suspect that will come back again when WSR Esports come in. As I mentioned earlier on, everybody's been pretty lined up actually by the rainfall, the increased downpour that came about 50 minutes ago or so, maybe a bit longer. Everybody pitting in at the same time. And so in each class, they're effectively lined up, and the strategies are lined up as well. However, since the problems between in GTP with Redline and so on, Ferrari and Grid and Go are not lined up quite in the way that everybody else is. They are in LMP2 though, and so WSR Esports now come into the pit lane. There is Grid and Go trying to chase Peter Zuber, trying to do that. But yeah, we'll see in a few moments' time quite what that gap is in LMP2, because I think that's the one that's trending towards 0 at the moment.
Yes, indeed. Some of these gaps ebbing and flowing over the course of the race. Of course, nothing ever stays the same, as we're seeing. Oh, the 26 Academy car, massive hit into the wall down the inside. That car is going to have a lot of damage. Oh my word! On the front end, the front clip just gets sent off, and that front left wheel, similar to what Max said. Actually, the wheel just not turning at all, unfortunately. So the Ferrari from the lead are down pit lane. We've also got the lead in LMP2, Isaac Phelps to WSR down pit lane as well. So a lot of changes, as you say, and this is roughly the time where the rain got pretty heavy, so everyone stopping at a similar time with just a lap or two's notice. But I don't think Zuba's going to be getting too much closer. Of course, he'll get his lead lap back, but yeah, it won't be too much less than that.
And in fact, the gap going the right way as far as Ferrari are concerned. The gap initially was about 35 seconds, I think, before. In this cycle of the pit stops, and I'm afraid for Grid and Go, it's been going absolutely the wrong way, to the tune of about 3/4 of a minute right now. 1:07 is the margin between the first and second cars in LMP2. Isaac Phelps out the pit lane, but Dana Moore has been doing a great job here to close that margin. That spin, I suspect, at the start of the stint, was it Isaac Phelps at the wheel? It wasn't, was it? So I've forgotten who was in the car before because I'm quite tired. I apologise profusely to whoever it was, but I don't think it helped their stint that very early on they got unlapped and spun in the same manoeuvre.
Yes, I think I can never pronounce it, but is it Hiliahau? Is how you, that's how you pronounce it. He was in the car at that time, but did he only do one stint then? I think he only did one stint, because obviously Isaac is back in the car, who was very fast early on. They've seen the speed of Dana Moore in the 199. And they are trying to sort this out. I mean, Dana Moore getting so close to 1 minute already. That is really a big change. Oh, that's a dive down the inside. Contact being made. The number 3 car being absolutely sent. That's Vuncher at the wheel of that one, being sent off to the side. Fortunately, he's able to keep it on the track, but that was way too aggressive from Dana Moore. We saw that coming even before the braking zone. There wasn't quite going to be enough space. He tried to make it work, and that just shows you how much he's pushing.
It does. Perhaps too much, to be honest with you. That was very much, I'm coming down the inside here. I don't really care whether you like it or not. And well, it worked that time. But you just wonder and worry whether, if he does that for another 5.5 hours, whether this car will even make it to the end. Never mind make it in the lead of the race. But there you go. It says, as you say, a lot about how much they're pushing here, how badly they want to win this race, and what that they're willing to do to try and get there. But it's perhaps too aggressive that time around. It's effectively a battle at the moment. In case you've not been with us recently, it's a battle between the last 3 winners of the Daytona 24 Hours in LMP2. 2022, the Apex Racing team won overall and in LMP2, with one of the first 4 driver teams to win in quite a while. It's or in a year, I should say. Sorry, they ended the 1-3 driver team the previous year. Then the year after that, they won again, but that was the second class then. Another 4 driver team then the WSR Esports Bookkeeper team won last year. So these 2 teams have won the last 3 editions. It looks like they're going to win a 4th between the 2 of them, but we're not quite sure which of the 2 is going to manage it just yet.
Certainly not. Dan Moore's coming in fast, but if he keeps on taking some risks like that, I guess he's going to gain some time here and there. But he puts the risk on the car. I guess as a driver, your job is to calculate that risk and try and find the way through as he goes to the outside of one of the grid and go cars. We do see the hypercars, the GTPs, just flying around the outside of that Western Horseshoe. For the LMP2s, it's obviously a little bit less speed, so they have to try just that little bit harder to get through, but he's all good for now, and he's just lap by lap he's gaining time, and he's getting so close to that 1 minute mark. I'm sure when they're within that 1 minute mark, he'll love it. As all fiercely forward Silver, the 28 car, did he just go a bit wide there and have to slow down? I don't know if there was a spin prior to that, but he's got back going, but losing some quite important time.
Looked like he just went a bit too deep. Stopped himself before the wall, and that was that for them. That fiercely forward Silver car, I've got to say, is not very silver, which is a bit of a downside. They're 8th and 9th, by the way, the fiercely forward team at the moment. We have got a spot open in 10th place, by the way, because the Drago Racing team are slowly dropping down the field. Williams Esports Academy are in the pit lane at the moment. I think it's Door Esports who are next, and they're trying to catch up. So we could have a car. Yeah, there they are. Dory Sports in the Acura. So they are currently 11th and 12th. They're trying to get ahead of Williams Esports Academy first, but we could have a car inside the top 10 over 40 laps down, and I'm not sure that has happened since the very earliest days of this race.
Yeah, that's quite something with just how difficult this race has been. We've certainly seen a lot of DNFs. I mean, I just went to check back the live time and scrolled down a little bit further, and I realised it is a long list of cars that have DNF'd from this race. I mean, there's still plenty of traffic and plenty of action out there. Just imagine what it would be like if we had double the amount of cars at this point in the race. But from what I can say, what we were discussing earlier, we do have less cars already than what finished the race last year, and we still have 5.5 hours remaining. So I wouldn't be surprised if there's another incident or 2 before the end that collects some cars, especially if it doesn't dry up, because it's been raining for a long time now.
I think it will dry again if the rain stops, and that's the big question. We've got enough time left to get the rain to stop and the conditions dry again. This is Inet Motorsport, who have gone for a spin. What a disappointing last 3 hours this has been for them, from leading this race. Suddenly they are, as of about 2 hours ago, never crashed in the pit lane. Now they are down in 5th place. A real shame. By the way, I say since the very earliest days, actually the first days we had GTPs, we only had 8 finish at the front, and we had 2 LMP2s in the top 10, and so they were over 40 laps down. So I'm not sure that really counts, but you know, I might count it. It's either way, a lot of laps, and that might be what we're about to see in GTP this year as well, as we close in on the finish of the iRacing Daytona 24 Hours. This is the LMP2 leading WSR Esports car. And I think it might have been a good idea, actually, to put Isaac Phelps in, as they have done, because he just seems to have stopped the time loss here. He's not extending, he's not regaining that time again, but he is stopping Apex from gaining any time, which I guess all you have to do when you're a minute in the lead.
Yes, indeed. They are easily the fastest LMPs. No one is catching them up from behind. But yes, definitely a tough one when you have this sort of two-car battle. All you're doing is battling the guy behind you. That's all you're focusing on, really, as the position number 3, Williams Esports Academy LMP2, now comes down pit lane as well, the number 16 entry. But for the top 2, they're just going to focus on each other, and around the outside is going to be for the 223 this time around for WSR. And I think Dan and Moore will slowly catch up over time, but as you say, Isaac Phelps, he's got the speed in that car at the moment and is really working out well. And to be honest, I mean, it's a slight side note, but these two drivers, you know, and one of the other series you have here on iRacing is the British Formula 4 esports competition in the autumn of the year, and over the last, well, it's actually sort of back end of last year of 2023, where we saw these drivers competing in not even in that championship, but the support series to that in the Formula Fords, the FF 1600s, and then all of a sudden they jump up to the top split in the Daytona 24 just a year later, and they're right at the front. So really showing the development that these drivers can do, and fair play to WSR and to Apex for picking up some younger drivers and really pushing them forward.
I have a theory about lower level single-seater drivers doing well in LMP2. I don't know what it is that's similar about these two cars, or that type of car and an LMP2, but for some reason a lower level single-seater sort of driver, like, you know, someone who drives the F4 for quite regularly, seems to enjoy the LMP2 quite a lot. I don't know if there are any similar characteristics really for the two of them, but it just seems to me that, yeah, there's something in that, you know, that this car behaves somewhat similarly, and maybe the lack of power compared to a GTP is something that is similar to a lack of power, you say, in an F4 car as opposed to an F1 car, which a lot of people find just too fast, to be honest, and I would probably count myself as one of them. I don't know, maybe that's just a coincidence that or maybe they're just good drivers, to be honest, and they can do multiple things. That's entirely possible as well.
I think it may be something to do with the downforce. I guess in the Formula Fords that they were driving, they'd done on wings. But if you come from, say, like a Formula 4, I don't know exactly, but I would assume the lap times aren't too much slower. The general concept is there with the downforce, with the weight. So quite an interesting one, to be honest. And it's a great place to start, though. The LMP2, I really think, is a great place to start. The GTD, although it's the slowest category, I actually like it when you have more experienced drivers in there. It makes it so much more predictable for the traffic and things like that. So yeah, not too bad indeed for those guys to jump up, and they're now batting for the lead. But actually, you are right. Phelps is pulling away. He's gained a couple of seconds in the recent laps, so that was a great decision by WSR to put him back in.
Yeah, I think so. As we go back to the number 22 car here in GTD. Oh, hello, that was close. One of the that is the WSR car. I'm trying to just peek down the inside there. Nearly didn't quite work, but get away with it, and they can pass now through the chicane instead before the International Horseshoe. This is a car that's just got another lap down, by the way, because there you can see Daniel Pastor just in behind. He's still behind Gustavo Aero, and the gap extending ever more as well. Gustavo Aero, for whatever reason, has just really gotten to grips with this Audi in these conditions, and he is extending the margin. He's really driving home this advantage. And, you know, you look back on races in hindsight all the time in 24-hour races, sometimes the winning moment is a long way away, and sometimes it's not a pass. Sometimes it's a very slow evolution of proceedings that generally makes you think, you know, this stint, if you like, won the race. Well, at the moment, Gustavo Aero right now is having a race-winning stint, perhaps. I think this might be his third stint in a row, certainly his second. He's having a long run in the car, and at the moment he's been pretty untouchable. Possibly a a race-winning stint we're watching at the moment.
I completely agree with you. When we first came in, it was like so calm at the front. I wasn't even thinking of there being a battle. Now all of a sudden, 2.5 hours later, and now we are seeing it being completely the other way around. So I mean, remember, it must even be. I don't know if it's about an hour ago, maybe a bit more than an hour ago, this gap was the other way around, which means it's basically 40 seconds that Ariel has spun around since Pastrell's got in the car. So big time gain, a lot more confidence in the 171, a lot more speed, and that Audi really working out well for him. So fair play, he's back up to the front of the GTD field as it stands, and he's just comfortably pulling away slowly but surely. And of course, in terms of the lap time, I mean, we are quite a bit slow. The pace has come back. We've gained about 3 seconds a lap from when it was really wet, but we are still massively off the about 10 seconds in or 11 seconds in GTD off the dry weather pace.
Yeah, it's still a long way from dry tyres, but I think the rain is about to at least lighten in the race. It's been a long period of heavy rain now, actually, and you can see that with the conditions that we've got. It's been very tricky for everybody, but suddenly now we are starting to see a little bit drier weather. It just adds such a layer to these races. It does make it a lot more difficult, there's no doubt about that, but it adds such a layer of complexity to these races. It's been so fascinating to watch in this event, and I'm sure there'll be many more in the future in iRacing, where races are turned on its head through rain. We're only just getting started, really, as far as wet weather goes in iRacing. It's still got a lot to come just yet. It's been here for nearly a year, but so we've not quite seen it at all the special events yet. I'm sure we'll get to a stage in the next couple of years where almost every special event will have had some rainfall, and that will be that'll be good to see, I think, because just adds that level of realism we haven't quite had in the past. As we have a look at Grid and Go in second place, they are a minute and a half behind. We might be able to, this is not the second place car, but the Grid and Go car might well be a lap down very shortly. That may be the next important thing in the race.
Yeah, so yeah, just looking at some chat in the YouTube, and they're all talking about the situation of Ferrari obviously having that issue a couple of hours ago now, actually, when Nicholas got in the car. But of course, they are only leading because Redline still had that crash. They would have still been in second place. So you have to remember that one as well. And talking of that, so Verstappen obviously back in the car. Well, obviously it's about an hour ago now that he had that crash, but back in the car after that with the repairs and trying to chase down. Still in that fourth place. He is obviously, he was getting close to the Apex car in third place not too long ago. Then he had his pit stop, but the Apex car will be pitting in the next sort of 5 laps, I would say, maybe 3-4 laps. So therefore, that gap will be very close once more. Very interesting to see if Max can get that car back into third place. But of course, he would be leading otherwise, having lost about 3 or 4 laps from that crash.
Yeah. It remains to be seen. Well, it doesn't remain to be seen. We'll never know what would have happened without the issues for Ferrari and Redline now. But these are the things you got to live with. This is the drama of a race like this. Unfortunately, sometimes you don't get to find out quite what would have happened in a situation or whatever. But you know, it's been an exciting race, that's for sure. Still just over 5 hours to go in it, and Ferrari are still leading the way by a minute and a half here at Daytona in towards the bus stop chicane. Nicholas Bowe's been in for a while now, hasn't he? I wonder whether he'll be getting out at the next pit stop here, and how they're splitting the stints to the end, because I think all the teams have a pretty good idea as to how they're aiming for the end of the race. All of their pre-race strategies will have been thrown up into the air entirely, and now a new one will be remade, but I think they might have an idea as to how they're going to go for the end of the race with just over 5 hours left.
yes, from this point, I would be surprised to see more than 2 more drivers in the car. So sort of the next round of pit stops, maybe at the end of the next tyre stint, then yeah, you'll probably change the driver. They'll go in for 2 to 3 hours, and then you'll have the final driver for the final 2 to 3 hours, depending exactly how you want to split that up with the strategy. So yeah, I don't think we'll be seeing too many more drivers in the car. Having said that, a lot of the teams only have 3 drivers, so maybe that'll be total for 3 drivers back in the car to the end of the race. But the ones with 4 or even 5, maybe on the top split, but the ones with 5, definitely a couple of drivers who have already done their stints for today, and they can do no more, and they just have to watch on them with their teammates. But for now, we look at the number 50 race leader, and I would assume that Bo is going to come out at the end of the next stint as such. He's been there for a little while now. He's leading by 1.5 minutes to the 001 grid and go-kart, but of course the strategy ebbs and flows with when they made their pit stop, and you can never get too comfortable being in the lead like that.
And here they go through the bus stop chicane. You're mentioning about the amount of drivers left to put in the car, by the way. I don't know if you saw this tweet from Drago Racing before the race began, seeming to suggest that all 4 of their cars are going to be driven by just 2 drivers each. So instead of going for 1 GTP entry and 1 GTD with 4 drivers in each, they've gone for 4 cars with just 2 drivers in each, which seems remarkable to me. Unfortunately, I think I'm not sure they're all out of the race. The number 6 certainly is in GTP, but we'll figure out who's still in the race and who isn't in a moment. But 2 drivers in all 4 cars seems pretty extraordinary, really, to even be attempting.
Yes, and I can say from experience that 24-hour with 2 drivers is not a lot of fun. You don't really get much rest, even with 3 drivers. To be honest, getting the rest is the tricky part, and really at that level, you do need someone else to be in with the team. I mean, unless you're happy to have a driver out there on their own, especially in the night stints, but getting the rest is the important factor, because if you just do double stint swap, double stint swap, double stint swap, then you're not really getting any prolonged rest. And I guess that is part of the charm of a 24-hour, but certainly not pleasant. So 4 drivers really is quite nice, actually, because if you each go for you got 3 other drivers to do double stints, then you could even have 6 hours of rest, or at least you probably get 4 hours of sleep in that time, and that can be very, very helpful. Indeed, as some sun is actually starting to come out. There's a little bit of shine on the track there through NASCAR 3, so maybe we will get a bit of a brighter finish here at Daytona, as we see Peter Zubin, the 001 car, 1.5 minutes off the lead, chasing down, well, he's trying to chase down Nicholas Bowe.
Yeah, unfortunately, he's going to be seeing him in his rearview mirror before long, certainly before he sees him in his front, I would have thought. But let's see on that. You can see the Ferrari in the background, and quite an important moment in this race is upon us again, as another leader in a class looks to put a lap over second place. It's 2 teammates get together here. I think that's the 5 car that they're just in behind. There is the radar. Every time it looks like it's just going to stop raining, it just starts again, and well, the more rain appears here. That's over the course of the next 15-20 minutes or so, that little box there. So we're into a period of lighter rain. Well, that's not going to dry the circuit very quickly, and then that next green bit certainly isn't going to dry the circuit very quickly.
And at the end of the day, if it's raining, it's raining, to be honest. It's just still adding more wetness to the track, and therefore the drivers will be on these wet tyres for a long, long time indeed, because even if it starts drizzling, the track is already pretty saturated. It'll just keep adding to that. At some point, we may end up drying out the track, but it really needs to stop drying for that, especially with how little cars are left compared to the start of the race. It is going to take a little while for that track to dry out. I see Verstappen has ended up in 3rd place as well in the GTP category. So he's been able to get through. I wouldn't be surprised if that's also due to Apex coming down pit lane. But either way, he's back into third place and he's now chasing down the top two. Peter Zuber comes into the pit lane. Ball a spin there for the number 069 Drago car. That's a really awkward place. Hopefully he can get that one going as quickly as he can, and not able to wasn't able to be stopped in the Apex for too long. So that is very nice indeed. That can always be a bit of a tricky one. But yeah, there goes Max up the inside of the iNet LMP2 and continues his way on. He is 3 laps down though to the leader, so basically 2 laps down on Peter Zuber. So that's about 3 minutes he needs to make up.
Yeah, it's a long way, but anything can happen, as we've seen in the last 3 hours. All 3 of the leads changing as sunrise, well, whatever sunrise we got here at Daytona got to us. We saw, or I can see overcast conditions ahead. As you say, the sun was starting to poke through, but you know it's not going to go for very long here. We are going to see rain for some considerable time just yet. I think the entirety of Aston is going to be covered by rain, that's for sure. Although the wet tyres weren't being used initially. It's because the amount of spray that's kicked up right from the very beginning, it's quite hard to know when they're going to actually be able to go on to wet tyres, because, you know, as we said earlier, they were using the dry tyres for a lot longer than I would have thought, certainly.
Indeed, I think it's easier to go or to stay out on the dries for a bit too long than in this situation go back to the dries, because once you're already on the dries, you've got the temperature in them as you're driving, it starts raining and you can just kind of keep going. But when it's the other way around and you put them on, then you have to build up the temperature, but the track is naturally cooler with the water on the track. Certainly a difficult situation, and something for the drivers to decide really with how they want to play it. We saw a lot of risk being taken a couple of hours ago with drivers staying out on the dry tyres. They definitely stayed out too long, I would say. We saw a lot of crashes about 2 hours ago. That's a big hit. The 22 getting punted from behind, and that is not the ideal situation. They looked like they were just on the racing line normally, but big contact from behind.
Verstappen is being hit there by WSR by the looks of things there. And that was seemingly not at a moment you really expect, to be honest. As we look at the last lap times here, Ferrari car going 38.0, and I mean that is an increase on the speed. Is that because the conditions are getting a bit easier, or the car is going quickly? Well, it might be both, I suppose, but difficult to know from the 001's time quite what's going on to them with them making a pit stop. That's why their time is so long. But Bo has been so quick in these wet weather conditions. Let's see what the gap time is over the line. No, we're not going to. But I think apart from the obvious, which is the Team Red Line crash, Ferrari have really deserved this lead because of the pace they've shown in these wet weather conditions. They have had very good speed. It's not like they've been handed this lead through other people's mistakes only. They have been able to put on their own speed here, and that is also a big part of this story as to how they're in the lead.
Absolutely, and you can't forget they were in the lead before any of the shenanigans, we'll call it, happened. So they definitely have the speed. They were obviously doing the right strategy overnight as well, and when we obviously came into the commentary booth, they were leading. Ola Steinbraten at the wheel. A couple of issues here and there for both cars, and this is the situation that we've ended up in with the 50 leading the way. So that is certainly a strong performance from the Ferrari in the first special event. Great to have the the official Ferrari esports team as well coming in to use their new car to the platform. Here are some lap times from Nicholas. Actually, just trying to see just how consistent is he over the last few laps. I guess it depends on traffic. That's the biggest factor. But on average, high 37s, low 38s, a couple of higher ones maybe when he hits a bit of traffic. But that's actually fairly consistent considering the conditions.
Yes, but that does, I think, show that actually these conditions are a bit better than when Team Redline were leading earlier on, and then that rain came down fairly heavily, and at that stage I think the track was wetter. You can see it there through turn 1. I think you mentioned it a couple of moments ago. The amount of puddles at turn 1 is down slightly compared to where it was before. These puddles towards the International Horseshoe are going away a little bit as well. The track is still very wet, and it's still wet weather conditions, that's for sure, but the puddles are going away, and we might be not that far away from seeing people try and search for some wetter parts of the circuit to use. This is the last stint, I suppose, for Peter Zuber. The last 2 lap times obviously encompassing a pit stop, but you can just see the general trend of lap times just that little bit slower, and no 37s like we've seen from Nicholas Bowe at the front.
Although the general trend is getting faster as well. Look, the first few laps are in the 40s to 41s. We're now down to 38s, 39s. So the track is drying up a little bit by a few seconds, and therefore maybe a little bit easier. You could definitely see turn 1 there, way less puddles out there on the track. So yeah, they're slightly better conditions, but I mean, this is just a tough one for the drivers as we get close to 5 hours remaining in the race. So 19 hours almost complete, and therefore the drivers and the teams will start to be thinking about the end of the race a little bit early potentially, but they will start to be having a rough idea of what they want to do. Oh, spin in the foreground as that is one of the Drago cars maybe spun right across the track. Williams having to avoid that one, and yeah, 7th place in GTD, 6 laps down, but still just going a little bit deep onto the marbles, and then the spin really was because of the wet grass. Unfortunately, everyone was able to avoid a couple of the grid and go cars, and then Williams as well.
Yeah, the grid and go car very nearly got hit directly there as it spun onto the circuit again, but thankfully everybody gets away with it, and they'll all continue on into the West Horseshoe again for the Ferrari, so easily around the outside. Such an impressive overtake to make, if you like. An impressive way to put a lap on someone around the outside. There's the 2 leaders of this race. It's Nicholas Bowe versus Peter Zuber. So 60 seconds. I suspect that's the gap between them, plus a lap, if you like, and that suggests nearly 2 laps. I know that Ferrari haven't made a pit stop yet, but that just shows you how far in the front they are in this race at the moment. They're a long, long way ahead of the rest of the field. The pole sitters in control of this race, but with 5 hours to go, we know we've got to add the caveat, still anything can happen.
Certainly can. It can change around very quickly. A lot has happened in the 3 hours now, Ewan, that we've been in the booth, and a lot can happen therefore in the 5 hours that we have remaining in the Daytona 24 of 2025. As we come to start another lap, it's Nicholas Bowe for the Scuderia Ferrari HP Esports team. They are leading the way as they have done for quite a while now. A few issues over the course of the last few driver stints, but it seems to be all under control. Once again, they've got the lead from the 001 grid and go entry by over a lap. That will fluctuate as a slightly off strategy, so it will go under a lap every now and again, but they are in a very, very nice condition and doing such a good job in this situation. I am interested as to when they're going to make the next driver swap though, because Bowe's been quite a while. Was that some teammate on teammate contact? And oh no, it wasn't actually. I thought it might be a WSR car, but it was their LMP2 at least making some contact.
Yep, they're GTD, actually just the next car up the road from that, but it was Dory Sports who were in the BMW who got smacked. I'm not sure whether there was contact. There may have been. It's a very... They've been through the ringer, haven't they? The number 3. That's the second bit of contact they've had in the last hour or 2. That's... was that contact? Yes, it was. WSR Esports Abruzzi, who are leading in LMP2, making contact with Dory Sports, and that looks pretty careless, really.
Yeah, trying to go to the left-hand side, which is kind of the natural way around that corner, but it was too late. You either have to do it really early, get the GT to commit and hold the inside line, or you have to do it right on the exit of the corner when naturally they're moving over to the right for the next corner. But that was in that awkward middle point. The lines crossed over, and as we go over the 5 hours remaining in this race, Mark, another car is spun around.
Yeah, shame for Door Esports, but as I say, they've really been through it in the last few hours. That was the car that Max Verstappen made contact with as he tried to make this move on this corner here towards the inside the International Horseshoe. So the gap in LMP2 now is under a minute as the Apex Racing team try and catch back up again. Effectively, I think we can almost offset the last 2 stints, because 2 stints ago they lost quite a lot of time quite quickly as the gap started about 45 seconds. This time round, Apex have gained all that time back. So the last 2 stints almost offsetting each other, but in some ways you're only as quick as your slowest driver. So that doesn't look great for the Apex Racing team at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, these things do ebb and flow over the course of the race, of course. And as you say, it depends what order you do your drivers in, and that also depends as to when your competitors put their drivers in, because it's impossible to have 4 drivers or 3 drivers. Oh, they're saying, oh, those lines are going to collide. The number 3 is having an absolute nightmare as the 18 is very, very awkwardly on the inside there. All the drivers, oh my word, through the middle there. That might be the WSR car having an absolute time of it as it stands. Oh my word, the drivers really pushing the limits, but that is just the point proven there, that things can happen very quickly and they can change around in an instant. So yeah, that's why you've got to have your best driver in when you can, and if you do have a driver who's a little bit slower, you've got to strategically place their stints where possible.
The number 3 must be wondering how on earth they can stop people from crashing into them, because at the moment they're being hit from all angles, from all classes at the moment as well. Someone in YouTube chat is changing the subject completely. How do you like your eggs?
I like a fried egg. See, this thing, right? When you go to America, as I see in the chat here, they talk about like a medium egg. It's not a steak, right? It's either cooked or it's not. Also, it depends what you're having. If you're having a sandwich, I do like to give it a little quick flip for a couple of seconds, not to fully cook the yolk, but just to make it not quite so runny so it doesn't go all over your hands. But yeah, it's got to be a fried egg. I don't really like a poached egg. Don't know about you, don't really like a poached egg. Scrambled I can get away with, but poached, not for me.
I'm of course allergic to eggs, so...
Oh yeah, you are.
Which you have forgotten about 3 times this week.
I do forget because I have a lot of eggs, so I do forget about that. But yeah, eggs is the prime topic at this time of the day.
It is just 8:45 in Europe, and probably... well, it's very early in America, isn't it?
Yeah, to be fair, especially if you're on the East Coast, I mean, it's silly o'clock in the morning. This is the proper graveyard shift for them as they go through the night. So thanks for joining us, of course, here on the various channels that we are putting this out to. It's great to see, and I guess Daytona is the one of the biggest events, and great to see all the numbers in the comments as well.
What are they talking about? Easy and medium eggs? I don't.
This is what I'm saying.
Okay, fine.
It's how they do it, but it's just how much is fried basically. So I guess, and also you have overs if you want to flip it. It's very confusing.
What?
When I went, what's the place called? I can't remember. One of the breakfast places, can't remember. But they come over and they say to you, and as a British person, I just want a fried egg.
Anyway, we'd like to go off topic sometimes. We can't talk about the race for all 24 hours, otherwise, we'll run out of things to say. The Apex Racing team have just come in at LMP2. The gap has just gone back to a lap or so. Daniel's been driving well since he got into the car, but as I said earlier, he can't do the whole rest of the race. So, I suppose he could. It's not illegal, but you know it's unlikely. So they do have a bit of problem in that, in who they're going to hand over to. This is the Williams Esports Academy. That is a mistake they've made before, and not that long ago as well.
Yes, yes, indeed. The mistakes coming thick and fast over the course of the stints. The drive's really struggling to have clean stints here. And I was checking a couple of the other things as well. One thing I'm really interested to see is, I think in terms of GTD, and I think you might agree with me, that I think Williams need to swap out Pashto in that car, because they've lost well over, or at least about a minute now, since Ariel has got in the car and then Pashto has got in the car at the same time. So they really need to sort that out, because I don't think they're winning this race if they stay on this trajectory.
I do not either. I agree. There it is, Gustavo Ariel. 27 seconds at the head of the race with 4 hours 54 to go. We're getting to the stage of the race now where you can start to calculate how much time you need to gain per lap, and sometimes that can actually get a bit scary when you start to think of it like that. At the very minimum, we're going to have 150 laps to go, probably more though in GTD. But even if it's 150 laps, that's what, 3 tenths a lap? No, 2 tenths a lap. Already, that's quite a scary prospect, considering the amount of time remaining, the amount of laps remaining. To have to do that again and again and again and again, quite a short circuit, it is pretty scary.
You say that, but Ariel's done it over the course of 2 hours, and now they've got 5 to do it. So it is possible, and that just shows you, actually, when you say it like that, the speed of Ariel, that means his gain was somewhere close to half a second a lap on average, which is a big number, especially in something like this. We do have some pit stops. We've got the 005, your third place in GTD down pit road, and I think a couple of other moves there as the next round of pit stops. Here he is, actually, Miguel Costa, as he's obviously working his way back out onto the track.
Yeah, this is perhaps first podium for Acura. Oh no, red line and Max Verstappen perhaps in the wall again. Oh my goodness, it's the International Horseshoe which has reared its head for the world champion. He's gone off on himself this time. Max Verstappen hits the wall at the International Horseshoe for the second time in just a couple of hours. He'll be hoping there's less damage this time round. He just passed the BMW, but it wasn't a pass on traffic this time round. He just broke too late, gets into the grass, no stopping himself. He gets into the wall again.
That really is going to kill their chances of a win. Having said that, it didn't actually look like that much of a hit on the wall, so he might be okay in terms of the damage repairs, but just a lot more time lost. They got looped again in the process of this as well, so really not ideal. Has he had further issues? There must be damage on their car. Yeah. There must be damage. He's going to have to come in. I think this is race over in terms of winning the race. I don't see. Oh yeah, the front left wheel is completely bent out of shape. I don't see, because this is now a second issue that they've had as well. Even if Ferrari have one crash, then they're going to be able to hold on to that as Max goes over the bus stop, trying to get back to pit lane as fast as possible.
He's getting quite good at this now. He's had practice, and unfortunately, he's doing it again. Well, he had that incident in Italy, and he had rescued the podium. He got back to third, but as you were saying, I think that's all gone now into the pit lane. Stops himself just in time for the line. Now, what's the gap to the Apex Racing team at the moment? It's not going to be large, so Apex should get back to the podium again here. They are on the same lap after all, so it can't be very long. And there you go already, before Verstappen's even come to a stop. He is losing third place. Definitely right about the lead of the race. Whether the podium is out of the question yet, it's difficult to say. Difficult to go too early on that one, but certainly as far as the leading goes, it's between Ferrari and Grid & Go at the moment. And Redline, in a space of just a couple of hours, are out of contention for this race. What a remarkable situation.
and especially with the mighty Max Verstappen at the wheel as well, doing the early shift this morning. But unfortunately, a couple of errors have taken them out of the lead of this race, and they are going to be, well, yeah, they're not going to get a podium at this rate, but we'll see what the speed is going to be and just how long the damage repairs is going to be, because it wasn't actually too much of a hit, but you never know what the iRacing gods are going to do for the repair times of that vehicle. It looked okay, but there was obviously quite a bit of damage. You could barely go around the West Horseshoe. So, of course, while he's down pit lane, everyone else on the track is going to be continuing on, and Ferrari are going to gain another lap. So they are looking very strong at this point in the race, and they just need to keep it calm. Although having said that, as we mentioned, surely Nicholas is going to be getting out of that car. I would assume in the next pit stop. He's been in there a long time.
Yeah, he certainly has. We'll keep an eye on that as the WSR Esports car comes out just in behind them in LMP2. That gap 57 seconds as things stand. So Danamore knows what he has to do over the course of the next stint as well. How do you think Verstappen's going to be feeling now, though? I mean, 2 mistakes in 2 hours. I can't remember the last time I saw that. You know, people will be saying, not that he really cares about what other people are saying. I think I've learned that over the 10 years he's been in Formula 1 and whatever else as well. But, you know, people will be saying, you know, why does he do this? What, you know, what is it? He's not an endurance driver, all of this kind of thing. How do you think he'll be feeling at the moment?
I think it just comes back to the mentality that he has, which is he's just aggressive. He pushes all the time. He doesn't give anyone an inch of space. He's always on the limit, and that is why he's got the success that he has. Of course, it comes with the problems. I mean, we see it in real life as well. Every now and again, you know, there's a race where he's struggling a bit maybe, and then there's an incident with various drivers up and down the field. But that is what comes, you know, that's just part of the game. You can't have it all smooth sailing, and that's why he's made a name for himself. And of course, he's you know, it's really his team now as such with how it's going, and he wants to be involved in that. And hopefully one day we'll see him at the real life you know, Daytona 24 Hours as well. So, you know, all of this is in preparation for that as such. And as much as it's sim racing and not real life, he does take these things seriously. He looks like a Pinto's now got in the car. Having said that, Max has been in for a good few stints now, but to us, I think it will just be, you know, let's keep pushing and see what happens. Hopefully he hasn't given up.
Yeah, I think he'll be back for sure as Team Redline continues to try and win this race overall. Diogo Pinto hasn't won the Daytona 24 Hours before, and they've only won it once, as I say, in the GTD class, which they might be able to again. Oh, WSR's GTD is in the wall in the background there at the West Horseshoe. That's not ideal. You don't want to be an LMP2 and see your teammate on the side of the road, but that's exactly what the 223 has had. The 23 going for a big spin, big contact with the wall as well. And how many times have we seen that throughout the West Horseshoe here this morning? It's been well, everywhere really, and they'll spin back round and get back going again. Goodness me, that's not what you want to see. 58 seconds still the margin though.
Yeah, through the dog leg, it's such a it's actually a very weird part of the track. It goes so narrow.
Sorry, just had a huge slide there. I reacted a bit, but it's fine. I guess that happens most laps, I suppose, doesn't it?
I look away for 1 second. I hear you and making some noises. But yeah, through the dog leg, it's such a narrow part of the track. It really goes down to like even like a one-line section of corners. Not really much you can do there. If you miss the entry point of that and you just go 1 centimetre onto the grass, you spin, even in dry conditions, to be honest. So definitely in the wet, that's what happened there, unfortunately. And he yeah, went for a big spin. The number 23 wasn't able to catch it up, and unfortunately hit the wall quite hard actually. So that is going to be some damage repairs for him. So definitely the attrition rate not slowing down at all as we get towards the final stages of this race. Drivers still pushing and still trying to find the limit of what they can do.
Yeah, with 4 hours 45 to go. Still some time to find the limit as we follow the Delatraz car in 4th place. Can they maybe get a podium here? Well, it will take quite some catching to get to the Williams Esports Academy car. They're 2 laps off the lead in third. Tertras are 5 laps off the lead in fourth, so they are unlikely to get there, if we're honest. But you never know. Oh, what an extraordinary race we've seen here in the last few hours, especially. It's been quite remarkable stuff. Team Redline still in the pit lane, by the way. They've got a big gap back to Williams Esports Academy in 5th place, so they should be able to hang on to 4th because they had 14 laps to lose. I don't know how many laps what that would be in time. That's well over 20 minutes though.
Well, about 21 minutes, yeah.
Yeah, a bit more. So they've got time to repair this car, and I don't think the car's as damaged as it was last time, but you know, it's taking us similar amount of time. Don't think this car is going to be getting through, but it looks like Redline are going to carry on, and Verstappen's going to have a bit of a break. Whether we see him again in this race remains to be seen.
As your race leader, the number 50 Scuderia Ferrari HP Sports team comes down pit road for another time of asking. This will put Grid and Go under 1 lap down again, and we'll see what the gap is. There is the number 20 actually just in front of them. What's happened to the number 5 coming in towards the bus stop? Oh, big moment there. Isn't able to save it. As a bit of a tank slap, unfortunately spins to the inside, back towards the track, goes for a spin. But look how wet the grass is. That car just got no traction as he tries to find his way to some tarmac to get back going once more.
It's very much like real life there with the wet grass. Not getting stuck entirely, but a little bit. Now, did Scuderia Ferrari make a driver change? And there, well, they did. Team Redline did. Diogo Pinto back out onto the circuit again and into 4th place. So another pit stop of similar length. That was just under 7 minutes. The one before was just over. So that is a real shame. But all in all, 14 minutes of pit stops, nearly 15 minutes of pit stops if you include the normal scheduled one during Max Verstappen's stint. And that is a surprise. Not many would have predicted that at the start of the stint.
And that is literally risk versus reward. You take the risk to gain a 10th of a second here, 10th of a second there, and if it goes wrong, you can lose, well, in this case, 15 minutes, and people losing even more, being out of this race. So that is every decision event that you make as a racing driver, especially when you're in the top class and you have all the overtakes and everything like that. It's always risk versus reward, and most of the time the drivers take the risk because the reward is there, but sometimes if it goes wrong, it can be quite a big change to your race. So there he is in P4. So in terms of positions, hasn't really lost much, but to get back to the next position, he needs about 5 laps, which is, yeah, quite a lot. It doesn't matter what track you're at, even if you're at Lime Rock, you know, a short track, 5 laps is still a lot to come back from.
It certainly is on pure pace. And so Redline may have to settle for finishing off the podium again, I'm afraid. They've still never managed it in the GTP era. 4th place last year is the closest they came. Just 27 seconds off, just less than 27 seconds off the podium last year. Coanda managed it. They were nowhere to be seen in the top class first time round in GTP. And they're still searching for that first one, and also that first overall win as well. There aren't many things they haven't won before. This race is one of them, and it will remain the case at the end of this one. 4 hours 41 still to go, and a slide through turn 4 for Pinto, who's just settling into his stint. It's just gone 9 o'clock in Central Europe, and we are certainly in the daylight again. We're on the, I don't say quite the finishing stretch just yet, but we're certainly thinking about that. The teams will certainly have their strategies planned out to the very end of the race, although the best laid plans can be uprooted very quickly, as we've just seen from Team Redline for a second time in the last few hours.
Oh, absolutely. And of course, Pinto in the car now needs to get up to speed. He's got the Grid and Go car almost pushing him around. He's not, you know, pulling away. But then, of course, Pinto's first laps in the race in a while, so needs to get the feel of it once more. And with the rain, it's actually one of those things. It's quite hard to to really know what it's going to be, because in some ways rain is rain, but also we talk about the lap times. They differentiate between 3, 4, 5 seconds depending on how much rain is out there, so the car can feel quite a bit different. So there's just a lot of factors going in, and it's very difficult to really predict or really have an understanding of what the car's going to feel like until you get out there. And he's got a couple of other GTPs lining up behind him. One of them is the second place Grid and Go car, who will be putting another lap on them, but I guess maybe Grid and Go wants to follow them. If he thinks Pinto's going to have pace, maybe he wants to follow him through and try and gain in the slipstream.
Yeah, it depends how quick the two of them are and what the difference is between the two of them. The gap in LMP2 and GTD actually extending now. 1 minute and 1 for Isaac Phelps over Dana Moore, and then 31 seconds for Gustavo Ariel. Both of those battles going the right way for the leaders as things stand. There is Ariel in the Audi. He's just been so quick so far in this race, and as you said earlier, it's a testament to just how quickly he's been able to stretch out the margin, that from now on to the end of the race, Pastor probably needs to gain 2 tenths or more over Ariel to try and win from here. And as he said at the last pit stop, they probably needed to get him out, but I suppose that they've got their plan. They'd like to stick to it, but sometimes you've got to be flexible. And I'm afraid Pastor has been left in, and he's been beaten roundly here by Ariel in this stint.
Yeah, you're not going to stop early though. That is one thing.
No.
I mean, unless they're losing, 10 seconds left for some issue. But if it's just a little bit on pace like we see now, you're not going to pit them early. But what you could do after the first stint, maybe just change it. But then it does depend. We were talking earlier about the rest time, and even with 3 drivers, you have to have pretty. Your rest time is pretty important because you don't have much break when you're out of the car. So maybe the other drivers were on break and he has to stay in there really to make it work. And then maybe when it comes to about 4 hours left, you have the other 2 drivers do double stints to the end. So it's really difficult to plan these races. And we're only talking from the outside. We don't know what their plan is from the inside or what the situation is. But all we're seeing is that there's been at least, in the last couple of hours, been at least 50 seconds, if not more, maybe about a minute lost in that battle. And, we're just observing that what could be done to rectify that.
Yeah, we'll see if they can get back to the lead, but it's looking difficult now. As a few prototypes go past the new leader, see red light car. And then just about to pass them now is the WSR LMP2. Just in the background, they're now leading by a minute, more than a minute, as Ariel comes into the pit lane. I wonder whether this is the end of his stint, perhaps. So he stops in his very early pit box, up on the jacks. Does he carry on? It looks like he might well do. This could be 3 or 4 hours he's been in the car by the end of this next stint, perhaps. But he's so quick they don't want to take him out.
Yeah, I mean, if there's a winning combination, do so. And then also it would make sense because at the end of the next stint there'll be about 4 hours left, and I said a couple of double stints. Always another 002 Grid to go. Does he save it? Yes, he does. Just about the front there, swaying almost towards the barrier, but it seemed okay. Is fiercely forward Ferrari GTP going down the inside of the INET number 19, straight on. Oh, he manages to save it as well. Fortunately, the barrier, you can actually see there's like an angle, so if you do turn right in the runoff zone, you will have a bit more space, and it seems like he was able to rejoin, but certainly some drivers getting caught out by that turn 6. A very interesting one indeed, as we've seen the number 1 Alessandro Bico getting in the car. So Pastor has been replaced, as it looks like Ariel is going to stay in the car once more for the red line entry.
Yeah, but he's against Bico this time. Will that help Brett Williams or not? They need to start turning the tide and gaining time rather than losing it in GTD now. Otherwise it could be pretty difficult for them to win this race. Indeed impossible for them to try and win from here. They've never won the GTD class before. Redline are going for 2 in a row, which hasn't happened indeed for a very long time indeed. As there goes the Scuderia Ferrari car round NASCAR turns 3 and 4. They're staying out on the circuit. They're still leading by a lap, and at some point they'll come in and see their lead dwindle. But we'll see whether and when we get to the stage they're actually lapping the grid and go-kart while having also made their pit stop. I have a feeling that might be coming. There is the gap as we see red line just ahead of grid and go at the moment. I see a group of GTP prototypes right now. Grid and go defending indeed from the number 5. The GTP's still battling away and still pushing on with this amount of time remaining down in towards the West Horseshoe. They'll try and work their way around the outside, although that maybe wasn't the best line to do in hindsight. And the grid and go car just gets caught up on the inside there. The BS competition car was sort of being passed by either side at the moment. Didn't really know quite where to go. Out onto the banking they go again. The BMW gets up high and then passed by the rest of the GTPs. Just over 4.5 hours to go now. And I'm not actually sure there's a gap even below a lap in GTP anymore. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that so spread out. There's a lap between them all now.
Yes, the gaps are certainly spread out. Not a single car has had a clean race so far in the 19.5 hours that we've had of the Daytona 24, and that is certainly to be expected with all the drivers and the amount of rain that we've had. There's quite a bit of chat actually in YouTube about whether we should have rain or not. Quite a few people saying that we should, which is quite a nice one, because iRacing didn't spend years developing it for nothing. But certainly, there's a car a little bit wide there on the GTP cars, going a bit wide in turn 1, rejoins. But to be honest, it makes the race more challenging. It makes the strategies way more open. You don't want to just see 45-minute stints back to back to back of doing the same thing, changing tyres every stint. So it definitely adds a little bit more for the drivers. And of course, at the end, it allows more crashes, which, okay, fair enough, we have less cars involved, but then it's all about the drivers who keep it on the track and, maybe are more skillful in that regard, that win the race in the end.
Yeah, I mean, can you really see an advantage to there being clear weather set? I mean,
well, it's what we had for years, and it did make some of the long races a bit more boring by this point in terms of predictability. Whereas now we still don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah. There's two sides to it, isn't there? There's the one side which clear weather does provide a strategy to play out over the course of race. Often it didn't really in 24 hours, but we got a very close finish in 2022 between Apex and Coadna. 10 seconds between them on that occasion. Last year, Williams and Drago, 6 seconds between them that year, and that was when a strategy played out in its entirety. So, maybe there is more. Oh dear, someone's gone for a spin at the bus stop chicane. We'll get back to that in a few moments. I think it was the number 5 car. It was the Williams Esports Chillbus car. Oh dear, went deep on the brakes, tried to still make the corner, which is fair play to them, but they were all on the wrong line. Then they spun around and thankfully were avoided by everybody. But yeah, those finishes wouldn't have happened, I suppose, without full dry weather.
Yeah, and just to finish the point on the number 5, because that car spun around at that very corner not too long ago either. So that is Jaden Munoz. Didn't get pole position back at the start of the race. Jaden Munoz went for the spin, and just checking it was him. They are many laps down trying to get to the finish of this race, so definitely not the ideal situation. But yeah, I agree, Ewan, back to the point of the weather. There's just both sides to it. When you have the strategy, though, because we have no pace car, no cautions like we have in IMSA, it doesn't keep on bunching the field up together, which again, some people have their opinion on either way, but I don't know, I always like it when we have the ability to have less planned races, basically, because if you come into a plan, okay, fair enough, the tyres do change a little bit over the course of the day with the temperatures, but if you always know that you're going to be doing a double stint here, a triple stint here with the drivers, and you're just pushing flat out with the tyres single stinting, then it's a little bit too fixed, basically.
Yeah, the positives of the rain certainly outweigh the negatives. That's for sure. In my opinion, anyway. It's just my opinion, but yeah, it's great to have, and it's been well done as well in iRacing. You always fear that it takes a while and then it disappoints when it gets here, but I don't think rain has disappointed here in iRacing. It's been great to see. It's produced great racing, both in special events indeed, and I'm sure leagues around the world as well. So we're very glad to have it. With 4.5 hours to go, I think some of these drivers are not quite so glad to have it. It's making this race very, very difficult indeed. And when you're in this sort of period, I think some of these drivers are quite glad it didn't come in the proper graveyard shifts earlier on, where there really is no end in sight sometimes in one of these races. You're very tired, and then it rains as well. That really would have driven some people mad. But at this stage, you can take it a little bit more, I think, knowing that you are towards the end of a race. But at the moment, there really isn't much end to the rain in sight. So if you're not enjoying the rain, then it could feel a little bit difficult at the moment to carry on.
Yeah, I wonder if we could see a radar update just to see if there's even a smidgen of clear weather out there. Oh, it is perfectly timed by Hugo Louise on the production of this. Yes, it seems like it's going to be coming to an end. Of course, the track will stay wet for a long, long time before the wet tyres, suck up all of the water and clear the track. But certainly, there is a potential end in sight to the rain on the screen anyway, and hopefully that means we might get some dry stints towards the end for a bit of a photo finish if there are any close battles at the end. Of course, we have the lap lead in GTP. We've got a minute in LMP2, which has been fairly stable now. Phelps and more trading lap times, but in GTD, I wonder if Williams can do anything to turn back the tide on all the time that they lost in the last 2 hours.
Yeah, let's see. It's a gap in 37 seconds, dear me. Well, it's the smallest of the gaps at the moment in the race, and I guess the one that's most likely to change as a result, but it's not that likely as of right now. We're following the SimRC team making their way through the bus stop chicane that's in the Acura. It's been a good debut for the Acura. I think they're still in the top 3 with Grid and Go, so, and they're certainly in the top 5 with Marvin Stroll and SimRC here. So it's been a pretty good 24-hour debut in iRacing for the Acura, and really glad that we've expanded our IMSA lineup, if you like, with the, well, not necessarily with the Ferrari because it doesn't race in IMSA, but we can imagine that it does at Daytona, and we can enjoy the Acura finally, a car that's been around for a long time, and I've got to say I think it sounds brilliant on board.
Oh, absolutely. It's, I mean, just the more cars, the better, to be honest. There's just the more opportunity for realism. Hopefully, I mean, we can always talk about the BOP, but even if a car's just a 0.0001% better, then the team's going to use it. So that's why we see some cars not being used. But certainly, it's great when we do have a car like this, it gets introduced, and it just adds to the fact that we have such a wide range of cars on the iRacing platform. And now we are able to use more of those, which is really good indeed. So the teams, they do the testing, they find which car that they want to do 24 hours in, and hopefully it's the fastest one for them. But yeah, as you say, Ewan, it's really great to have more cars. Doesn't matter really in terms of the GTP, whether it's the LMH or the LMDH, as long as they're here on the track and we can race them in the game, that's all that we really care about.
Did you just say LMPH?
No, LMDH. I'm getting a little bit of a cold. I think my nose.
Oh God! It's sticky. I think there's. We always say think there's one going round, but I actually do this time. So yeah, we'll enjoy that next week probably. I guess only left on the wish list is probably Lexus. I guess. I know that a lot of people would like to see that car in iRacing.
Although. Toyota/Lexus do have a new GT3 coming. Is it next year?
Do they? What is it?
That's a good point. I don't know what chassis it's based on. But I've seen some clips come around. They're obviously testing a new GT3 car, so maybe they're not waiting. But it would be cool because that Lexus is a beautiful car for the Vasta Sullivan.
Yeah. It's been around for a while as well. Probably close to 10 years now, actually. As the Apex Racing team come in from 3rd place. That's number 99, possibly on their way to a podium overall on this occasion. That would be the first time they've managed that since they won this race overall 3 years ago. They will be back out in 3rd place pretty shortly, I would imagine. 4 hours 25 still remaining in the race. Myself and Cam will be off pretty shortly, as Arjuna Kankipati will take you to the end of the race with Darragh Thacker initially, and they'll be joining us again at about 1:45 the hour. Let us know where you're watching from, especially if you're from a place where it is pretty early in the morning or late at night, depending on which one it is for you. I think I saw some people earlier on telling us that it must be about, it was about half an hour ago, but it must be about 3:15 on the east coast of America, and I'm glad to know that we've still got some people from that part of the world still watching us and still awake somehow.
BS competition there, having a bit of an issue in their GTD coming from stage left as Norby Kish in the number 7 machine, currently 4th place in category, but having a few issues down at the bus stop. Was that on their own, or was that with some prototype traffic maybe getting involved? I mean, it's tricky conditions out there, so I wouldn't be surprised if it was either.
Yep. It is now down to 5th place for BS competition. After that mistake, we'll get a replay of that shortly, I am sure. But I can imagine what happened. To be honest, there is the Acura going through the bottom of the shot. That will be a battle, perhaps, that just rears its head in the next few moments. In towards the chicane. Whoa, big slide initially. Well sort of caught and sort of steered away, if you like. They were always going to end up in the grass. It was a case of whether they ended up in the wall as well, but Novakis did a good job to ensure that didn't happen.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think I actually realised how close that battle was at the time. It was just a few seconds up the road. As seeing fiercely forward, red. Oh, that's just way too fast into the international horseshoe, and a bit of a boop on the wall. There was some damage from that, I'm sure. But it wasn't the worst in the world. Having said that, we've seen it before, and the car's had to come in for a pit, so hopefully the number 11 can continue on in that battle. But yes, for BS competition, they've had a tough race with all their cars. Certainly not what they would have wanted from the 24 hours of Daytona, but Norby Kish is continuing on there, just a few seconds behind the Acura that we were following earlier, so definitely some opportunities still there.
Absolutely. Someone asking, by the way, in the chat whether this kind of rain is normal in Daytona. I think the answer to that is a resounding yes.
Well, I mean, it's in Florida, so
it's tropical.
I mean, you don't have to follow the news too closely to see what happens in that part of the world. I guess hurricane season is finished as such, but that doesn't mean it doesn't rain.
I don't know the seasons really, but well, I know obviously spring, summer, autumn, winter. That's not what I'm trying to say.
Oh.
yeah. But yeah, I don't know when hurricane season is. The reason it prompted me to check what the weather's going to do next weekend, when of course the real life event is on.
I'm trying to think. Wasn't it the year that Alonso won, which was
shortened? Yeah, 2020, but before COVID, obviously, because it was January.
Oh yeah, true. So yeah, it must have been 2019 year as well. I remember. Was he in the number 10, the black car that year? And wasn't that stopped because of all the rain?
Yeah. I'm pretty sure that was 2020. When it shot by about 4 hours, 3 hours, something like that. The last part of the race didn't happen, and a couple of years later, the last 45 minutes or something of the race didn't happen because of rain as well. So, in short, yes. To give you a very long answer to a very short question, it is.
So the Daytona 500, a couple of years ago, got delayed to the Monday.
That was 2020 as well, I think.
Because of the rain. So yes, it definitely does rain here at the World Centre of Racing. Yeah,
this event, one of the very few well, I don't know if they survived through COVID, because 2021 was a bit COVID-y, but this race never moved its date for COVID, which is a very rare occasion.
Yeah, I guess it's also because of when it was. So obviously, Jan 20 was before COVID, and then by the time we got to 21, that was already quite a bit after, and America certainly didn't shut down quite so much as the rest of the world in some ways as well. So by the time we got to 21, a lot of the processes of how these big events could happen was already in effect. So that was quite good because it's quite a funny one. Both obviously IMSA and NASCAR starting their season with the big races, the 24 Hours of Daytona, the Daytona 500, etc. It's always quite a funny one starting the year with that, but here we are, and we are racing. As we see the radar, we saw the radar just a little bit ago, the rain is going to be stopping at some point in the near future, so maybe we are going to get a 4-hour dash in, well, actually not in 4 hours, but maybe in an hour's time or so it starts drying up, and then we'll get a 3-hour dash in the dry weather at the end.
It looks like, yeah, the rain is easing, if not going away, although that camera shot maybe not proved my point entirely. So there you go. Yeah, a very good morning to those of you watching. I see people from the central time zone. It's 2:20 in the morning. Good morning, or good night, I suppose, depending on whether you've been up or not. The East Coast, someone from Australia, where it's going into Sunday night, which is, well, I don't know about a disadvantage or advantage for the Australians, because it starts sort of in the middle of the night, but it goes quite late on into Sunday night as well. But Australians traditionally used for the graveyard shifts in Europe.
Yeah, it's good to have someone from different parts of the world in your team, absolutely. If you have an American, a European, and then Asian / Australia, New Zealand, someone from that part of the world, then that is really good because you can split it up, they can drive in the day. That is actually quite a big advantage. But then also you have the issue with the network as well, potentially, with drivers from all over there. So you've got to be a little bit careful on that one. But it's always good if you can swap over your drivers in some way and have some sort of ability to get some proper rest, because I mean, I've done tens of these 24-hour races now over the years, and they don't necessarily get any easier. The challenge is still there. Fiercely forward, number 11 down the inside there. Oh, just a little bit too deep, catching that rear right tyre onto the marbles, onto the bit of a wetter line, and unfortunately losing a few seconds from that.
Not the first mistake we've seen from them in the last few hours, unfortunately. So they drop back a little bit further in the field, which is a shame to see for them. Some people contesting that your claim that those seasons start with the biggest race. By the way, they're just saying one of the big ones rather than the biggest. I kind of agree with you, to be honest. They are the biggest in IMSA and NASCAR, but there's still bigger events later on. I don't know. Yeah.
Oh yeah, there's always other events, but I mean, they still are the jewels of the calendar, really being the longest races. I mean, that's like IndyCar started with the Indy 500, but obviously they don't do that. I guess we don't quite have that the same in some other series, but it's certainly a good one to start, and it really is a big challenge to start the season with such an important event like that. And to be honest, I like it as well, actually being a completely different time of the year, because when we get to the summertime, there's so many events, within the space of a couple of months. You get all of the big 24-hour races, for instance, and it's good that we have the likes of Daytona now. We'll get Bathurst in a couple of weeks as well. It's always good to have them at a different time of the year.
Yeah, it is, especially with other sports not really taking up this part of the calendar, particularly. We can enjoy a great endurance racing January if you include the 24 Hours of Dubai as well from another series into that, although that's been getting slightly smaller in the last few years. Hopefully that can become as big as it once was about 10 years ago, 8 years ago again. Yeah, then as you say, you get Daytona, you get Bathurst in early February, you get Sebring in March, and then the proper racing season does start for most of the other series as well. But you can get some good endurance racing in the early part of the year, which is great. And we're doing that again here in the iRacing special events, of course, every single month with some form of iRacing special event, most month with a long team endurance race as well. And by the way, you don't have to be, in case you're new to iRacing, you don't have to be a top level sim racer like all of these guys are. You can be pretty rubbish. Me and Cam have done one.
Rude. Yes, we certainly have. Me, you and also Lewis McGlade, who will be finishing the race today, and our friend Enzo. We did the Spa 24 back in 2023. A bit of a commentator plus Enzo team, and that was a load of fun, actually, to be honest. I didn't bin the car, which I was a bit scared about because I was not feeling confident in practice because I did not enough practice for that race. But yes, as we were mentioning earlier on in our stint, there's almost 100 splits for this, so it doesn't matter what level you are, you will find some teams with similar abilities, and you'll be able to have yourself a pretty decent race. Because again, it doesn't matter if you're on split 56, as long as there's guys on the similar pace as you, you can have a good race, and that is what iRacing is all about, to be honest. There's some wiggles there for your LMP2 race leader. Apex in P2, they are down pit lane, the 199, so that gap is getting a bit bigger, and I just wonder if it was Dan and Moore in that car, wasn't he? I wonder if he's going to swap Johnson getting back into that car.
Unfortunately, John Johnson lost a lot of time when he was in the car last time, so let's see whether he can get it together this time round as the WSR Esports car carries on. Won't carry on for that many more laps, but it's difficult, isn't it, to get back into a car which you lost a lot of time in earlier on in the day, and suddenly you're back in again, having to get back on the pace again, or find some pace, I suppose, because he couldn't really find it in that stint before for Johnson. Very, very difficult to bounce back from that, but he's going to have to. There's only just over 4 hours to go, and this LMP2 race is well up for grabs. He just needs to find a bit of speed, and they need to start closing the gap as well. They need about 15 seconds an hour at this stage, really, which is getting to be quite a lot of time now.
Yeah, 15 an hour. So what's that? Quarter of a second a minute. So that is, doing the quick math, about a third of a second a lap. 3.375 tenths a lap that they need to do. Quick maths. That is, I didn't do an engineering degree for nothing. So that's getting to be quite a bit, quite a bit of time, to be honest. And to the point where it's not really going to happen, because that's on average, remember. So there'll be some laps where it's less, and therefore your average per lap then goes up even higher. So it's a bit of a tricky situation, but if you're consistent, not making mistakes, that will make up for your competitors' mistakes, and hopefully, in your point of view, they'll make them in the final 4 hours. And it's quite funny because there's some series out there that do shorter races than we have remaining, and we've been racing for almost 20 minutes. IMSA, 2 hours 45 minutes, for instance. We're not even at that point yet. Still plenty of things can happen at the end of this race, and that is why we keep going. If we packed up 12 hours ago already, then the order would be quite a bit different to what we had now.
Somebody asking what has happened in the last hour, and in case you've missed it, I'll do not a roundup per se, but I'll just tell you what's happened. With about 5 hours to go, the WSR Esports LMP2 leading car managed to hit the Door Esports number 3, which has really been through a whole load of problems today. Certainly in the last couple of moments. They don't seem to have got any damage from it, though, even though they did get into the rear of the BMW, so they've got away with that. And then about 10 minutes later, Max Verstappen, I'm afraid, had his second issue of the stint. He went deep into the International Horseshoe on his own this time. It wasn't involving another car. He went deep on his own and hit the wall. More damage, another 7-minute pit stop, and now the Team Redline team are multiple laps down, even further laps down, in 4th place. And I guess the only other thing to note for the last 50 minutes or so is that the end of the rain is in sight. The rain is getting lighter. The story of the next hour or two is going to be about how quickly it dries up and when you make that switch to dry tyres.
Certainly, I would expect it definitely to be dry for quite a long time before the end of the race. It just depends exactly how quickly the drivers could dry the track. I say that, and I think it might have just started raining again. There's a few spots on the camera once more. So there is still drizzle about, and as long as there's drizzle, there will be some wetness on the track. And we haven't had too many cars actually DNF in the 4 hours that you and I have been in your ears, to be fair. So there's actually been some cars rejoin the race. So if anything, there's probably more cars than when we first started, but there certainly is a lot less than when we started the race some almost 20 hours ago now. Started about 60 and about 30 remaining in the race. So so that obviously just slows down the drying process. But I'm sure we will see some dry laps towards the end, unless Florida has something else up their sleeve to kick us in the teeth with.
Wouldn't be unheard of at all. If you want live timing, it is available at in the YouTube chat. It's pinned at the top, but do be patient with it because there's 20 hours of data it's got to load. So, as I say, you're going to have to be patient with it for it to load, I'm afraid, as we go on board with Jordan Johnson in the Apex Racing team, number 199. How can he find some more speed in this car to try and close in on the WSR esports team, try and prevent them from going back to back in LMP2, which has been the way of things in the last couple of times that we've used the LMP2, the Apex Racing team. I've done it in 2022 and 2023. First time this car was used, of course, it was taken by Coanda in 2021 as they were on their way to winning many Daytonas, and many of them in a row as well. Overall, Johnson in the slipstream here of one of the GTTs. Struggles sometimes for these LMP2s to pull past the GT3 machines these days, but it's going to just about manage it in towards the bus stop chicane. And I suppose the first thing he's got to do here is settle in. He can't push too hard immediately and end up making a mistake and making his job even harder. Got to settle in here, but he's got to settle in quickly and then try and catch as much as he can as Isaac Phelps comes in just up ahead.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's awesome to actually get an onboard shot through the bus stop. I haven't seen too many of them throughout the day, but that is a great one to see. The drivers sending it through there. You can see how narrow it is, how you've got all the wet patches, all the wet lines. Quite something, to be honest, to see the drivers commit to that for 24 hours straight, especially in the conditions that we've got. But as you say, 2:23 into the pit lane, driver swap as well. How is that going to change things? We had a long battle between Phelps and Dana Moore, and now both teams have swapped their drivers. And what is that going to do to the gaps? And yes, you never know how it's going to be jumping in to the race in these wet conditions.
Timo Milakangis gets into the WSR Esports car. Another driver, by the way, has done lots of lower level single-seater driving in iRacing. The trend just continues. 42 seconds in the box, and what a stint he's got ahead of him here. First stint for at least 4 hours since we've been here. I'd imagine longer. I'd imagine he's been to bed since he was last in the car. And now all of a sudden he's back out on the circuit again with a big job on his hands. Even though Jordan Johnson wasn't as quick as Isaac Phelps, will he be as quick? Maybe quicker than Timo Milakangis. It's entirely possible.
Indeed. That gap has been around a minute for a while, though, between like a minute and a minute 10. Hopefully, for our sake, he gets down towards like 30 seconds and really puts some pressure. But he's going to have to do quite some fast lap times, is Jordan Johnson, to be able to catch that one down. So let's see how this one goes. Of course, very quickly coming up to 4 hours remaining in this session. So what's that going to be? A sixth of the race remaining when we get to it. So plenty of hours still left, but certainly percentagely the laps are counting down very much so. And this has been a great battle that we've seen. Of course, not battle in terms of side by side, but as ever in a 24-hour endurance race, the battle of the lap times between these two cars, they're easily the only cars really going for the lead. Martikainen and the number 16 car is 2 laps down for Williams in third place in this category.
Former Aztec Sports visceral driver is Martikainen. Now for Williams, 2 laps behind right now. They're just about on the podium. Williams have a car on the podium right now in 2 of the 3 classes. Unfortunately, as far as defending their GTP crown has gone, it's not quite gone so well. In fact, this is going to be the first year, it's pretty much confirmed anyway, the first year that the GTPs have been used and that Williams haven't been able to win. That's what an extraordinary start to GTP life they've had, and what an extraordinary couple of seasons they've been having, especially in iRacing special events as well. So they'll be bitterly disappointed that this is the way that it's ended as well in the first Daytona 24 hours on iRacing that has contained rain. So they'll look to come back next year, I suppose, and win. And they especially like to win it in the rain in a future year as well, because that's the one thing that is different this year compared to the others.
Absolutely, but as you're mentioning, they had such a strong start to GTP life in the last 2 years, winning so many of the special events, not just here at Daytona twice in a row, but at various of the other events as well. They just came out strong, and they had so many cars as well. They were really putting in so much effort into it. Of course, we had some drama along the way, but the core for that drama was the fact of how hard they were pushing, how much they were trying to win these races. As there was the Veloce thrust bar, oh my word, that's a big slide through the dogleg. He manages to catch it up nicely. Has to go around the motorbike hairpin to rejoin the track, but hopefully that is all good, but certainly a big moment.
Yeah, huge moment for them, but they get away with it in the end, and that's a car we haven't seen very much of actually in the last 4 hours. But they have been plodding along and plugging away. Just under 4 hours and 5 minutes to go. The Scuderia Ferrari esports team still leading the way despite their slides and so on through the bus stop chicane. In the last few hours, they've had a couple of problems, really. A disconnection, first of all, for Ole Steinbretten, with just about 7 hours, just under 8 hours to go in the race. That put them pretty much a lap behind, but they were, battling away with Redline before their problems. Then, just after Verstappen crashed for the first time, Nicholas Bowe went for a spin and very nearly hit the wall himself at the bus stop chicane. It was a remarkable moment of madness for everybody, and eventually it settled all down. But those incidents behind them now, they know exactly what they need to do between now and the finish as well to hold on to this win, and having a laps advantage is going to make them feel a little bit more comfortable than maybe they otherwise might.
Don't get too comfortable though. In this series of racing, we've seen various drivers making mistakes very quickly indeed. As the track dries up, it may actually become a little bit more treacherous, because when it's all wet, it's all wet. But when you start getting a drier line, if you go off that dry line, you have a differential in grip between the left and the right of the car, and often a spin can happen. So they do need to be careful when that situation comes into it. But they've certainly put on a show in the last 4 hours. Me and you were a little bit sceptical when the commentary schedule got released, and in the hours that we got, we thought it may be a little bit on the slower side of things, but there's certainly been plenty of things happening on track.
Not like we didn't sign up for it.
Oh yeah, we signed up for the hours. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying we got stitched up, but sometimes these hours can be, a little bit awkward in terms of the gaps getting too big by that point. But actually, we had some really close battles, some really close fights, and of course we had drivers therefore being put under pressure, and even more mistakes were made. Verstappen making a couple of mistakes, even Bowe, who's leading the race, he spun around quite importantly as well, and then of course Ariel chasing down and overtaking the Williams in GTD.
It hasn't been completely absent from meaningless conversation. We were talking about how to fry eggs earlier, but that's
the chat was bringing eggs into the conversation.
That was true.
I will not take the blame for that one.
Yep. No, I'm not giving you the blame, but we did chat about eggs. In LMP2 in the last few hours, the WSR Esports car has gotten into the lead, because Arnett Motorsports, after leading for so long, had a big crash down at the West Horseshoe. Big contact with the wall, and they are now down in 5th after a long repair. So it's WSR looking for 2 in a row versus Apex Racing Team looking for 3 in the last 4. And at the moment, just over a minute between them. Apex were bringing it down the right way before these pit stops, but we've got 2 new drivers, 1 in each car, and we'll see how that goes between the 2 of them. Lots of unknowns there. And then in GTD, Gustavo Ariel has had a monster stint here. First of all, it's been very long. Second of all, it's been very quick. He's now 3/4 of a minute ahead of Williams, who have stemmed the tide really with Alessandro Pico. Daniel Pastor was just not quite quick enough, I'm afraid. He got caught, passed and gapped pretty quickly, and now they have got a lot of work to do with just over 4 hours to go.
Yes, they certainly do. It's a big gap. It really is a big gap, considering they had the lead. And this is on pure pace. This is not any major spins, any major drama, anything like that. Pure pace, and unfortunately the gaps have swapped around quite a bit. So that just shows you how if you put one fast driver in at the right time, you will be able to get the speed out of the car. So the driver choice is so important in these championships, and that's why the driver market is pretty spicy quite a lot here on iRacing, because the drivers, or the teams I mean, they want to get the drivers that are going to win them the race, and if you can have a driver that can catch and pass and then pull away, that's really a big asset.
It certainly is, and Gustavo Ario has put in a stint that might just have won redline the race, but we will see. Based on the last 4 hours, who knows what's going to happen in the next. We've got just over that, just 4 hours to go in the iRacing Daytona 24 hours for 2025, and what a race it has been so far. Attritional for sure, but people are starting to persevere with this now, even despite some very long repairs we've seen over these 4 hours. We've got plenty of cars still out on the circuit, and some great stories up and down the field still of those who are trying to get to the end, like one of the Williams GTPs, for example, that is over 300 laps down. Plenty of more stories to come in the next 4 hours here on the iRacing and RaceSpot YouTube channels. I'm going to hand you over now to Arjuna Kankapati and Darragh Thacker, taking you through the next 2 hours of the race.
Thank you very much, Ewan. It's definitely been an interesting night, to say the very least, and now we head off into these final 4 hours with a little bit more certainty about what's going to happen as compared to what was happening the last time Darragh Thacker was in the broadcast booth, which Darragh was what? With the conclusion of hour 7?
I do believe so, yeah. So it's been quite a while, and quite a lot has happened. When I was here, there was still basically a 3-car battle for the lead in the GTPs, and that's somewhat subsided, I think.
Just a little bit. Battles, not much necessarily on track right now. Ewan and Cam were talking about how, you know, sometimes these hours can be a little bit boring and disappointing as a commentator, but they had the fun. Seems as though we've got a bit more certainty, although I will say, GTD in particular, I went to sleep a couple of hours ago with the gap about the same, but with the roles reversed. Williams Esports Racing Prodigy in the lead, Redline sitting in second in GTD. That one can still go anywhere depending on how this next phase of the race goes, when things start to dry up, because next 4 hours, not expecting any more patches of rain. It's just this current cell, once it disappears, how things will fare once they dry out. And I think that's where things will get interesting, Darragh, because a couple of pit lane entry penalties where drivers went too aggressive, and in some ways that's kind of where Scuderia Ferrari HP Esports team really solidified themselves in the race lead through the night, when BMW M Team Redline got not 1 but 2 speeding entry penalties.
Yeah, Max Verstappen. He didn't have the best of times in that little stint that he did in the middle of the night. But Ferrari, I think I mentioned it actually on my stint with Lewis McLeod yesterday, that we weren't really talking about Ferrari sitting in 4th, because they were just kind of there, just lurking in the shadows, waiting. They're about half a minute off that leading battle and about half a minute ahead of anybody else. And as we see the number 50 come down pit road, they were just kind of existing in almost a middle part of the order. They're now right at the front of the field. They're now the team to beat, and everybody's got to put a lap on them somehow in the final 4 hours. And for Peter Zuber, that is going to be a mission that is going to feel pretty impossible for the time being, that's for sure.
Although, you know, having said that, there was a stage at which the gridandgo.com machine, I think, was 2-3 laps down from the leader, but both BMW M Team Redline and the Scuderia Ferrari HP number 50 have been pegged back on occasion. Boy sits in pit lane, tank of fuel, set of tires. No driver change going on right now, though. At least one more expected for the team. And before things come to an end, expect Nicholas to maybe try and drive through the transition back to the dry, and then hand over to a teammate to maybe steer the ship back over. It is interesting always to keep an eye on the compound of tire that they're choosing to go out with, and unless things are changing, number 50 still is on the dry compound of tire.
Yeah, let's see if this one works out for them. I can't imagine they're going to be taking too many big risks with their strategy, considering the lead that they've got to the 001 Grid and Go Esports car. So I reckon this is probably the right way to go. They will have analysed this decision, I'm sure, over the past few laps, and decided that this was the best way to go. And we've seen all throughout this race how the dry tyres are working in not quite wet entirely. Dampness on the circuit, but if there's not enough water to really offset the amount of pace advantage that you'll have around the oval on the dry tyres, then you're going to have to just put up with it as you work your way around the infield section. That's what the number 50 is going to do in the lead of the race once again, and we'll see how this stint works out for them. But 4 hours to go. You'd think they can probably get home another, what, 5 stints?
You'd think, but, you know, I think they're also going to be probably timing their next couple of pit stops to when they think this rain is going to dissipate. Just looking at the radar, next 30 minutes or so is when the cells should finish passing over the track, and at that point, I think we'll be pretty comfortably looking at that transition back over to more dry conditions around the entirety of the circuit. Full lap between the leader in GTP though, and second place charging them down. So really not much other than keep it on the road in terms of instructions for the drivers. You'd have to assume Nicholas Boy, Michele Costantini and Ole Steinbraten. LMP2 is also being a wild ride, only 13 or so in that class when this race got underway. Quite remarkable, though, that the defending race winner from last year is back on top. Only 57 seconds clear of the Apex Racing team. Both of those teams have been involved in various different issues, but yeah, I think the World Sim Racing team would have taken this, probably bitten your hand off if you told them they'd be in this position a couple of hours into the race.
Yeah, a few of these teams have kind of really come to prominence, haven't they, in the middle of the night. Teams dropping on the wayside, really. And those cars that have just been quietly going about their business, not really making too much of a fuss, making sure that they make their fuel numbers, make sure everything's fine on the pit stops, not picking up the penalties that we've seen some of the leading GTP teams take, and just find themselves in a really good position, and that is what they've done. And Apex Racing particularly weren't really in the running in either category in the GTP or the LMP2 in the early quarter or so of the race, now running right towards the front of the field, and this 199 car absolutely in contention to try and maybe chase down the WSR Esports Abruzzi car for the lead. A minute to catch, but again, you've still got 4 hours. It feels like a long time, or a long gap to close. You have a long time, and it's definitely a chance if the 199 can get some good runs together.
Don't forget, the Apex machine was leading for the opening 4 or 5 hours, and then the incident that they had through the International Horseshoe, on the entry, I should say, to the International Horseshoe is what has dropped them back in line. Both of the Apex cars find themselves on top of each other, exiting out of the chicane. LMP2 down low, GTP up high, and the hybrid helping to kick it forward and work its way through the banking. Still seeing plenty of spray, and you go offline, things are a little bit uncomfortable for those making passes in terms of the traffic. If you're wondering about battles, I know our live timing's been a bit up and down today, so I know some people are struggling to follow along, but there are none, unfortunately. I hate to give you any sort of excitement or optimism, but closest battle on track right now is 4th and 5th in the GTD class, where there's about 7 seconds between the two of them. I've just seen David Sobrero. He's just got a meatball flag. It's very much versus the elements right now, rather than versus your fellow competitor. This is what happened to the Williams Gaming Club, and it's a rather minor looking incident, but off to the grass instantly, damage that's going to see this car return to pit lane.
Yeah, not the line that you want to be taking through turns 2 and 3. Better than some of the lines we've seen. I think overnight there was a couple of cars that had to avoid incidents and nearly got whiplash with the speed of the change of direction there. So not quite as dramatic as that for the number 2, but even so, not the line that they would have been wanting to take, and will have to take the hits because of that. But we've seen incident at every single corner around this circuit over the race. Turn 2 and 3 has actually been relatively calm in terms of that. We've seen a lot happen at turn 1 down at the International Horseshoe, and of course down at turn 7 on the entry onto the oval. But it's been nice and calm generally through 2 and 3.
Yeah, don't tempt fate though. We've still got a good 4 hours to go. Still 30 odd cars left in this race. That's enough for us to start racking up the numbers. Other GTD battles, well, there's 22 seconds or so. Well, that's me misreading my timing screen. That's actually closer to 90 seconds between 6th and 7th positions in the category. plenty of these battles have been now separated by multiple laps. So if we do go a bit off topic, forgive us. But if you're watching along, following along in the chat as well, feel free to send a message to either myself, Arjuna, or Dara, and we'll hopefully answer your question to the best of our ability. Still plenty of splits in terms of who's on the dry and the wet tire. Not seeing any sort of convergence on what teams think is the right call just yet. And that's what makes this so interesting, right? Is I was talking to George Simmons, Dara, when I was off commentary, and he was saying how much he's enjoyed just watching as a fan, not necessarily helping too much with the Apex Racing team, but there's just so much, well, what's the right word? So much to think about, right, when it comes to the rain, and it's been quite interesting playing out from a team perspective. Very different to the Daytona 24s of old on iRacing, 24-hour sprint races in the dry.
Yeah, and we've always, it's always seemed like we had rain in our first big races, first special event races with rain involved on iRacing. Of course, Sebring, last year we saw rain. This year in the Daytona, the first time we can see rain, we are. And it really is getting the strategy mixed up a bit, not the kind of safety that the teams have, the safety net of just without contact or without damage, mind you. The same kind of, we've got a 45-minute stint, say, we know the fuel numbers, we know the target laps, we can just keep going towards the end. There's none of that. When the rain starts falling, things get shaken up, and teams have to adapt, they have to change their strategy, and all of a sudden the face of a race can change. Teams can come in with an absolutely fantastic plan and go through the first 4 hours, like it's clockwork, as we saw at the front of the GTPs. When the rain starts to fall, strategies have to change. The teams adapted, and that really did shake up the order. Williams Esports really did nail that rain phase. They were in the lead of all 3 classes at one stage, but it's not gone well for them since that point. And again, shaking it up the order, and absolutely right, it has been great to watch, just from a completely neutral standpoint. Never known where to look, and well, never known where to search, because sometimes the cars in the spray have been difficult to spot.
Yeah, that's the other thing, right? Picking out who's who sometimes can be difficult, given this second wave of rain, a bit more intense than the first band that we had in the first half of the race. So yeah, it's been an interesting challenge for commentators as well. Remember, the rain debuted at the iRacing Sebring 12 hours last year, so when we return to the Sebring International Raceway in March for another one of the VCO Grand Slams, it will be 12 official months of teams understanding this iRacing weather system. I say understanding. I think everyone's still to some degree in the same boat of trying to figure out what's going on. Riding on board with number 23, sat in 6th position for World Sim Racing. They're a full lap back from Norby Kish in 5th, where they would really like to try and get, but that phase of the race where you just try and pound out the laps and see where you end up. This spray to the chicane, though, it must be somewhat uncomfortable trying to spot your braking zone.
Yeah, spot that bright yellow arrow pointing you into the turning point. Of course, the drivers will know the turning point, and they'll be able to do it like absolute clockwork now, nearly with their eyes closed. Of course, don't do it with your eyes closed, but they probably could if they were in their own lobby themselves with the timing that they've been able to pick up. Silver lining for the 23, well, I say silver lining, they're still doing pretty well up in P6, is that they started, as you can see, all the way down in P25, up 19 positions on the race, and doing a really good job just to quietly pick their way through the order, looking for a top 5 to finish off the day, and that would be a pretty good result, I'd say, starting in P25.
Yep, no, it's, sometimes you put yourself in a bad position off the bat with a disappointing qualifying effort. At least they've been able to stay out of relative trouble and put themselves in a decent position. I guess it just goes to show how well the GTD leaders, Redline and Williams Esports Racing Prodigy, have navigated all the challenges, given that 3rd position is 3 laps down on the leaders. So it's giving them plenty of buffer, in effect close to 5 minutes of time to sit in pit lane and get any damage repairs if they really needed to. That's definitely not what they want to fall back on if they find themselves in that position. Plenty of questions about where BMW M Team Redline are, that number 20 that at one point was leading the race. Well, they got a couple of penalties for unsafe pit entries on occasion. A couple of incidents as well for Max Verstappen behind the wheel, most recently resulting in down at the International Horseshoe, going down to the inside and running out of grip and running off into the wall. They are now 8 laps down from the lead. So a little bit pegged back from where they would have wanted to be, but I guess at the end of the day, there is still the potential where if any of those top 3 slip up, a podium is on the cards. Podium's not what Redline came for, though.
No, especially through the first half of the race, running right at the front of the field, they would have been expecting, almost expectant of the rest of the team to be able to come through and win the race. But, you know, the overnight phase, a couple of mistakes creeping into the number 20, and they find themselves 8 laps down. As we mentioned, 4 laps down on the Apex Racing team. It is more of the, I think, going to be the needle for them, because the podium, it being in P4, you'd think that the podium's still likely to be on, but 4 laps down. I was about to say that's a mile. Quite literally, it's about 5, if not more than that, miles behind. Probably way more than that, actually, isn't it? It's probably more like 10, 15. But it's a long wait for them to try and recover, and they're going to have to try and start that recovery effort now, because they've not got too long. They've got to recover basically a lap an hour, and I don't think we've really seen that before, Arjuna.
Well, someone went out and recovered the bodywork pretty quickly and reattached it onto the Delachaz Automotive by Major's Garage LMP2 car. That's unfolded down here out of the exit of turn 1. That was very, very wide for Nicholas Boy. Not quite sure that was the optimal line, and maybe just found himself off the racing surface and into the marbles a little bit more than expected, but navigates through it pretty safely still. Lap times hovering just below 140 if you're curious. The fastest laps that we've seen in the race are just under the 130 bracket, so there is still plenty of time on the circuit before we would consider it dry. Although again, just a reminder, a bit of a split between the dry and the wet tire, and it's a really interesting strategic call that you've got to make, Dara. Do you want to be a little bit more confident, comfortable, or do you want to be faster in a straight line? Because that's the one benefit that the dry compound of tire does have.
I think Nicholas Boy will be hoping that he's pretty fast in the straight line. There was that little mistake we just about caught through turn number 1, but I think generally the straight line speed's going to be that really big advantage. Somewhere like Daytona, difficult really to make moves throughout the infield section, and if you can have that little bit more straight line speed, you're going to protect yourself down towards turn 1 that little bit more, and from there on in, if you can just make sure that you're not making mistakes through the infield, then you're likely to be able to use that straight line speed to your advantage on the ovals. When you've got your foot flat to the floor, when everybody's got their foot flat to the floor, if you can gain an advantage by not really doing anything in the grand scheme of things, that is going to make life so much easier for you in a race such as this, where concentration is going to be key. You have to be dialed in every single lap for every single one of your stints. I think it's more difficult, that discussion, somewhere like the Nürburgring, when we will go there later in the year for the 24 hours there, and at Spa-Francorchamps when we go there for the 24 hours. But places like Daytona, and I think I'd argue as well, maybe Le Mans as well, you're going to focus more on that straight line speed.
To some degree, straight line speed at the Nordschleife does count as well, because there's 170 corners, but there's also what, 22 miles that connects all of those corners, so there's some decently long straights. I'm thinking the run out of Bergwerk up the hill towards the Muckkurve to Bravery. But yeah, no, I know what you mean. Next endurance special event is the Bathurst 12 hours next month, but do you have Dale Jr.'s charity event that's coming up at the end of January, which is going to be really interesting, with the mini street stocks at Iowa Speedway, which is a combination, Dara, that has apparently attracted all sorts of drivers from real and virtual motorsport that have thrown their name into the hat, and it should be a fun event, that's for sure.
Yeah, we do like doing some fun little events, don't we, in the iRacing special events. I remember you and I talking about the Martinsville MX500 a few months ago, which was quite a fun combination as well. And it's great when we have these special events that almost shake it up a bit with something different, with something new. And it really does get people involved, and it's why people love to attend these iRacing special events, and what makes the calendar so special. I know they're special events, it would be special, wouldn't it? But it is great to see, and there's things to look forward to every single time.
You can set your calendar. January 29th, 7 p.m. Eastern, is that Dale Jr. charity event, the Driven to Give 400, presented by High Rock Vodka. Dale Jr., Justin Allgaier, Sammy Smith, Connor Zilic, and a whole handful of other drivers are going to jump in, so should be an interesting one, that's for sure. Not the first charity event as well. Let's not forget that The iRacing special events have had the race for MS the last 3-4 years, so just adding a couple more options to not only go out there and do some wild and wonderful combinations, but also get iRacers together for some pretty decent causes as well. This is the second place gridandgo.com esports Acura AROX. Peter Zuber behind the wheel right now, just continuing to keep himself out of trouble. They started outside the top 10. So did the Apex Racing team car sat behind. Marcus Solholm in third. They started down in 17th position. And that's a car that's got just 2 drivers behind the wheel. So, Dara, I've only had about an hour's sleep during this broadcast. I did the first 4 hours, I did the middle 4 hours, I'll be here in the last 4 hours. But you've got to think Marcus Solholm, Alex Gall, they've probably been in a similar situation, not being able to go far from their sim rigs, just in case.
Yeah, that's always the danger, isn't it, with having a two-car team. At least they weren't doing it all on their own. That's, I guess that's the positive for them, because I think 24 hours would be pretty tough at Daytona. But again, as you mentioned, you can't be too far away if there's an issue, particularly for the equipment of a driver. You're going to have to be there to pick up the pieces immediately. There's nothing else you can do. So it's going to be tricky for them. I don't think they would have felt safe in going to bed for very long. I think it's going to be much like Hugo Luis. He's behind the cameras, didn't get much sleep last night, but he's still kicking, as are you, Junior, I know, which is always good to see. But it's not helpful when the race starts for you, is it, in terms of your time zone?
No, 4:40 drop of the green flag, which does mean around 5 a.m. I'll be off to sleep probably. That's uncomfortable. As Norby Kish, slight miscommunication with Timu Milikangas in the WSR Esports Abruzzi 223 out of the International Horseshoe. Kish maybe expected the prototype to get off the corner a little bit better, but that's another story. If you're not familiar with Norby Kish as well, by the way, if you're looking at this race and thinking, ooh, real-world drivers, Max Verstappen's the only one. Not true. We've, of course, had Agustin Canapino in the Solpec Precision Racing GTP entry. Norby Kish as well. 6-time FIA European Truck Racing Champion. It's pretty handy in the sim racing world as well. 2-time Digital Nürburgring Endurance Champion with BS Plus competition.
I have to say, personally, I would love to do some truck racing at some point. I know I never will, but it just looks so much fun, doesn't it? And for Norby Kish, to come over from truck racing, it's not quite the same machinery, is it? A little bit of a different feel, but of course, one of the best, particularly down at BS. They absolutely love him down there, and it's great to see him running up in the top 5 in the final few hours. But yeah, truck racing. I don't know about you, Arjuna, but that is definitely something I'd love to do.
I'd love it, but the problem with you is you need a booster seat. A big one.
Oh dear.
Sorry, you set yourself up for that one.
Yep. I also. Yeah. You probably. Yeah. I see. You were probably thinking about that from the second I mentioned truck racing, weren't you?
Oh, as soon as you did, I'm like, oh, bam, we're in there. To be fair, Dara, don't worry. Basically, anyone that I do a broadcast with in person needs a box standing next to me. So don't worry. You're not that.
Well, I know you and O'Leary did at one point, didn't he? I think
they all
an
did.
ESLR one, and then yeah, exactly. It was quite fun though when me and you stood next to each other for the first time. That was quite a height difference, and Lewis McGlade will never stop calling us tall and small, I'm sure. No matter if I ever grow, which I think it's fair to say, Arjuna, looking trickier by the hour now.
By the hour, by the years, depending on how your sense of time is starting to progress. You're still young, so you might be thinking about things in terms of years, maybe months. I'm now old and cynical, so I think about things in terms of decades, apparently. 3 hours, 37 minutes ago. Just a reminder, if you're joining us here for the 2025 iRacing Daytona 24 powered by VCO, don't really have much happening in terms of wheel-to-wheel on-track battles. There's just around 30 cars still out there and running. 60 took the drop of the green, so attrition has played its part quite significantly, and most teams at this point separated by a lap from their fellow competitors. Have seen Gustavo Ariel has just come out of pit lane, or is rolling down the pit lane right now after finishing another service. Williams Esports Racing prodigy from second in GTD also into the pit stop cycle as well.
Yeah, I don't think they'll be too worried about dropping down to P3. 3 laps that they've got pretty much, or 2 and a bit, to the 005 grid and go. But we will see Alessandro Bico get some more fuel into that car, likely change the tyres as well, and then head out for yet another stint. More drivers coming in as well, with the number 76 popping down pit road as the one on the 76 maybe look to try and get to the end on a very similar strategy. 3 hours 36 to go. We're kind of getting to that stage where strategies are starting to align a little bit more. Teams and drivers will have been completely off kilter in the middle of the night, trying to maybe go for one extra pit stop, one less pit stop, maybe having to do one extra pit stop. But with only 3.5 hours to go, it's unlikely that you're going to see too much of a differential in terms of that strategy now.
Yeah, I agree with you there. At some point, it's all going to synchronize up. It's a question of when, not if. Couple more pit stops. Pablo Espes in the Williams Esports Academy, number 17 in the GTP class. They're down on pit lane. Alessandro Bico's just left pit lane. What I did notice is short stops for both Redline and Williams Esports Racing Prodigy. Gustavo Ariel was stationary for 24.1 seconds. Alessandro Bico stationary for 34.7. So they clearly have a bit of a sense for what the rain's going to be doing and how it's going to dry up in terms of the track, and where they want to then return to the pit lane to continue their fuel and tire strategy.
Yeah, won't want to be making too many little errors now, and I think probably the safer option they're going for in terms of the tyre choice is likely where they're going to be focusing the majority of their strategy. If they feel like it's going to dry up a little bit sooner, they're more likely, therefore, to shorten off this stint a touch, get themselves onto a dry tyre, and continue towards the end of the race. They won't want to be staying out on the wet tyre for longer than they have to. Team Redline, of course, one of the teams, along with Drago Racing, earlier on in the race in the first 6 hours when they were in the battle with Williams Esports at the front of the field, the 20 and the 6 going for the wet tyres, with Williams Esports staying out on the dries and shortening that stint, worked that well for Williams Esports. And we've almost kind of seen a reflection of that fact throughout the rest of the race, with teams less willing to almost go a little bit too early on a tyre decision, just shortening off the stints, because the pace advantage can be pretty huge. So we'll have to keep an eye on that, but again, it's going to take quite a bit, I think it's fair to say, for Redline to try and close that gap for P3, and the tyre strategy may not quite be enough.
So a couple more pit stops. The Apex 199 in the LMP2 class, that's in and out. In GTP, Peter Zuber hands over to his teammate Dimitru Dimencio in the 001 grid and go car. That's rolling away now. They're still on the wet compound of tyre as well, if you're curious. Scuderia Ferrari HP, the race leaders, they're on the dries, but having to tiptoe at occasion around some of the points on track, and especially on pit entry, where we've seen, as I mentioned earlier, lots and lots of incidents where teams and drivers have been caught out, locked up the brakes, gone straight, and either sped on entry or gone straight off into the grass. And there were a couple of moments, Dara, where you could cue the Benny Hill music and just roll a couple of those incidents, because they went on for about 20 or 30 seconds, it felt like.
Yeah, it's just keep on continuing parts of the circuit. You almost just get a continuation of that, either the corner being blind and drivers having to duck away and avoid. But yeah, some of the incidents that we've seen, some of them have been pretty brief, and cars have towed pretty quickly back to pit lane. Others have almost run on, and it's everybody piling in. More and more occurs. I think a few of the guys will be hoping that they avoid that in the remaining 3.5 hours of the race. But it is a possibility, particularly down somewhere like the exit of Turn 1. The track narrows there, and it's almost like having to duck and dive to avoid anybody spinning around there.
So back up to speed for the grid and go 001. It's a year of special events that, but no single month has a break effectively. So in February, you've got both the iRacing Daytona 500 and the Bathurst 12 Hour to look forward to. I'm trying to look through. Is there a month with 4 special events? No. It does seem as though basically May through October, though, there are 3 special events to look forward to. And Dara, I think I've said this so many times, but the great thing about these iRacing special events, these endurance races are great. Everyone knows that I love them. I'm here for the iRacing Daytona 24 every year. But there's other things that you can do as well, right? I mentioned the Daytona 500, but by the time we get into the back half of the year, then we start to do some of the dirt racing things, Knoxville Nationals, Crandon Championship, and I do encourage anyone who's racing in this Daytona 24, maybe goes and check out those events as well.
Yeah, there's so many really great events across all really formats of racing here on iRacing. Even in the month of August, we've got the Knoxville Nationals, the Portimao 1,000 kilometre and the Crown Championships. You don't really get much more varied than that generally. In July as well, the Brickyard 400, the Spa 24, the Firecracker 400 as well. You really do get such a fantastic mix and diversity of all of the races that we're able to do in special events here on iRacing. And it is great to keep it fresh. Every couple of weeks it feels, even less than that sometimes, that we get to go racing on some great combinations and running it all the way through to the end of the season. We get the Martinsville MX500 once again. Very much looking forward to that again. I can't wait for the caution counter, I'm sure, to be out once again. But just generally, drivers that are able to come here for this Daytona 24-hour, hopefully going to be keeping involved throughout the rest of the season. Of course, record numbers of drivers turning up here in 2025 for the Daytona 24. Hopefully, we can see that increase year on year, because we're seeing that at the moment, aren't we?
The rain definitely attracted, I think, people to return for another year, as frustrating as sometimes this event can be. It does also have that allure of wanting to get to the very end. There's the race leader, which has just told us in the chat they are on wet compound of tires right now. So I guess we can't always trust the data that we're seeing, but I'm being told by my timing screen they're on the dries. Ollie Steinbratton says he's on the wets. His teammate is. I know who I'm going to believe here. It's the teammate. It's not my timing screen, unfortunately. So it does seem as though, at least in unison, choice of compound for now is that wet compound. Just looking at the radar though, we are probably getting to that point where teams are now looking at the sky and there's not much to really speak of in terms of new rain. You can see the radar in the bottom right, Dara.
Yeah, and going to disappear from the circuit, going out towards the Atlantic Ocean, just to the south-east, that is, moving away. Shame we haven't been able to get doing the weather report. I think you should try and get a job for that, actually. Local news service over where you are. Could you get the weather done, Arjuna? You could apply, I'm sure.
Well, Lewis has said on multiple occasions I'm not attractive enough, and I don't dispute that. I'm also not knowledgeable enough about the weather. That's probably the more important thing. I grew up in a place where it was either wet, raining, or dry, sunny, and warm, right? So I'm quite binary, 0 or 1 when it comes to my weather. Nuance, not necessarily sure I know what that is. I tell you what, we're in a relatively stale phase of the race right now. Why don't we jump on board with the race leaders, Scuderia Ferrari HP Esports team, and listen in, RaceSpot fan immersion powered by VCO, and experience what the rain's throwing at these drivers. Nicholas Boy, race leader, navigating his way through the traffic. Loved watching a couple of laps on board with race leaders Nicholas Boy taking us around the Daytona International Speedway in the Scuderia Ferrari HB Esports team entry. Arjuna Kankipati alongside of Dara Thacker here in the broadcast booth, and we've had some drama while we were in that fan immersion in the LMP2 category. Drive-through penalty for World Sim Racing Esports Abruzzi in the 223, and suddenly the Apex Racing team, who started the race on pole position, led for the opening 4 hours before they got tangled up in an incident, find themselves back on top, Dara.
The 199 are going to be rubbing their hands a little bit all of a sudden into the lead of the race, albeit 14 seconds, not the biggest advantage that they're going to have, well, at all over the course of this race. I don't want to see that diminish too much, but if it is, we may see Timu in that 2-2-3 start to decrease that gap, and Jordan Johnson getting a little bit squirrely in that Apex Racing car on the exit of turn number 7. But this is a great opportunity for them. Let's see if they can take it with both hands.
The cost of a drive-through penalty here is right around 29 seconds. Here's a look at, I think, the moment where they come down to serve the penalty, and that's a little bit uncomfortable with that GTD machine that was also making its way through. No risk in terms of the pit entry, though. They did not want to speed. They did not want to get an unsafe pit entry penalty after braking too deep in the wet entry zone. No risk after already accumulating that penalty. They've also got to be careful now, though, Dara, because every 20 incident points moving forward gets them another drive-through penalty. So it is really advantage Apex in many ways right now.
Yeah, and they will surely be feeling pretty buoyed by that for the time being, at least. Now in the lead of the race, and Jordan Johnson now controlling the lead of the field. The only issue that they may start to face is the G3 gaining towards the back of them, which they are doing. That gap now under 12 seconds, nearly under 11 seconds as well. They've negotiated their way around Gustavo Ariel, the leader in the GTD, pretty well, as we see the leader in the LMP2 and the GTD categories cross over. But we may have a leading battle, Arjuna, in the coming laps. That could keep us interested.
That's what I'm hoping. This car, by the way, Alexander Thieba, was already about 100 laps off of the GTD leader. The misery just continues for that Door Esports BMW M4, though, unfortunately. That replay with World Sim Racing, that was actually the contact that gave them the drive-through penalty. So I thought that was them coming to serve it. No, that little bit of contact was actually relatively minor in the scheme of things when it comes to the damage on the car. Quite significant when it comes to that incident point penalty. And having an impact there. So it's Jordan Johnson that is currently behind the wheel of that 199. He's been at the controls for around 40-50 laps or so. Expect maybe another stint or two from him. Dan Amor's just jumped out of the car. Haven't seen Aaron Vasquez for a little while. Haven't seen Danny Chivichabo for a little while either. So it might be one of them to jump into the checkered flag potentially once Jordan gives up this car. Already the gap has come down by a good 6 seconds or so. It's now 9 between first and second in the LMP2s. 3 hours and 18 minutes to go, and this fight is well and truly on.
I think it's going to be well over 2 seconds, maybe even 3 seconds on the last lap that the 223 will have gained on the 199. Really, really quick gain towards the back of the order from Timu. We'll see what he can do to try and retake the lead here. But Jordan Johnson in the lead of this race, but it almost seems like it won't be for terribly long if this rate of gain is to be upheld over the next couple of laps. Inside line, Johnson at the kink, and he will work his way through. At the dogleg, I should say. I'm getting myself confused with Road America. Goodness me. Have we not raced Daytona enough the last week?
Well, technically there is a kink. I call it the kink as well on occasion, so I'm not gonna push you on that one. Another drive-through penalty just come down, by the way. This one's for SimRC, 4th in GTD, and they're going to lose the position as a result of that as well. BS Plus competition, they've swapped out Norby Kish for Bruno Spengler, so one real-world driver for another, and they'll take advantage of that slip-up from SimRC in the Acura, and they're going to cycle up to 4th as a result. Happened down to turn 1. It's a very minor moment. The back end's going to come around. It's a loss of control in the world of iRacing. 2 incident points gets them over a threshold, and 30 seconds or so going to be lost on pit lane.
And that's not exactly the amount of time you want to be losing generally, but it's the hit you're going to have to take by coming down pit road here. Of course, the pit loss is slightly longer now that we've got the pit lane limiter extended all the way around turn number 1, which we've seen mean that drivers lose a position they may have thought they could have held, and other drivers not be absolutely obliterated by cars having a crash on the entry to turn 1. So it's been all fun and games down there. But that is the kind of hit you're going to have to take in the pit lane. As I think we're going to see a bit of a hit. No, not quite, just a bit of a spin for the Duel Esports car in the number 3. Well, that was going to be a great transition there.
Is that deja vu, or did we already see that replay? Might be just a mirror incident as they try and fix up the car and potentially head back out onto track with a machine that is actually capable of doing some laps instead of pirouetting around like it clearly seems to be doing at this point in time. 7 seconds now in this LMP2 lead. Timu Milikangas picked up the drive-through penalty, unfortunately. He's trying to make amends for it. Now 6 seconds and continuing to close. This is where my timing screen's telling me that Apex are on the dry compound of Tar. I'm not sure if I believe that or not, but what I do know is the 223 is flying right now.
Yeah, really on pace is the 223, and maybe just trying to recover some of that time that was lost. I think maybe driving with a little bit of impetus, no doubt about that. In this stage of the race, and the Apex Racing team and Jordan Johnson are going to have to be aware of that. They're going to be looking in the rearview mirror, I'm sure, or in the wing mirrors, I should say, in the coming laps as we now go through the Le Mans chicane. It's been really interesting, I think, to see how the gaps have ebbed and flowed generally over all of the categories throughout this race. Off strategy, teams maybe gaining for half an hour and then losing for half an hour. It's just that kind of ebb and flow, almost like the tides between some of these gaps, and it has been great to see. But we're getting to the stage now, 3 hours 15, where new drivers are going to be jumping in the cars to take us to the checkered flag, and B, you can't really afford to spend half an hour losing time, even if you are slightly off strategy, because you've just not got that long to recover it.
Yeah, we are getting to that point where final driver changes will be front of mind. Although I think maybe you would like to try and keep your driver in until maybe the track has dried up a little bit more, instead of leaving someone to figure out what the conditions are on the fly. Always better to, if you can, have someone that's familiar with how things are developing out there and just let them navigate their way through this situation. So someone in the chat just jump in to say it's 4:30 in the morning in Georgia. Georgia, the USA, that is. Trying to stay up and not fall asleep. Trust me, I feel you, Colin. It's 1:30 in the morning for me. I'm over in California. Like I said slightly earlier, I had about a 1 hour nap in between a couple of my stints on commentary. Like you, hoping to try and stay awake. If I don't stay awake, poor Dara is going to suddenly be talking all by himself, and you'll know why now.
I do that a lot, to be fair. Just talking to myself. I'm more than well versed to it. But yeah, I think Lewis McGlade will hopefully be around at some point to hop in at some stage. If he's awake, I believe he's awake, and probably making some joke about me being short already, as he did yesterday. I think the first 20 minutes, that got me sitting up straight and annoyed pretty much off the bat. Here we are. We've only got 3 hours left. Been a long day, Arjuna, but we are getting towards the end of it. And I think some of these drivers, some of these teams will be looking at that thinking, thank God we've only got 3 hours left in this race, especially if they're on their own, a long way down in the order. For some teams, it's been quite tough this race. The likes of the Duel Esports GTP, the 120, 48 laps down, they won't be too displeased to see the checkered flag, but I think a few other teams are going to be pretty pleased, I think, to see the checker, and that could be a couple of the LMP2 teams who will see a change for the lead.
Some of our viewers might also be hoping, like we said, to see the checkered flag as well and celebrate along with our teams. I saw Netherlands checking in, Moldova checking in as well, Minnesota, Colorado, Germany, New Zealand, Bali. Someone's down in Indonesia, hopefully having a fun little holiday or something to kick off 2025. But all around the world, people are participating in this biggest sim race of the year. Bruno Spengler, he's going to be heading down to pit lane now. This is not a scheduled stop as far as I'm aware. It was 12 laps since the last time they came down pit lane. I'm not seeing a drive-through penalty, a black flag listed for them. They're going to stop. Maybe this is a tire thing.
Let's see. Interested to see how teams maybe changing up the strategies ever so slightly, but this could be a tyre stop. If so, maybe a movement towards the slick tyres, with the track clearly drying as the rain moves further and further away from the circuit. Not completely bone dry yet, though, so it could be a bold one.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. Apex, by the way, in the LMP2 category, they have come down pit lane. Scheduled stop for them, and so it is World Sim Racing back in the lead, although I think they do owe us a pit stop, so at some point it will switch back around. 30 seconds for Bruno Spengler does indicate that that is not a full service, so I'm going to send word down to the Zebra pit wall and see what answers we can get.
As we see Spengler make his way out of the box now and back onto the racing circuit, and he's got a nice bit of clean air, not something that we've seen from everybody as they make their way out of pit lane. We've seen a couple of collisions actually, haven't we, on pit exit, with drivers on the outside going side by side, almost not seeing the car coming out of pit lane, creating that 3-wide moment, and we've seen contact spurned from that. Nothing there, thankfully, for the BS competition car, and they've actually got a beautiful bit of clean air to drive into on their out lap. That's definitely something they'll be pleased about, not something that everybody's had all the way through the race.
Confirmation, by the way, from BS that they came down to pit lane specifically because they think it's time for the slick compound of tires. So they've shod the grooved wet tires that will help move the puddles of water a bit more effectively, and they've now gone to that slick racing tire, which is a bit more suited for the dry compound of tire. So interesting choice, and maybe we're going to see a bit more calls like that. And so this is what you were calling out, Dara, the fact that we're now getting to that stage where strategy is going to start to align because everyone's going to get onto the dry compound of tire and things start to equalize out.
Yeah, and this is exactly where with the crossover period and with everything almost coming together, drivers and teams are having to pick exactly what the right strategy is going to be. Nicholas Boy in the number 50 leading GTP cars decided that now's the time to come down pit road. We may see a couple of others follow suit. Oh, there's a car off actually coming into pit lane. I think there was a bit of a difficulty there coming through, but there was definitely a rear end of a car that I spotted.
That was Inet Motorsports, I'm pretty sure. At one point race leaders, but they're now, I think, 7 laps down. Hit a puddle. To be fair, it was already going wrong at that point. They were coming in, if you can believe it, to serve a drive-through penalty. So in the act of serving a penalty, they may have picked up yet another penalty. We'll see.
And that is not that's not the way to go for the number 19. The inept car maybe slightly, unfortunately, inept into the pit lane, and that is what could be the issue for them. I was trying to find a way to work that in, and I think I got away with it, just.
Yeah, the good thing is at least they didn't get the double whammy. They didn't get another penalty for that, so that's just something to keep in mind. Nicholas Boy out of pit lane as well on this lap, so I think they have now made the switch over to the slicks as well. And just look here, heading into the Le Mans chicane. I mean, we got speeds closing in on 200 miles an hour, and there wasn't much spray until that car got into the corner. So yeah, there is definitely parts of the track right now, Dara, that are a bit drier than other parts right now.
Yeah, definitely you can see the spray being kicked off diminishing, particularly around the oval. You can see it in perfect time, actually. Very little spray as you come around the final couple of corners, but as they make their way onto the front stretch, a little bit of spray is being kicked up. So clearly diminishing is the amount of water on the circuit, but still enough that it will not be the easiest of decisions just to go straight to slicks. But I think with every passing lap, with every passing minute, it is going to become a little bit easier for teams to say, yeah, we'll just go back to that slick tyre, off of the wets, and try and get ourselves to the end on a slick tyre strategy, because I don't believe, Virginia, you can correct me on this, I don't believe there's any weather coming in for the remainder of the race.
One sec. We are checking. No, I was hopeful, trying to get my hopes up, but no, we are indeed looking at no future weather cells. It's now just going to be about the track drying up as we continue to fly our way towards the checkered flag. We're only 7 minutes away from another race hour being complete. 3 left to go, 3 wide with GTP, LMP2, and the GTD traffic all overlapping. And I did see a question. What happened to Sheza Esport, that Hungarian LMP2 team? Well, you see them on your screen behind the overall race leader. They had a slightly unfortunate moment coming out of pit lane on some cold tires, and that's cost them a considerable number of laps, but it's good to see them still out there and trying to salvage something from this race. Doesn't seem as though they're going to salvage anything more, though, than a 6th or 7th place finish.
Yes, so, you know, a decent enough finish, but maybe not exactly what you'd be hoping for, 6th or 7th. Some of these teams, of course, designs on a minimum top 5 podium finish, I'm sure, and some of them definitely for the win. But teams just not really, well, falling by the wayside a touch in the last 6-12 hours, really. And that's where we really find ourselves now with only 3 hours on the clock. Teams fighting over or like positions that are more like P5 and 6. Leading battles aren't necessarily at play, albeit the LMP2 battle is down to 13 seconds. The GTD battle is down to 30 seconds, albeit we may have to see a pit stop. But we are really seeing some two-horse races, aren't we? The GTP, we have only the 2 cars within the leading couple of laps. In the LMP2, we've got the 2 cars within 11 seconds of each other, and then it's a gap of 2 laps. And then the same kind of thing happening in GTD. So we've still got two-horse races, if you can see it that way.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to chatting with Lewis in an hour or so, just because he and I did the first 2 hours together. We'll do the last 2 hours together, and I mean, I still remember when he left the broadcast booth after those first 120 minutes were complete. We were sitting there going, this is crazy, this is electric, this is the most insane iRacing Daytona 24 that we've had. And it has been crazy, don't get me wrong, but, you know, we had basically every car within 30 seconds or so of the leader in the opening hour or so. We didn't really see too much breakaway, and it really did have that sense of it was anyone's game if you stayed out of trouble. Unfortunately, trouble has seemingly found most of the teams and drivers. LMP2 pit stops. Apex Racing team did take a lot shorter of a stop than the World Sim Racing Esports team. And so I almost wonder in this LMP2 strategy mix, if they prioritized just getting back out onto track with track position, whereas the 223 added a bit more fuel, they're doing something slightly different on strategy. What it does mean, though, is Timu Milikangas now 11 seconds back and already getting to the task at hand of closing. Last lap, 2.5 seconds gained.
Yeah, nice gain on the last lap, and we'll see if that can continue for them as they cross into hour number 22 of the race. That would be slightly worrying to a couple of the teams around them, I think it's fair to say, but for the time being, keeping up that pace is really quite impressive, and we're seeing a bit of a resurgence after the mistakes that we have seen. But good to see, 3 hours still to go, and definitely I think strategies aligning a touch, particularly in that LMP2 class as well. So looking forward to seeing how this is going to work out, but for the time being, the 199 leads the race. And it's had a bit of sun, Arjun, and we haven't seen that in a while.
I haven't seen it for a while indeed. The cloud cover has been quite significant since the sun started to break, but we've gone from overcast to mostly cloudy for the first time in, I think, what's going on 14 or so hours. So hopefully by the time we get to the end of the day and the checkered flag, there'll be a bit more sunshine to be talking about. I do know that for next week's Rolex 24, there's some forecast for Friday, which not going to impact Saturday too much, we'd think. And then there is the chance of some rain on Sunday before the checkered flag. So I think it's going to be very interesting how the weather conditions play out in the real world. Dara, how many hours do you think you're going to stay up and watch that race next weekend?
Not too sure, if I'm completely honest. I'll have to be thinking about what I'm doing next Sunday. I have to say, big NFL fan, and that'll be a late night for me on Sunday night next week. But I think I'll try and stay up for it quite a bit. It's not quite the MX-5s that we see, is it, the Rolex 24, even though we come for the Rolex 24 and the MX-5s are almost on the side. But yeah, I see that as the main event for me personally.
Yeah, no, I'm glad that the cult of the MX-5 has started to become a bit more known around the world. It is just some of the best racing that you can ever get. I mean, I don't know what more you could ask for.
No, I mean, how many times do we see it 4 wide across the front straight at Daytona, 4 wide into turn 1, even at other circuits around on the calendar. It's just fantastic to see. But the 24, obviously, the big event, the main event, and so many exciting teams and driver combinations going into that race. Of course, we see it every year with more drivers stepping in, drivers that you wouldn't necessarily expect getting into the car for the 24. But great to see that we're going to have another slate of some great pairings to make us through the 24 hours. Definitely going to be an exciting race, and if there's some weather as well, it's always going to make it that little bit more interesting, isn't it? Rain can never dampen a race. Well, I've realised what I've just said there, but you know what I mean.
It can literally dampen a race, unfortunately. So
Literally can, yeah.
Prove you wrong. Ooh, Movano Rosso take to the grass, scamper their way on through. That's at turn 1. That's the Door Esports GTD. And this is the one that we've seen on a couple of occasions, spinning out of pit lane. Oh, it spun in front of its sister car. The Falcon Sim Racing team's powered by Door Esports. They take to the grass. Damon Woods had to serve a drive-through penalty because I think the 1x he got for hitting the grass there, Dara, sent him over the threshold for a penalty as well. So a little bit of pain to add to the punishment.
Yeah, and just not what you'd need at this stage, particularly at this stage of a stint as well. Particularly for a driver, really, really disappointing to pick up a penalty now. Not, of course, the first, not, of course, the last team that we will see pick up a penalty in this 24-hour race at Daytona. But it's those kind of margins that really can decide the race. Of course, we saw with the pit lane infringements from the red line car, how they dropped away. And ever since it's kind of been a race to catch up. And in being a race to catch up, those mistakes creeping in, all really starting from those penalties around the 10th hour or so. So disappointing for them, and hopefully the same won't be replicated here. But that is always the risk, and that is always what makes the penalties so impactful, if not just for the pure time loss in the moment.
I mentioned it in one of my previous commentaries since I've tried to complete this race 7 or 8 times. Never have. We've sometimes got to like halfway through, 60-70%, but we always just end up in terminal incidents, one or another. It's just a cruel race, and much like any 24-hour race, getting to the end is a victory in and of itself. We've got, I think, I heard a rumor, I'm not sure if this is the number, but I heard 19,000 drivers for this 2025 edition of the iRacing Daytona 24 powered by VCO. That is probably, I've got to assume, like 80 or 90 different splits of racing across the 4 different time slots. This is the biggest sim race of the year. Let us know if you're racing, how your event has been going, your weekend's been rolling on forward, and let us know how you think things are going to go. If you've got 3 hours left, what your push to the end is going to be like. Arjuna Kankipati alongside of Dara Thacker on the iRacing Esports Network here live on RaceSpotTV. 1 more hour and Dara will jump out, Lewis McLeod will jump in, and we'll make our way to the checkered flag. And as it stands right now, with 1 class seemingly wrapped up, LMP2 getting close, and GTD's threatening to get even closer, because I did see that in going on to slick tires, that gap's come down to 25.5 seconds.
Wouldn't be the first time we've seen a Red Line versus Williams battle at Daytona, even this year, I think it's fair to say. So looking forward to seeing if that one can close. But for the time being, Gustavo Ariel leading the race, managing his pace accordingly. But Alessandro Bico on the charge and trying to build up a little bit of a head of steam to chase down that 1.71 for the lead. Of course, we did have a time earlier on in the race where we had Williams, Red Line and Jago Racing 1, 2 and 3 in the GTPs and in the GTD. That's somewhat subsided, but now for Red Line and for Williams, their focus probably is going to be on this GTD battle. They'll both be going for the win, and I think Beaker will have the full support of the team right behind him to try and chase down the 171.
Couple of different stories of their races in our chat. One person in the iRacing Twitch chat saying it's going good. They've only had 2 hours of repairs. In our iRacing YouTube chat, someone saying that they won their split of the GTD category. So the highs and lows of endurance racing is what makes these iRacing special events so special as well. Small, when do we get you behind the wheel of a race car for a 24-hour race on iRacing?
For a second there, it took me a second to realize you were addressing me as small, but
I
yes.
mean, you started doing it yourself, so I'm getting in on the fun as well.
No, I know, yeah. Yeah, that's fair enough. I'll have to start addressing you as tall then. That could be quite fun. In a race, but yeah, if I get behind the wheel of a car in an iRacing special event, I'm going to say it's not going to be in top split, that's for sure. It'll probably be down in, you know, split 80, split 90, however many splits there are. I think I saw someone suggest that there could be up to 96 splits. I'd be right down there, that's for sure.
96?
I'd be lucky to survive the opening lap. Someone suggests that. I don't know how believable that is, but with the numbers that we're seeing, that is definitely a very much within the realms of possibility. But that is an incredible number from what we've seen, even from the likes of 2020, 2021. Great to see that many cars and drivers involved. And I wonder how many of those cars and drivers have done it solo throughout the race. To my point about not being very good, the early stages here in Split 1, when we saw 4 wide through most of the banking, I don't think I'd survive that, quite frankly.
That is always a rather precarious point of the race. You survive that, you feel somewhat confident about moving forward. 90-something splits is quite remarkable, though. You know, I've heard the rumor of 19,000 drivers. I don't know how that, you know, divvies up into teams and therefore into splits as well, but that sounds quite believable. There's 4 different time slots, so there are some teams that if you have misfortune in the early times, you can always slide your way into some of those later races, which I know people have mixed opinions about, but one of the things about iRacing is it offers that flexibility and the opportunity to do some extra races. The spray has diminished quite significantly, though, and you can actually notice on the start-finish run, there are some puddles down on the apron which do indicate that some of the places where you could aquaplane, it does mean that pit entry is going to be quite precarious. And so as much as we're into the final 3 hours and we might be talking about Dara, oh, just stay on the tarmac, don't put yourself in trouble. Pit entry right now might be the most precarious thing that all of these drivers are dealing with in the next 3 hours.
On slick tyres as well, not going to be the easiest thing to manage into the final 3 hours, especially considering we've seen drivers lock up in the dry on dry tyres, in the wet on wet tyres, and somewhat changeable conditions. It's going to be a little bit harder as well, and that's definitely a concern for some of these teams. But with the margins widening from what we saw earlier on in the race, I think teams will know that it's probably a little bit safer just to be very cautious into the pit lane. Yes, they might lose a second or two by not being absolutely on the limit, but if you're going to be losing a second or two and not losing the amount of time that you will that you would lose with a penalty, I think that's probably a trade-off that some of these teams are willing to accept, and that is what we're likely to see, I'd reckon, in the final 3 hours. But what we think we're likely to see doesn't always reflect what we do see, Arjuna. We know that by now.
Yeah, absolutely. Grid and go. Interesting, by the way, that Peter Zuber jumps back into the car. He only had a single stint out and a short-ish 25-odd lap run for his teammate before Zuber jumps back in. They're on to the 787th lap of the race. Peter Zuber's done around 200 of those laps. Sean Campbell's done around 300 of those laps. Always interesting how teams end up divvying up their responsibility. Another question that was posed in chat, Dara. Now you were watching through the night, so you've been aware of most of what's been happening through this race. What has been your moment of the race so far?
It's difficult. I saw this question as well. That I was immediately thinking about it. I'm thinking about not necessarily a moment, but almost like well, no, I am thinking about a moment. I'm thinking about the moment where Williams, who were leading the race, came into contact and picked up damage just after the end of the 7th hour. That was just after the period where we saw Williams absolutely nail the strategy on the wet tyres. Went from a 2-second gap to a 50-second gap, built up on the slick tyres while Redline and Drago went on wet, pitted in and came out in the lead on fresher wet tyres. That was an incredible stint that was done in about the 7th hour, but then almost to immediately pick up damage from contact with I believe it was a GTD car, and put them down on pit lane, multiple laps down and completely out of contention. I think for me, early on, that was my moment of the race. What about you, Arjuna?
I think that's a good moment, so I'm going to pick something different just for the sake of being different, right? After that, we ended up in a really interesting situation. And I'm not going to say Verstappen crashing was my moment of the race. My moment were not were the two separate speeding penalties that Verstappen got. It happened on consecutive pit entries as well. Both times it cost them 40 seconds, cost them less than the Williams Esports Academy team have just lost out through turn one though, because that car going nowhere quickly on the flatbed now, back towards pit lane. Small mistake from Ciro Zambra and the rear end completely broken. But I think that's my moment, Dara. Two speeding penalties for Verstappen, and it all led to the eventual crashes that I think we saw. It just set that mindset for Redline that they had to push. They could not be conservative.
That is what leads to mistakes, and it all does stem from just the smallest of incidents, just the littlest of speeds into the pit lane can snowball into something much, much bigger than you ever would have expected, and that's kind of what's affected Team Redline in this race. Still on for a top 5 finish, and comfortably so, but not exactly fighting at the front as they would have expected themselves to be doing at this stage of the race. And at the front of the field, Scuderia Ferrari HB Esports getting further and further away. 2 laps now for Nicholas Boy ahead of Peter Zuber. Really looks impressive, and again, not something that we necessarily would have expected to have been seeing about 12, 14 hours ago, but that is why we go racing for a full 24 hours, and points aren't given out, or positions aren't given out at the end of the first half of the race. So really impressive to see those guys work their way through.
And another drive-through penalty, by the way, this time for the Grid and Go 005. That car's third in GTD, so I mean, we've got 2 and a bit hours still left to go. We're not far away from what would be considered a standard IMSA race length, 2 hours and 40 minutes. I do get that sneaking suspicion, Dara, that we're going to get a few more of these penalties before we see the checkered.
Absolutely. I don't think there's any doubt about that. Penalty is going to be easy to pick up. We've seen it happen time and time again. I think pit lane, as we've mentioned, is going to be a hot spot for that, and just picking up the instant points, but also seeing a couple of drivers go off wide at some of the horseshoes. Definitely going to be an interesting point to pick up, and through here at the bus stop chicane, difficult to exactly nail that line.
Is it the bus stop or the Le Mans chicane? Which one?
I've gone for the Le Mans chicane. If I've just said the bus stop subconsciously, then that tells you all you need to know.
I know.
And I've done that. And I've done that a few times. And I can't even tell you if I did say bus stop or Le Mans.
Here comes the third place Acura to serve its drive-through penalty. Yeah, it will live on in all of our hearts as the bus stop chicane, but it is now the Le Mans chicane, and I've just got to drill it into my head. Nicholas Boy's back in pit lane, by the way, so what was that 2-lap advantage going to be reduced? And it is Michele Costantini that is going to jump in. I don't think he's going to do 2 hours and 50 minutes all by himself. Probably one more driver change still to come for the race leaders, but Michele's now been left with that challenge of adapting and seeing how the transition to the dry is going to work out. I was a bit slow off of pit lane initially as Miguel Costa does a bit of a 4-wheel drift, rejoining the race circuit.
And Costa will be still up in the top 3, still doing a decent job in that 005 car, unlike the some of the other Grid and Go teams. Doing pretty well, actually, Grid and Go overall. They had 7 cars coming into this race, a P2 at the moment in the GTP, a P3 at the moment in the GTD, but a few of their cars have fallen by the wayside. The 4, the 6, the Go Grid and Go 007 car is out of the race as well. But yeah, it's been a bit of an up and down race for them, but entering with 7 cars always gives you a good chance, doesn't it?
It does indeed. When you come with numbers, you can afford to lose a couple, especially knowing how difficult Daytona can be. Tends to pick its winners more often than not. Michele Costantini, not a full service out front for the Scuderia Ferrari HB Esports team, just 32 seconds stationary, but probably did not need a full top off on fuel. They may just have been back timing the switch around to get the driver into the car. And now off and away once again. So how big is the actual advantage? It says 1 lap, which is quite generic. Costantini's off to the chicane. Peter Zuber's just heading in through the International Horseshoe. So it's actually closer to what? 1.5 laps that the lead sits at right now.
And that's going to be quite a gap to try and close if you're Peter Zuber, especially with Michele Constantini getting in the car. We were touching on this earlier on in the race. The quality of the teams up at the front of the field in all of the classes is such that if drivers are jumping, if drivers with excellent pace are jumping out, teams behind could be thinking, in normal circumstances, that we may be able to gain in this next phase of the race. But then you get Michele Constantini getting in the car, and then immediately you're thinking, yeah, that's not what we wanted to see. That pace is still going to be incredibly high. So I think for Peter Zuber, he's trying to go up a mountain and a half and probably down the other side and up another one to try and get into the lead of the race. And Constantini just probably has to stay Constantini on his lap time.
So a big gap for him to settle into. Always an advantage when you can be dropped into this sort of a situation. In fact, that's, to be fair, what basically everyone in the GTP class is enjoying right now. I just looked at my timing screen. Ciro Zamba, of course, in that Williams Esports Academy entry, they just had the moment down at turn 1. So 10 still out there and running at the front of the field. And at least one lap between everybody. The gap between 4th and 5th is 11 laps, just to put in context how much attrition has played its part. Mr. Producer Hugo, can we get some slow-mo like angles of what it would look like if we had a cameraman walking around that Williams Esports Academy car? I know I'm asking a lot for you almost 22 hours into this broadcast, but I figure there's not much going out on, not much happening out on track, Dara. At least we can keep our crew in pit lane a little bit busy.
Yeah, and Hugo does give us some great camera angles. I remember there's a couple showing us of some really good bumps and bruises for some of these cars. This is the 26 car. That rear end, that's not how they designed it. I'm pretty sure on that.
I mean, I don't know what you're talking about. No, the bodywork just cuts off so nicely. It's clearly designed to be replaced like that. Yeah, that's unfortunate to say the least. Probably going to see them back out there at some point. They were already 40, 50 laps down and just trying to get some experience. That's the entire point of these academy programs, especially in top split competition, Dara. Put the drivers in those situations, make them deal with the traffic and get used to seeing some of the names in the field.
Yeah, and it's great to see new names in this race, and it's great to see old names returning to this race. We've had a mix of everything, and with so many more drivers jumping in generally, the elevation of the quality of the field is just ever increasing year on year. Drivers with improving their iRating, getting themselves into new teams over the off-season, over the Christmas period, maybe getting themselves into top split. And so many of the drivers who've been racing in splits lower down the order will always have that ambition of getting to top split, getting to this elite level of sim racing. And there are some drivers here that will have been racing down in lower splits a few years ago, but have worked their way up the order and got themselves here, which is great to see. And also great to see some new teams in the field, notably in the GTP category.
Yes, some new teams as well in the form of Scuderia Ferrari HP Esports team. Bit more of a concerted effort for them in iRacing for 2025. Of course, they had the second entry as well. Now long since retired, which had the pairing of Lorenzo Manfredotti, Graham Carroll, and Martin van Lozenoord. Having just said that, Manfredotti's just jumped back into the cockpit of the car. They have too much damage to go back out on track, but at least he's in the session and trying to help out his teammates by spotting and maybe looking at some of the trends and helping out as he may. They also have Ben Fuller helping out as an engineer. There you can see the car is in pit lane. The driver's actually behind the wheel of the car right now. But they've been apparently sitting there for a good 340-something minutes.
It's been quite a while for them stopped there. It's not necessarily been the easiest of days for this number 51 car as well. It's been a pretty easy day. Well, it's been a pretty easy 21 hours. I'm going to put an asterisk next to that to make sure I'm not at fault for anything that could happen to the 50. But it's been a good day so far for the 50 car. And Costantini will be getting the car to the end of the race, I'm sure, unless they have a late driver change, which can happen. But I think if Costantini gets the lap times in, I think it'll be fine.
I still suspect we might see a driver change. 2 hours 50 after what has been a long night for these drivers. Not a bad idea to keep rotating if you can. A lot of these teams also have 3 drivers all in Europe, which does make it difficult, given that not much, many of them will have had a lot of sleep. Sorry, I just started chuckling because I saw a comment from Ben Fuller in the iRacing Esports YouTube chat. I'm working on getting the 51 back going. A solo engine change is rough. 10 out of 10 comment. What a comment. That's a great sight as well. Grandstands filled with virtual spectators, that cloud cover up in the air, but no rain. The spray's kind of diminished as well. And with 2 hours and 43 minutes left to go in this iRacing Daytona 24, not much in terms of on-track battling, but hopefully something to look forward to. LMP2 class has been holding steady between the Apex Racing team and World Sim Racing since they both switched on to the dry compound of tyre.
Yeah, and the dry compound are working pretty well now as the sun is coming out from behind the clouds here in Florida for the final 3 hours of this race. I mean, the light and dark, then the clouds darkened when we got the rain, but we had some nice lights running in the early stage of the race, as we will towards the end of the race. And the dry tyre, definitely the one to be on now. Spray very much at a minimal now, as you can very much see the cars behind. There were times over the middle of the night, if you weren't watching with us, that there were cars that were pretty much invisible, only about 100 meters ahead of the amount of spray that we saw. But much better conditions now. We've seen the rain ebb and flow, but now it's very much not flowing, and we should be going pretty dry to the end.
Let's look at some of the marbles that have been built up on the outside of that Le Mans chicane. Also a great sight of what this chicane should look like, with grass and not with tarmac. I know we've had that discussion before, but it is what it is. New curbing has been introduced for 2025, it sounds like, as well, and some of the drivers ahead of next week's running, the 63rd running of the Rolex 24, they've been saying that it's now a little bit more single file, and you've got to be careful not to run onto the curbs in a way that's going to damage your car. So maybe something for iRacers to look forward to in the future. I can only imagine what that's going to be like. You go over a curb and you suddenly have lost part of the aerodynamic elements at the front or damage your suspension, and totally different experience. Again, very realistic though. Pit lane's relatively empty as well right now. Only a couple of cars sat there and sitting. Yeah,
it's been a relatively well-driven race by a lot of the cars and drivers. Some of the cars, of course, are a long way down. Callum Reed-Garton in that 908 LMP2, I think, was that 268 laps down, something like that, something absolutely ridiculous. But still sticking it in there. And that's what's great to see. Teams and drivers, even if it's not going well, and for some it really is. Dominic Hoffman, an example of that in the 89 GTP, 461 laps down, but they're back out on circuit. They're trying to gain some more time with the likes of Jaden Munoz, who, of course, was driving in that Williams Esports Shield Blast car, leading the race for a time, but now out. We'll see what they can do. 461 laps down. It's quite a way. I doubt you'll be gaining that in 2 hours 40, Arjuna.
No, I don't think you're going to be able to close that gap back up in the time that we have remaining. Again, with not much actually happening in terms of wheel-to-wheel action, just a couple of looks around the track as to what's happening. A decent amount of spray down this back straightaway, the entry into the chicane, then the run through NASCAR 3 and 4 as well. So not completely bone dry just yet as we strike 2 hours 40 left to go. A regular race distance in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship, and the race distance for the IMSA Esports Global Championship, which has just wrapped up as well. This is a VCO Grand Slam, let's not forget, which means there's a spot on the line for GTP and GTD class winners in the IMSA Esports Global Championship. But Darren, more importantly, I think to some of these drivers, all 3 of our class winners will receive physical trophies for winning their Daytona 24 splits.
I'd love a physical trophy personally. I never will get one, of course. I'm not anywhere near the levels of Costantini or Jordan Johnson or Gustavo Ariel and their teammates, of course. However, it is great that they get a little bit of a memento, isn't it, to mark the occasion, to mark their incredible drive throughout the 24 hours here at Daytona. And with the elevation of sim racing year on year, we get these I mean, we didn't used to have a trophy, we didn't always have a trophy, but now teams getting a trophy, it must feel pretty good to get that in the post, mustn't it?
It's pretty good indeed. It's one of those nice things about these Grand Slams that we started doing in 2020. It's our 5th year of them. those trophies, I should say, I think I slightly might have implied it's for all splits and whatnot. No, trophies are only for this broadcast split and for all of the drivers, no, not just one, to be split across of the team. Not one but two drive-through penalties have just been served, by the way, in the GTP class. Both Door Esports and Williams Esports Academy, they are many laps down. But again, just a reminder that in these closing stages, teams that have already had drive-through penalties will continue to rack them up as Kamil Grabowski comes in from third in the LMP2 class.
Yeah, we'll see if they're able to stay inside the top three in that number 16 Williams Esports Academy car, or of course, Zach Sweeney would call it the community car. Not, of course, the community car. Great drivers in the Academy car, and showing that by being up inside the top three in that LMP2 class, and we'll see how quickly they can get off pit lane. But it's also safe to say that running the race for 21 and nearly a half hours now really is showing on the car. That yellow isn't looking as vibrant as it once did.
No, the debris has started to be gathered, something that it's quite fun about these 24-hour events. The car that you start with, even if you can keep the car out of trouble, it's going to have battle scars in terms of everything that it picks up from those marbles, and by the time you get to the end of the race, and there are some teams and some drivers that actually make custom like die casts of their race cars to commemorate, you know, significant accomplishments in their sim racing career, for example, winning a world championship and stuff like that. Always cool if you do a race used version of it, much like some of the die casts that they sell for real race cars often have the race used version and then the pre-race kind of version with none of those battle scars. There's a look at behind the wheel, Kamil Grabowski. I love how iRacing's even adding things like the animation on the hands to simulate the shifting. So watch here as we head down to turn 6. Left hand starts to click down through the gear. Right hand's going to go up through the gears as they work back onto the banking.
And you can see the camera angle tilt somewhat as all of a sudden it feels like we're in some kind of astronaut training equipment as we're at an angle. You can see Kamil Grabowski just about getting away through the banking, getting off the banking once again as the car flattens out towards the Le Mans chicane, but looking pretty good for the number 16 for the time being. 2 laps down on our leading duo in the LMP2 to close up to 8 seconds, but still very nicely sitting inside that top 3, and I think they've got a decent enough margin behind them to try and defend of 4 laps indeed to the Delatraz Automotive number 8 car. So I think they'll feel pretty safe for the time being, but you're never far away from danger.
Never far away from danger indeed. It's kind of what our race leaders are hoping to avoid. Michele Costantini is back out there on track. He's won this race in the LMP2 class before, now hoping to do it in this GTP class as well. First race in his brand new team, the Scuderia Ferrari. You mentioned, by the way, the paint schemes not looking as vibrant. That's the same thing that can be said of that Scarlet Red. A little less vibrant and pops a little bit less at this point in the day. With all the marbles and rubber that's just been accumulated and built up. This is another camera angle that just shows that perspective of what it's like being on the banking. It's unique. It's something that you only experience at Daytona if you are an endurance driver that travels around the world competing at some of the biggest, you know, endurance events of the year. It's not often that you navigate through 31 degrees of banking, and you've got to be careful with your neck actually, Dara, because I forget who I was talking with, but I was talking with a driver. The first time they went out to Daytona, they were actually like bracing their neck and trying to support themselves. And so they got out of the car for the first time and they couldn't move their neck. And someone told them, yeah, you shouldn't do anything on the banking except relax your head and let it rest against the side of the car. Because if you try and do anything else for 24 hours of racing, you're going to be rather sore and uncomfortable by the end.
Yeah, the added gravitational force that is applied to your head when you're on the banking isn't really worth fighting against, is it? And it will cause you pain after a while, and that's what drivers adapt to. Not necessarily something that we have to worry about too much in the sim, of course, with drivers. Should be, unless they've got some high-tech sim, which I would love to see. Unless they can actually move their simulator around with the banking, they should be able to stay pretty level here at Daytona, which is always a positive for them. Maybe not feeling the full extent of the bumps, especially at circuits like Portimao, where you can often get a roller coaster feel inside of a car. In the real world, can't necessarily get that feel in a simulator, but if that is possible, I would absolutely love to see that.
I'm trying to think. None of these drivers in Top Split will use motion rigs, but there's a video of Jordan Taylor who was in a full motion rig that had a rapid disassembly while he was still in the rig, and so he actually ends up like on his side, like a full 90-degree kind of perpendicular to the ground, and yeah, didn't seem like the most comfortable situation, but that's the one that springs to my mind. So I guess technically you can experience what the banking is like, but you wouldn't have the full experience of the G-forces, the speed, and all of that combined together. Apex Racing in the LMP2 class in from the lead, and Jordan Johnson out. It's Dan Amor in.
It's Dan Amor in. We'll see what Dan can do in the final stages of this race. 2.5 hours left to run, and the 199 car's got a new pilot to see them home to the checkered flag. We would imagine, can't imagine that they will change drivers once again, but if the team want to, of course they can, and we might see Dan Amor jumping out. But I think that the safe bet, Arjuna, would be that Dan's going to run to the checkered flag and try and get that 199 to victory lane.
It's what you think, 2 hours and 30. It's not the longest stint for these teams and drivers. They're accustomed to being able to go at least 4 hours if they need to. Some teams will go as long as 10 hours if they really want to, although that is a Herculean effort and not the norm. Definitely not what you typically expect from our drivers. So back out onto track. Dan Amor is going to now build up the temperature in his tires. Timu Milikangas has just entered the pit lane in that World Sim Racing Esports Abruzzi entry. It was, what, 12 seconds or so the margin between the two cars heading off into the pit stop window. Let's see if it's going to change. I think also going to be quite curious, is there going to be a driver change? Yes, Milikangas out. Jesse Hilario is going to jump in to replace him.
Yeah, and let's see if this 2-2-3 change is going to change the outcome of the race. Of course, we saw a pretty close battle in terms of the pace between the 2-2-3 and the 199 in the last stint, but now with two new drivers getting in the car, what can Jesse and Dan do to try and get their respective teams down victory lane? It's almost certainly going to be one of those two teams that are going to win this race come the checkered flag, unless they both end up crashing and Kamil Grabowski can work his way through in the number 16 Williams Esports Academy car. But for the time being, I think it's going to be the 2-2-3 versus the 199, and they're not going to be a million miles away when the 2-2-3 makes it out of pit lane.
Remember, you have to wait a little bit longer nowadays to release yourself from the limiter. It removes any sort of jeopardy on the pit exit. There was some jeopardy there for Dan Amor, dropped the right rear, I'm pretty sure, into the grass. And so it is going to be a little bit closer than maybe it should have been. 3.4 seconds is the margin. And as much as we've been saying, we don't really have too many battles out on track. Fight for the LMP2 class lead is well and truly on. Although having said that, Hilario's just run off the track and the margin's going to balloon back up. Cold tires, still some moisture on the track, and the International Horseshoes caught the defending race winners out.
Yeah, not ideal at all. Right off the into the, well, with only 2.5 hours remaining in the race, just out of pit lane as well to spin around an International Horseshoe. That's going to be so disappointing. Lucky to keep it out of the barriers as well. That grass is pretty slippery at the moment, slipperier than it would be if we had been dry for the last few hours. But that's going to drop them much further back than they could have been in a battle for the lead.
So now they've got to do the hard work all over again. It's going to take them a while to close back up the almost 10 seconds that I think they've lost as a result of that little moment. And Jesse Hilario into the car, and clearly not totally switched on. And that's exactly why, Dara, I was saying you always prefer to leave someone in through the entirety of the transition to a dry track instead of a partial transition to a dry track.
Yeah, and that's kind of what we've been seeing over the last few hours. Of course, different here at Daytona, of course, as well, particularly on the banking, water running off much nicer, you would expect, and, you know, gravitationally, you would expect water to run much nicer off of the banking, which is why we've seen so many dry tyres being used in crossover periods compared to wet tyres. They are just simply quicker at Daytona than they could otherwise be at other circuits with the nature and characteristics of the track. But now with the slick tyres on the car, it's pretty slick conditions now. The spray getting, well, diminishing with every passing lap, showing that there is less and less water along the racing line. Still a little bit, so still not completely on optimal pace for these drivers, but definitely much faster than they were going about 12 hours ago, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, 12 hours ago feels like an entire different year at this point, unfortunately. It's been a very wild race. So many swings, then every time you turn away and look back to the broadcast, I think things have changed quite significantly. There's the race leader, Dan Amor, still navigating their way around. Hilayo's still struggling in some ways to get himself up to speed. Meanwhile, GTD pit stops, Dara, I think, going to cycle through. Red line going to be in a couple of laps. First, Williams Esports Racing prodigy Beckham Jasir taking over from Alessandro Bico.
And Beckham Jasir had a very good stint in the early stages of the race, was leading for a time. Let's see if he can get that number one back into the lead at a crucial point in the race. 2.5 hours to go, 147 minutes to be absolutely precise. And Beckham Jasir will be likely running all 147 of those to the end of the race and seeing if he can just about pit Gustavo Ariel and Team Redline to that GTD race win. I think generally for those teams, of course, focusing on the GTD battle now, it was quite a bit of a focus on the GTP earlier on in the race as we had that close battle between Williams Redline and Drago Racing, but since that has now gone away a touch, GTD is really, I think, where the focus for those teams are going to be, and they're going to be backing their drivers all the way to the checkered flag to try and get that race win.
One more black flag, Sheza Esport in LMP2. Drive-through penalty for them. Also a meatball for Williams Esports Academy in the GTP class. They've had a rough and tumble race, all things considered. Not an easy effort by any means. I tell you what, why don't we take another RaceSpotTV fan immersion? We rode on board in the GTP class last time around, expecting GTD pit stops for Redline sooner rather than later. Why don't we go over to the LMP2 class, maybe jump on board with the World Sim Racing 223, fresh off that mistake, fresh out of pit lane, and in the hunt for the race lead. 2 hours and 26 minutes left to go. Let's listen in to the Solara P217 at the World Center of Racing. Sound of the Dallara P217 rumbling around the Daytona International Speedway. Jesse Hilario getting himself back up to speed after that mistake on his outlap. Has closed about a second on the race leader since that initial mistake. Arjuna Kankipati alongside of Dara Thacker for the next 20 or so minutes here in the broadcast booth before Lewis McLeod jumps back in to be alongside myself for the final 2 hours of this race. And I loved watching that onboard, Dara, and just seeing the way in which the car's moving around. It's clear to me that most of that moisture is gone, and any spray that we're seeing right now, it's of minimal impact, but drivers cannot afford to slip off the line.
It's also great just to get a real sense of how drivers can get into the rhythm of the circuit like this, just hitting their apexes every single lap, picking their braking points, picking their turning points, and just getting the job done lap after lap. So it's really good to get an insight into that, of course, throughout the fan immersion, but the case for them is, can they catch that 14.5 seconds up to Dan Amor and get themselves into a leading battle with the 199 in the LMP2 class? That's going to be the target for them over the next 2 hours and 20 minutes. The trouble for them is they lost all that time, or for Jesse particularly, is losing all that time, making the mistake a few minutes ago at the International Horseshoe. You're now going to make all that time back up, and there's not really much else to throw into the mix to help you out there.
He had the chance to keep that gap at, what, 3-4 seconds, but now instead it's over 10 seconds. There's work to do, to say the very least. That's Michele Costantini, the race leader in the Scuderia Ferrari HB Esports team. See lots of chatter in our iRacing YouTube chat about whether that car is going to be investigated post-race. One thing I know for sure is Alexander Thieber in that Door Esports machine is just hoping that this race can end sooner rather than later. Because, Dara, we've been in the booth for 90 or so minutes. That's about the 5th replay we've seen with him behind the wheel of that specific car.
Yeah, just almost begging for the checkered flag 10, close your eyes and hope. Not literally, of course, hopefully that's not what they're doing, but just trying to pass away the time as quickly as they can. That's not going to help, though, spinning around and causing us to have a bit of replay. It's going to help the race feel a little bit more stagnant for them and make the time feel like it's going a little bit slower, but still 2 hours 18. In the grand scheme of things, in terms of the 24-hour race, not long left, but if you were told you've got to get through a 2-hour 18-minute race and you were starting it and you're that far down, you'd probably not be really in the mood for it. So definitely a long way for them to recover. We'll have to see if they can keep it on the circuit in the remaining few hours of this race.
Yeah, and again, there will be some post-race investigations that the iRacing stewarding team will take a look at, and there might be a couple of changes to the results, but possibility is not much major based on what we're seeing right now. Bruno Spengler, 5th position in that BS Plus competition car. We are on the verge of potentially having a battle. Only problem is one car in that equation just peeled off to pit lane. Sim RC in their Acura. Marvin Strell has entered the pit lane for what will be one of their final services of the race. It promotes BS Plus competition up to 4th, but only 2 seconds between those two cars and teams entering into another pit stop cycle. We'll have to keep an eye on that one, Dara, in these closing stages. Might actually have a wheel-to-wheel fight to look forward to.
Yeah, we can always pray that we're going to be seeing some side-by-side action like the quality that we saw in the opening stages of the race, but there's always a chance. There's always a possibility that we get to see some side-by-side action in an endurance race, because things can change on their head in a moment's notice, and we've seen that time and time again over the 22 hours and 45 minutes. Oh, no, 21 hours and 45 minutes of the race we've had so far. Goodness me, my maths is normally something I can depend on, Arjuna. You can tell it's been a long day. Well,
you're a commentator. I can't trust your math.
Yeah, I don't necessarily mention that to anybody I'm trying to help out their maths with, but I think I'm okay, especially compared to, you know, the likes of Ewan O'Leary, whose maths is questionable at best at times.
There's a lot of things questionable about Ewan O'Leary, unfortunately, and he's not in the broadcast booth to be able to tell me how wrong I am. So that's the great thing about being able to say that at this point in time. Red line, Gustavo Ariel brings in the GTD leader to pit lane, and that might be him done for the day. Yep, Ariel out. Josh Thompson takes over, and so the 171 is going to now finish taking on its tank of fuel. The Michelin tires already changed on that car. And then we'll get the sense of the margin back to Beckham Jasir and the Williams Esports Racing Prodigy, number 1. Now, I think Jasir has just come out of NASCAR's turn 1, so he's on the banking and heading off to the Le Mans chicane. So Redline will hold the lead once again, as off and away Thompson will roll. But it is going to be still under around 30, maybe 25 seconds, so can't afford to put a foot wrong here, Josh Thompson, as he takes on the responsibility of bringing the 171 to the checkered flag.
To the line, as there's another moment for the Duel Esports GTD car number 3, trying to get it stopped going all the way onto the grass. It's not the right line for them, and I'm not too sure that will benefit them in the next 5-10 minutes, but for Team Redline, for Josh Thompson, let's see if he can benefit himself on some from fresher tyres, a full tank of fuel, likely, what 2 since the end, maybe 3.
See if we can catch up with one of our drivers who's standing by for a quick chat. Jordan Johnson in that Apex Racing Team 199 is now joining us in the booth. Jordan, first, do you have a copy?
Yeah, I got your loud and clear.
Always got to make sure, you never know. Live broadcasting, we do this all live. Jordan, it's been an interesting race, to say the very least. LMP2 is the class that no one wanted to lead for a little bit, as one by one, leaders just continue to fall. But after being up front for the opening 4 hours of the race, you guys are now back in control. How does it feel after going through the night and being in this position?
Yeah, it's been a roller coaster, that's for certain. I think we dropped all the ways to 4, almost 5 laps down after our incident at the start of the race, and from the very start, it was just kind of heads down. We know it's going to rain twice during the race, at least that's what we expect, and there's a lot of chaos that can happen. And we knew our pace was good, especially with the pace Aaron and Dan had during the wet stints and changeable conditions. It was insane what we were able to get back in the early phases of the race, and from there just made our life easy. I put in the graveyard shift, brought back home another lap, and well, now we're here.
And let's talk about the 4-driver lineup here, because it was one thing I was wondering. 4 drivers for you in this LMP2, only 2 drivers in that GTP lineup. How do you guys go around the task of divvying up your drivers into the respective team entries for a race like this?
Yeah, so I think a little bit of that came down to a miscommunication to begin with. It was supposed to be whatever car I picked, we were going to have another driver sneak into the other car. And then it ended up we both picked the LMP2, and Alex and Marcus had just decided they were going to go and do the race. They weren't going to be told no, and I mean, I applaud them. They're running in P3 right now and comfortable pace. They've kept it alive during the worst of times, better than most people have had, a lot more sleep. And I mean, I can't applaud that much more than what they've done.
Fair enough. So what's the plan for the rest of the race? Just watch and see how Dan gets on. Is there going to be any nerves with that World Sim Racing car only 15 seconds behind? It could have been even closer if not for their one mistake off of the pit exit recently.
Yeah, it would have been really, really tense with that. I came in really conservative by the end of my stints, so gave up a little bit more time than I expected once we came in. But no, for me, it's just relaxed to the end of the race. We might have one more driver swap, might not. I'm not 100% certain. With these conditions, we've kind of switched everything about every single stint, so we need to kind of probably have a chat about that. But yeah, just look ahead. You know, our pace is really good, especially in the dry. We had the biggest advantage, and just go from there.
Well, we'll keep an eye on the fight. 14 seconds to the good, and 2 hours and 12 minutes to go. It's still a long way to run in this race. We'll see how things end up, Jordan, but best of luck for the remaining running in this iRacing Daytona 24.
Thank you.
Always great to be able to catch up with some of the drivers. Jordan Johnson out of the car into the broadcast booth for just a little bit as his teammate continues to lead, actually building up the advantage to that 223 right now. There were a couple more incidents out on track, by the way. I did notice that Agustin Canapino had taken the Solpec Precision Racing car back out onto track. They were 560 laps down. He got to turn 1, hit the wall, and he's now back in pit lane. We've seen plenty of retirements. Attrition's played its part. Dara 60 started this race, just over 30. It's still running and circulating right now.
more than half, though, I guess. There's always that positive as, oh no, not RaceSpots again, giving a little bit of a kish to the wall on the outside of the Western Horse. She really has been a difficult couple of hours for them, just trying to get to the end of this race with all four wheels on the car. And it's looking tricky at the moment, that's for sure. But they're doing their best. Still a couple of hours, couple of stints to go, but we are seeing, with the likes of Canapino getting into the car, final drivers getting into their cars for the final stints.
It was interesting that Jordan said they're unsure if Dan's going to run all the way to the end of the race, but maybe just keeping their options open depending on what they need to do to win this race. Bruno Spengler has caught up to Daniel Sommer. So Sim RC versus BS Plus competition. It's a fight for fourth position, working out of turn 6, back around onto the banking. Slight short shift there from Bruno as he tries to maintain traction at the rear of the car and brings the car down low, as close to the yellow line as possible to minimize the distance around the banking. Meanwhile, GTP pit stops underway. GridandGo.com. Gabriel Streitmatter has just taken over in the Grid and Go 001. Might be their final pit stop and driver swap, rather, as mentioned. 2 hours and 10 minutes is not a long period by any means with which to push. It's going to be difficult for Streitmatter. Can't afford to make a mistake like we saw with Jesse Hilario in pit lane 12 laps ago. It's still very difficult if you go offline in these prototypes.
Yeah, with Jesse Hilario and Dan Moore at the moment, that gap has been pretty stagnant for the last 15-20 minutes or so. 14 seconds or around that. It's been bumbling around, going up and down ever so slightly, but the 223 not able to really make too many inroads on the 199 for the time being. Still a little bit of time to close that gap. You'd only really be needing to close it at about a second every 10 minutes or so, so it's not necessarily panic stations yet for the 223, but they'll want to close that gap sooner rather than later and not leave it on the long finger for the final stint.
Sorry, helps if I unmute myself. That's about the third time that I've done that on this broadcast. It's okay. It just happens to the best of us. I've got to just remind myself. 9 minutes to go to the top of the hour, and we'll say goodbye to Dara. So, I mean, it's always interesting starting a year of special events with this Daytona 24. There's you know, first day at school vibes with, you know, new teams, drivers representing new teams, and all sorts of things to try and figure out. You've got the new cars sometimes that teams are using for the first time. And the case of this event, you got the rain in the Daytona 24 for the first time as well. So there's lots of things that we've been trying to figure out, Dara. What have been some of the main talking points that you're going to take away as we head off to the next special event, Mount Panorama, for these endurance racers in February?
I think the rain's definitely going to be a big talking point after this Daytona race. Of course, the first Daytona 24 that we will have had rain affected in parts. I think as well, some of the battling that we saw out of the front, particularly in the GTP category, Williams and Redline finding it out. They are getting themselves quite a battle to start 2025, it's fair to say. I think that is going to be something we look out for as we work our way through, as he's Spengler also looking out for a P4 move to the outside as he gets towards turn number 1.
That's a nice little move. Not really defended too much by the Acura. And as the Movano GTP slides up the inside, move done. 4th position gained for BS Plus competition. They started down in 18th spot, so 14 spots gained. It's been a recovery drive in some ways after qualifying did not go according to plan. And a lot of people will say qualifying does not matter for a 24-hour race. It does in fields as strong as this, because if you put yourself on the back foot to start things off, it's very difficult to climb to the front of the field in the early stages before the field starts to separate and you get dropped out of contention.
How much more likely is it if you're right in the midst of a battle, right in the midfield, to get caught up in some kind of incident really early on in the race? We saw 4 wide, miracle that we didn't see too many massive crashes ongoing in the first 20-25 minutes of the race. But starting in the middle of the pack, you don't necessarily have the ease of being able to pick your lines. You're almost having to be reactionary on what's happening around you. And that can really be quite a danger. 24 hours can almost feel like it's over in the first 5 minutes if you find yourself 5 laps down almost immediately. And that's always the risk of not qualifying too well. So BS Competition have been able to overcome that throughout this race and running incredibly well up in P4. P3 is probably a little bit too far away with it being 3 laps ahead. But if something happens to anybody in the top 3, they're going to be right there to pick up a podium.
Done it again.
Through around the banking once again. I was gonna say, have you done it again?
Yeah, it's going on 2:40 in the morning, and I'm doing some silly things, which, you know, not abnormal as a commentator. GTD though, I mean, race lead 20 seconds. And I'm not sure in the last handful of laps, and I get that feeling right now that Beckham Desir is starting to close on Josh Thompson. Just looking at the lap times on my end, yeah, last 3 laps alone, it works out to around half a second that Desir's been able to chip away into the lead. And so, I mean, it's a tall order. I don't think it's by any means a guarantee, but you can't count out that Williams Esports Racing prodigy BMW from closing down the Audi at the front of the field. The one thing that we do know is the Audi struggles a little bit more in the dry conditions as compared to the BMW.
Yeah, that could be a theme that we see running throughout towards the end of the race. And it's been a theme that we've seen throughout the race already, how different cars have acted slightly differently in the changeable conditions, and that has had quite a large impact on the orders that we do see now. And teams deciding on what cars to go in before the race may have had that in the back of their minds, knowing that rain was always going to be a possibility for the first time, of course, here at Daytona, and maybe change what their usual car would be accordingly because of that. So interesting decisions have been made. Teams, I'm sure, are happy with how it's gone. If they picked the right car, notably the 171 in the red line going for the Audi, I'm sure they'll be pleased by that. But is it going to hold up for them in the final 2 hours? Wait and see. Williams Esports have a long way to go. They need about 1 second gained every 6 minutes to try and close that gap down.
So that's the math that's been done very quickly. Now, do you trust Dara more than you trust a calculator of your own? I don't know. I think that math kind of makes sense to me. It might take a mistake as well from Redline. We're also, I guess, at the point where with fewer cars left on track, you might end up in a situation where traffic's not as much of a factor, and so you're not losing as much time as you would have done previously. So that's something that as well, you know, if you have 60 cars on track, you kind of have to factor in a little bit more time loss. Each of these leaders going to be a little bit more aggressive. Michele Costantini, by the way, has been in and out of pit lane. So your race leader, another pit stop sequence executed with no dramas as we close in on 2 hours and 3 minutes complete. If you're wondering what we're looking at in terms of weather, no more rain. There is no forecast for rain in the remaining 2 hours that we do have. What I am seeing is quite significant is shifts in the wind, and at Daytona, Dara, that can be a big factor when you think about it, right? Because sometimes you can go from having a headwind into turn 1, suddenly it becomes a tailwind. It can be a 10 to 20 mile an hour swing sometimes in terms of speed, and suddenly you're trying to completely judge the corner with a different sort of perspective.
Florida is a place, I'm just going to nerd out here for a second very quickly, is a place where the wind does often change direction, particularly on the east side of the peninsula. You've got the Atlantic Ocean, of course, where you would generally expect weather to be coming, but of course the jet stream prevailing wind coming from inland Florida. So it does change conditions very often here around Daytona, in sim reflecting that as well, which is always good to see. But it does mean that it's a challenge for the drivers, challenge for the teams, always having to double guess where the braking points are. Cars may feel slightly different into braking zones, into turning points as well, and that could unsettle a couple of cars. We've seen cars be unsettled a lot of the way around the lap, and having a constant weather will help in getting you into the rhythm. You change that up, your rhythm's going to be slightly out of focus again.
And it's why, you know, for Jesse Hilaire, I keep going back to him, but poor guy, I've called him out so many times for that small mistake that he made, but it's always risky to put a driver out into a track that's transitioning. And yeah, you talk about Florida's changing weather patterns. I experienced it a couple of weeks ago. I was at Sebring. I thought I was in the sunshine state. No, it was the windy state instead, being blown around by all sorts of strong gusts of wind. Something that in a track like this as well, even with low downforce, can catch you out pretty quickly. I don't even know if there's really much to talk about in terms of GTP predictions, but 2 hours and a bit to go. Darren, before you leave us, I want to ask you, LMP2 and GTD, do you think we see a change, or do the race leaders hold on to where they stand right now?
I'd love to see us getting a battle for the race leads in both of those categories, but at the moment, I'll be honest, I'm not quite seeing it. That GTD gap isn't closing. It's not even growing. It's pretty stagnant for the time being. Same exactly can be said for the LMP2 gap. It's been about 14 seconds ever since we've seen cars come out of the pit stop. And I would say, well, for the time being, on pace, I think the 199 and the 171 are going to be winning their respective classes, but we know anything can happen in these endurance races, and something crazy could befall a couple of our leading cars in the final 2 hours. I'm looking forward to seeing how this race is going to end, and I'm hoping that it's going to be exciting enough for you, Arjuna, to stay up for the final 2 hours.
Oh, I think I'll be kept awake by your replacement in the commentary booth, because we'll say goodbye to Dara Thacker in about 30 seconds, and Lewis McLeod will rejoin us to the conclusion. It's been a interesting 22 hours or so. We're into those closing stages where not too much happening on track, but there's still tension. There's still some nerves building around the Daytona International Speedway here for the 2025 iRacing Daytona 24, powered by VCO. It's the first of 4 VCO Grand Slams once again. GTP and GTD winners will earn golden tickets to the IMSA Esports Global Championship, and all 3 of the class winners in this broadcast split will get physical trophies for their accomplishment as well. The hour ticks over, 2 hours left to go, and we welcome Lewis back into the commentary booth. Lewis, how are you doing?
Yeah, no, I'm doing great. I've had a lovely night of sleep, Arjuna. Had a lovely night of sleep. Obviously,
Rubbing it in.
Yeah, no, absolutely, damn right. Had the race on, sat back, enjoyed. Saw some of the big dramas, some of the big crashes. There's been quite a bit, and the controversy. That's fine. I'm just going to sit back and enjoy the last 2 hours.
I tell you what, let's throw you straight into the business then. You've got to earn your paycheck here at RaceSpotTV. So Lewis McLeod is going to be joined by Marcus Solholm, fresh out of the Apex Racing team, number 99.
Yes, indeed. Obviously, as again, to follow on from what Arjuna said earlier, Marcus, have I actually got a copy? Can I hear you?
Oh, hello?
There we go. That'll do. Obviously, one of our GTP drivers. You're racing at the moment in the Apex car. You're in 3rd position in class, of course. Talk us through how your race has been. You've been a 2-driver lineup. It's been a tough one for you.
I mean, yeah. It's, so I think I've tried two-manning a race before, but for me, it's completely different. Two-manning a race and having to be competitive at the same time. You know, it's not just circulating. You know, it's been trying to be competitive as well and stay focused, especially with the rain, which was super intense. I think race-wise, it's been a bit up and down. I think it's been like this for everyone. There's been some funny moments where it's been like what's happened here. There's been some funny moments where it's basically been death lurking on the side of you, but we've managed to make it through as one of the cleaner ones, and I think that's what puts us in the position we're in now.
Obviously, let's speak of one of those funny / close / scary moments. If you go onto the Apex Racing team or Marcus's Instagram, I'm sure you'll see the clip of your moment earlier on in the race where there was a big crash ahead of you. You had to take to the grass at turn 2 just to avoid it. I'm sure there's been a few other moments where there's been some close calls like that through the race. But where's your mindset in a moment like that? How do you keep calm? I mean, do you keep calm?
I don't think there's time for that. I mean, specifically that moment happened so fast that I don't really think I had a mindset. It just happened, and then after you were like, oh damn, that was close. Yeah, I think it's just trying to react as quickly as possible and seeing where there's a gap. I mean, this incident specifically, well, if you go look at it, it was a really annoying incident because I couldn't see, because the car ahead was blocking the pileup there was. So all of a sudden there was just 3 LMP2s parked still right in front of me. So I just threw it off to the grass and tried to get through it cleanly.
It was quite a clip. We're seeing a few clips, by the way, of a few moments out there on the circuit still at the moment as the 002 Grid and Go esports car has gone off going through the dogleg. Talk to us about how difficult the circuit is at the moment. Obviously, you know, we're all running on slick tyres, but it's really wet out there. We saw over the night when it had stopped raining, there was a lot of speeding in the pit lane. Penalties as people were trying to get in. Obviously, it's really wet on the apron there on the run into pit lane. I mean, is this almost to some degree more difficult than when it's just fully wet on circuit and the grip is a bit more consistent?
I think now that the track is pretty dried up, or at least on the racing line, but also sort of around the racing line, if you go maybe an hour back, it was super difficult because right when you switch onto the dry tires, there's only one dry racing line. So that means if you're trying to overtake traffic or something and you have to go off the racing line into the wet, that's where it gets really sketchy, because you'll just lose all the grip out there. And perhaps, yeah, just in that transition period when changing onto the dry tires, it gets really dangerous. And as for pitting in, I think it's because the pit lane is like incredibly wet. Like, you can expect that it's wet, but not that it's that wet. So what we've actually been doing is we've been, of course, taking our precautions, but we've just been braking on the racing line on the oval, if there was no one behind us, of course, and then throwing it into the pit lane right at the end, right before you sort of hit the pit speed limit. And that has worked out wonderfully for us, at least, instead of trying to brake on all the wet stuff with dry tires.
Well, Marcus, best of luck. I know you're jumping back in for the final couple of stints.
Yes.
Best of luck for your stint. Fingers crossed, bring it home.
Thanks, we will try our best. All right.
There you go, Marcus Arm, of course, from the Apex Racing team. Martin, it's always great to hear from some of our drivers, some of our teams, and how crazy it is out there on circuit.
Interesting that he's jumping back in the car at the end.
Yeah.
I would have figured, he'd be very content to kick his feet up and kind of relax. But, the two-driver lineup that they've been going back and forth with, Jordan Johnson, when we had a chat with him, he indicated that was kind of an accident, and Marcus and Alex have made the best of that situation and committed to it. But as Marcus said in that interview, it's a different thing to do a two-driver lineup just for fun versus do a two-driver lineup and be competitive. There's a reason in the real world, Lewis, that I'm pretty sure you're mandated to have at least 3 drivers in your effort for any 24-hour race.
Well, I mean, look, I've always said, like, obviously in the world of sim racing, in these events you can have as many, well, say as many as you want. You can have up to 16. Minimum of 2, maximum of 16 drivers behind the wheel. That is more than enough to get you through a race like this. I do think the magic number, though, for me, is 4. I think four's a good number, because 3, obviously you realistically an even split, you're doing 8 hours apiece. That's fine, but 3 or 4, obviously at 4 you're doing 6 hours apiece if you're splitting it evenly. 5 is too many. 5 you're reaching the point where you've got too many cooks in the kitchen. Someone's going to be a weak driver, someone's going to drop it surely. 4's the good number, and that's why when you see a lot of endurance races, you will typically see in a 24-hour race 4 drivers in a team. Although I will say that's almost becoming a little bit out of fashion. Junior the World Series. I'm seeing a lot more 3-driver lineups this year than I think I've ever seen before.
Interesting. Yeah, well, way more 2-driver lineups for this event in Top Split than I would have ever thought that we'd have seen, right? So it's definitely something to it. I think part of it is, with the iRatings now required to get into Top Split, you kind of want to try and ensure that you have enough iRating, and so that you might have a driver that's quick but doesn't have the iRating, and so they don't end up in your lineup anymore, right? So there is a grind to keep that number as high as possible. LMP2 pit stops, by the way, underway. The 199. Dan Amor jumps out. Danny Chivisciabo is going to take over. Jesse Hilario is going to stay in the World Sim Racing car. So Chivisciabo just left pit lane. He can't afford a mistake here, Lewis. The pressure is on in that LMP2 fight.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, look, this is always going to be the way. This is one of that category had to come down to the wire to some degree, right? And it wasn't going to be GTP, although that might come down to the wire in a slightly different way. That might be dealt with after the race. Okay, we'll have to wait and see on that one. We'll talk about that, I'm sure, at some point over the next couple of hours if you haven't joined us. There's been plenty of things that's been happening around the Daytona International Circuit, but LMP2 looks like it's going to be coming down to the wire. Hey, don't count out GTD as well.
Fingers crossed, actually. Beckham Jasier continues to make inroads into the race lead. And Josh Thompson might start to feel the pressure in that final hour if things hold as they are. This is the only battle which is within 12 seconds of the car in front of each other. Everything else is quite separated at this point in time. Pit stop cycle has come to a close with that LMP2 lead grouping, by the way, diving down to pit lane. That lead is under 12 seconds for the first time in a while. Keep an eye on how that one's going to develop. There are a couple of things just to keep our eyes on. Daniel Sommer really committed down to the Western Horseshoe. Looks closes up to the back of Bruno Spengler.
Do you know one thing? So obviously, yeah, again, battle for 4th position. Do you know one thing that I think might happen here in the GTD category? Because obviously the 169 is still circulating. That's the second of the Team Redline cards. It is more than 4 laps down on the race lead. And by more than 4, I'm saying it's almost
499 laps.
I was going to say it's almost 400 laps down on the race leading class. Now, the reason I bring that up, they've obviously fighting for nothing. The only reason the 169 would be out on the circuit right now could be to assist the 171. So if I'm Cooper Webster, I'm behind the wheel of the 169, late on in the race, you've got that gap at 20 seconds. If it drops down to sort of like 15, you know, that kind of second mark, when you know that Williams is catching, I'd drop that 169 straight back in to give assistance to Josh Thompson in that 171. Right now, I'd almost kind of like, I'd leave Josh Thompson doing what he's doing. But that car, I do genuinely feel that the 169 is out there, ready to play the assist card.
I agree. I definitely feel like that's an option. I do think that for Josh Thompson, he is started at Spa last year where he qualified on pole position in what I think was the Ford Mustang for the Spa 24-hour race. And as much as, you know, some things didn't go all his way last year, as an element of the confidence that started to be refound for Josh, and a confident race car driver is usually a pretty quick race car driver. Lap times, though, are trending in the direction of Beckham Jasir. It's tenths here and there, but it is advantage to Williams Esports Racing Prodigy. Shot off the back of Bruno Spengler as they head out through turn 6, out of the infield and back onto the banking, with a couple of bits of traffic to work around this fight for 4th in the GTD class. 2 teams as well that are basically identical in terms of strategy, so there's not much difference between when they're going to dive down to pit lane at this point. They've got one more trip that's guaranteed, and then they're going to have a one more full service trip, I should say, and then a splash and dash to be served at some point as well. So maybe what we are going to see, Lewis, is these 2 teams divvy up their pit stops a little bit more effectively, as Bruno Spengler just got to slow down.
Yeah, that's a bit awkward. So, like I said, just committed a little bit too much going through the Le Bus stop, which I heard you classify as earlier. That's a little bit of a mix between the Le Mans.
Did I actually say that?
And the bus stop. Yeah, you were trying to say a bus stop, because you were saying that obviously we don't call it a bus stop anymore, but you said Le Bus stop, which I thought was classic. I'm going to roll with that for a little bit. It wasn't that aggressive a slowdown. I think that's the important bit. Obviously, it's dropped straight back in behind the Sim RC car, so it's not that bad.
That is the ultimate Freudian slip. Like, I've never said something accidentally that's been so good before. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. And again, we will now classify it as Le Bus stop. I'm not sure that was actually a slowdown, actually, the more I think about it.
Do you think that was strategic?
There's potential, because I think I would assume a slowdown, you'd get more of a penalty than that. You know when it's like when iRacing gives you a slowdown penalty and it's like, oh, you've got to give back 0.6 of a second. It's not 0.6 of a second. It's always, you're always like, I've dropped a second and it's still telling me I've got to give 0.2 back. So, you know, it can be a little bit frustrating. That reeks of we've let them go.
Should I go and ask in the BS competition Discord?
They'll say it's a slowdown.
They'll say
it might have been a slowdown, but if it's a slowdown, it could not have been better.
It was a very strategic slowdown is what happened there. You can see a bit of spray being kicked up still. This part of the track is not totally dry just yet, but a reminder, no rain expected in the hour and 47 minutes that we have left to run. Instead, it's just going to be the question about if there is any puddles of water. It's really on pit entry that these teams, these drivers, still are going to have to keep their eyes on and keep a little bit of focus as to how wet it really is down there. Both the LMP2 and GTD leads, Lewis, are starting to trend downwards. They're not trending quickly with an hour and 46 minutes left to go. Beckham Jasir in GTD, Yessi Halayo in LMP2, they're putting in the hard work. They're just running out of time.
Yeah, and you kind of think, obviously, you know, 20 hours ago, you got plenty of time, Eddie. You know, once you get to this, 2 hours left to go, it sounds like so much time left. But it really isn't. You know, you've had a day's worth of racing almost at this point. You are counting down on those final few moments. Everyone's tired. Everything's sore. All you're thinking about is going out and having a Mackey's, or in my case, a round of golf after this. You know, like, there's a lot going on. Or in Argentina's case, definitely sleep. That final 2-hour stretch, especially if there's something so tantalizingly close, it's probably one of the hardest bits of this race.
Sorry, you mentioned food, and now my mind's distracted.
Just thinking about that Mackey's constantly, mate.
Oh, I'm thinking about the hash browns.
Well, I mean, what was it? Oh, yeah. So Zach Sweeney doesn't like hash browns. Like that's whatever.
How?
Yeah, but Ewan O'Leary until I don't know how it is over in the States stuff, but Ewan O'Leary until this week hadn't had a Mackey's breakfast, which I think is wild.
What?
Yeah, he hadn't had one. Honestly, wow. It's one of the craziest things I've ever heard.
You know what? This conversation, it's 3 o'clock in the morning. We've got an hour and 45 minutes to go. That means when we finish, there's only one acceptable course of action for me to do, Lewis.
Straight in the car, off to Mackey's.
You read my mind.
Yeah, but you know what? I'm actually tempted to do the same, but I can't get a breakfast because it's like it'll be 1 o'clock by the time we're out there.
I might just get like 50 hash browns or something crazy like that. I think, by the way, you may not be wrong with the element of gamesmanship in this BS and Sim RC battle. I've been watching on my end the replay. Exactly the line that Bruno Spengler took. It doesn't look abnormal to me by any means. Maybe there was just a bit more aggression out of the second part of the sequence, but I mean, the margin that we're talking about through the bus stop, to me, as a racing driver, when I used to compete in the Daytona 24, I always used to feel like iRacing was moving the slowdown detection zone and the off-track detection zone every lap. The answer is they weren't. I was just not a very good driver.
Yeah, it's always kind of one of those ones of like, well, no, I was nowhere near it. And then you look at the replay, you go, oh my god, oh no. Yeah, no, it's like these drivers are pretty consistent with their lines. Obviously, we have had a few instant points racked up over the race. I wonder what this is the stat that we've never had. I think. I wonder how many instant points have been racked up over the, I think it was 96, 95 race sessions that have happened across all of the cars, all of the teams. Was it nearly 20,000 drivers, whatever it was, 19,000 drivers, I think it is. So
that's the number that I've heard, about 19,000 drivers.
How many instant points have been racked up? It's a few. It's gonna be a few.
No, this is. I'm not sure is the answer to that question, right?
Also, I wonder what the
really
average. I wonder what the average safety rating plus minus is over this race, because obviously, unlike iRating, which is a zero-sum formula, so there is a certain amount of iRating. When you join the service, like you add, what is it, 1250, 1300, whatever the base iRating is, you add that to the pot. And then effectively, that's roughly how it works, isn't it?
Yep, something like that.
Yeah, and then obviously in this session, everyone joins, and it's almost as if you all put your iRating into a pot and then you take it back out afterwards. So there's no added iRating or taken away iRating. It's just that it gets spread apart depending on your results. There's the Duel Sports car. Ooh, that's going to be awkward. That's not going to pop back on, unfortunately, and we'll have to return all the way back to pit lane. It's going to be a long drive for them. Yeah, safety rating is not. Safety rating, is dependent on what you're doing, and there's no zero-sum formula. It's not, you're not taking someone else's safety rating. I would say it would still be a positive in this race, but surely as an average, it's still a positive in this race, because it's actually quite hard over such a long distance of race. It's quite hard to lose iRating. Safety rating, sorry.
Yeah. Well, so I can almost guarantee if someone does the 24 hours of the Nürburgring,
yeah,
they gain safety rating there, right? There's just so many corners. The math works out that you are always going to, I mean, statistically, I'm sure there's a case where you'll lose safety rating, but there you will gain safety rating. Here, I guess the incident point limit's the thing that will restrict teams from being a bit more aggressive. But like I know for a fact, Lewis, I could do 5 laps, and every lap I could get an off track at the bus stop, and it would just be my normal racing line. That's just the way that corner kind of flows, right? So you almost have to watch yourself a bit more through specific corners here to ensure that you don't hit that limit, get close to that limit. And so I think that's where drivers end up being a little bit better in terms of avoiding the damage to the safety rating. You do tend to see a lot of incidents, though, in terms of traffic management in some of the lower splits.
Look, I'm only going to pull a little bit of a stat from last year, just because it's a rough bit of information, which might put it into a little bit of perspective. Again, we're in top split. These drivers haven't gone too far over the limit, but still, race winners last year, Williams Esports play seat, which was the number 6, they in totality had 96 incident points. The highest driver with incident points in that car was Ate Kalman, who had 41 instant points, which actually realistically over the race isn't that many. Did 292 laps, picked up 41 instant points. Was an A3 point whatever rated driver going into that race. Now obviously went over a threshold, fair enough, but did gain 1.4, as in plus 1.4 safety rating with 41 incident points.
Not bad.
This is what we're talking about. Like, yeah, you can't help it.
Yeah, well, it's just, at least we have the incident point limit in effect now, right? I still tell the story sometimes, but what was it, that Spa 24, was it 2018? That would have been the year where iRacing first were looking to introduce the incident point limit with penalties and stuff like that. But they had to turn it off after they had a couple of issues with it in the first time slot. And so basically it was free reign, and there was one driver in my session for the Spa 24 that year who got 1,500 incident points just by himself. Which, you do the math. I mean, he only drove for about 6 hours in the race, Lewis. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, exactly.
Wow, that is someone who does not care about their safety rating. I've always said safety rating is a currency, right?
This is a great point. Let me go look at the results.
You save it up by being a good boy and not getting into trouble, and then you spend it pushing people. No, don't do that. Don't push that.
Lewis, you're advocating for naughty things right now.
Look, I am. No, obviously, look, I'm a touring car driver. I'm not saying I push people off the road, but you know, sometimes I would save it up, and then around Long Beach, I'd get my elbows out a little bit more. I wouldn't push anyone into the wall or anything, but you know, I'd go for the dive that sometimes when I'm looking for safety rating, I'm not going for, because I've got the safety rating to spend. So, there's, like I say, think of it like a currency. Save it up, and you save it up in the endurance races is the easiest way to do it. God, I'm a horrible person.
Well, no, I'm laughing, but I'm also sitting here because, I mean, genuinely, that's something that in the real world that you'll be thinking about, right? If you don't, let's say it's a 10-round championship, if you don't end up in the steward's office for the first 9 rounds, I hate to say it out loud, but you know you've got a little bit more leeway going into the final round because people view you as a cleaner driver. They're not going to think, as compared to when Lewis races in a championship and in the first 9 rounds he's been in the steward's office 18 times.
Whoa.
Right?
Whoa. Pump the brakes there, Chief. I did a touring car series in my first esports bit. I did a touring car championship from 2013 all the way to 2019, and I missed 1 round. That was and on average it was 8 rounds a year, right? And there were 3 races a night. How many penalties do you think I got in that championship?
So
the 100th race, the victories. No, it's definitely not 0, but it was 0,
okay.
No, it was 5.
I don't believe you.
5 penalties.
I just don't believe you. You see, that's the problem.
It wasn't. Gianmarco Fiduci's in chat. It wasn't the MOBTCC. It was the GPWC International Touring Cup. I'll have you know.
I do see Gianmarco in chat, so maybe he can attest to this.
No, me and Gianmarco actually, we have, because we took part in VMOB, their touring car championship, but never in the same season. So I don't think I've ever raced with Gianmarco.
So Gianmarco can't come into the chat and complain about how dirty of a driver Lewis is. We'll have to take that. Okay, we'll take it to room 511 and we'll move on from there. This is the only on-track battle, just a reminder, that we have right now. It's a car length and a bit between SimRC and BS Plus competition for 4th position in the GTD class. However, LMP2, GTD, the lead battles, in one case trending in the wrong direction. The Apex Racing team building their advantage over World Sim Racing in the LMP2 class. In GTD, though, 3 seconds in the last 20 or so minutes, Beckham Jasir has brought down the gap to 17 minutes up front.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, look, did you say 17 minutes?
17 seconds. I meant seconds.
Honestly, I was taken back by that for a second. I was like, pretty sure it's not 17 minutes. Maybe I heard it wrong. Who knows? You're absolutely right. 17 seconds for the race lead at the moment in the GTD category. Still no assistance coming in from the 169 over the 171. If you want to know exactly where they are on race circuit whilst we see this battle happening, the 171, our race leader in the category, is just going onto the start-finish stretch right now. Cooper Webster in the 169, which of course is like nearly 400 laps down, but the other team Redline car is just going through the West Horseshoe now. I do believe that they are going, they're going around the same speed basically. I was going to say, well, I do believe the 169 was slowing down, but that's not actually the case. Again, I feel that 169 is circulating, ready to go and help the 171. They'd be wild not to.
There was some drama last year around this exact situation, and so I think there is probably a little bit of that coming into play here, where they don't want to start the drama any earlier than it needs to be started. But yeah, Cooper Webster's out there and ready to assist. I think it's probably the best way to put it. Help out his teammate and just feed a little bit of draft. I'm trying to do the math. So we've got 90-ish minutes left to go. Let's say Beckham Jasir is gaining... It's a bit optimistic, but let's say he's gaining 0.2 a lap. That's roughly a second every 5 laps, so maybe a second every 8 or 9 minutes. I mean, he's not got that much time, Lewis, and so I go back to, the age-old quote, to bring out the great Murray Walker. It's one thing to catch, it's another thing to pass. Williams Esports Racing Prodigy are just running out of time here.
Yeah, and again, it kind of goes back to some of the stuff that we were talking about a little bit earlier on in the race, where you can only go as fast as you can go, right? So kind of looking at that gap, and this goes for both teams, as the Duel Esports GTD takes my line through the Le Bus stop. It really does. My goodness, that is a shame for the number 3 car, and onto the grass. We'll have to rejoin, but basically on the apron as they go around NASCAR 3 and 4. Like I said, there's only so much that you can do. You can only go as fast as you can go. I almost ignore the gap. Just drive as quick as you can. You'll either catch that gap or you won't, right? By looking at the gap, it's not magically going to disappear. You can only go as fast as you can go. And by looking at that gap and seeing 16.5 seconds, you might think, oh, that's going to be really hard to catch. Now I'm going to take a little bit more risk. Now I'm going to try, and then you can crash. What's the point? You can only go as quick as you can go. Go that fast.
They have 3 laps behind them, at least in the case of Williams Esports Racing Prodigy. So that's why they've got, I guess, a little bit of a buffer to push a little bit. I mean, 3 laps is not a lot at the end of the day. It's not the biggest margin, but it's definitely something to keep in mind. That Door Esports machine, Lewis, I've been in the booth for 2.5 hours or so since I jumped back in, and I swear I think I've seen that car on the replay machine about 8 different times. It is 90 odd laps, almost 100 laps off of the class leader. They are just showing some endurance racing spirit to try and get the car at least to the very end of this thing.
Look, and that's what it's about. I will say, I've commentated on iRacing endurance races, these special events for a long time. Yeah, I say long time. Yeah, not crazy. Let's call it 4 years. It's a fair time. I've been commentating on sim racing races for a long time. That is for sure. I have never seen a Daytona 24-hour with this many retirements in iRacing. It is wild. And as Henry Moore recently just messaged me and said, I think this is a great quote, and it is so true. Never have I seen such a chaotic but somehow calm Daytona 24 hours. That's kind of where we are now. It's kind of calm out there because we've had so much chaos. Reminder back to Sebring last year, where we first had rain on the service in a special event. It was really exciting, and then it rained, and then once it dried up, it was kind of dull. I'm not saying this is dull, but it is in that vibe.
Well, what was unique about, what was different about Sebring compared to today? Because Lewis and I were actually having this conversation offline in some Discord messages before we jumped into the booth together. But what was different about Sebring, right, was first race with rain, so none of the drivers really knew what to expect. But it was also torrential rain, right? There was no other way to say it. That was almost red flag conditions in many different ways, right? And so I think it was a combination of the two that really did lead to, like you say, a bit too much chaos when the rain was there, which was a lot of fun when it was happening. But then once it settles down and you're in the dry period and the aftermath, it's a little boring. There's not much to talk about. This race has had less chaotic rain, I would say, right? It hasn't always been as heavy, but there's been places where drivers have been caught out. Look at that pit entry as an example, right? Haven't seen crashes there, seen plenty of people caught out and picking up the penalties. And so we are still clearly in that phase where a lot of these teams and drivers are treating this as a 24-hour sprint. They know they don't have a safety car to come and bail them out and pack the field back together. And so even when the rain does arrive, there is no, let's run at 9/10, let's let a little bit off, but ensure that we're still on the tarmac. They're all in this mindset of, we've got to push, we've got to attack, because if we don't, we're going to be losing time before we get back to the dry.
Yeah, which, I mean, I was going to give, like, genuinely, when I woke up, I saw the rain and this, that, the other, and I was seeing the Ferrari driving really well. I was going to give them the plaudits, being like, well, they're the ones that have driven at 95%, and that's why they've not had incidents. They obviously did have an incident, and, you know, allegedly have vaulted forward. I've seen the clip. It's questionable. We'll see what happens post-race with the number 50. At the moment, they do have a lap lead, but for the most part, like, they've kept it clean. We'll go to that as it is. The Williams Esports Racing Prodigy car in the GTD category, that's Vasilios Belleziotis now behind the wheel, has been into the pit lane very recently. So it's just taken over from Beckham Jasir, and now drops a minute 20 off of the race lead. Will the 171 follow into the pit lane? I've got no idea what strategy we're running at the moment.
I think in those cases, it's another 5 laps before red line should be in. And then we'll see what happens with Josh Thompson, who is continuing to put in some decent lap times. But again, just a reminder, a couple of tenths every lap or so. Beckham Jasir continued to eat into the advantage. And I think the idea of putting Vasilios Belleziotis in is clear, Lewis, that they need to be able to push, and maybe a fresh driver into the car is the right thing. There is Belleziotis out of pit lane and building himself up to speed.
Yeah, indeed. This is after a lap or so already complete. Laps happen so quick round here. I mean, it really is relatively a short lap. As you'll see the grid and go car go straight around the outside, and that just shows the grip differential between one of those GTPs and the GTDs. At the moment, though, trying to focus on battling for the race victory is the GTD Racing Prodigy branded Williams Esports car. It does look fairly fetching, although it does have one major problem.
Wrong number boards.
It is really tragic.
Yeah, no, it's so unacceptable, is what it is. It's an IMSA event, and they have failed to ensure they have the IMSA number boards on their cars. You know.
Which is really poor. Then again, I was discussing this with Dara earlier, and no, it wasn't about his height. It was we were discussing. Obviously, you know all the Fiercely Forward cars. There's a Fiercely Forward Pink, and we were discussing about how all the Fiercely Forward cars have all got coloured, like they're all Fiercely Forward Silver, Fiercely Forward Red, Fiercely Forward Gold, Fiercely Forward Pink, right?
And then don't have any highlights on them.
You would assume there's no highlights on them. However, the Fiercely Forward Pink does have coloured wing mirrors.
Oh, does it?
What colour do you think they are?
Oh, it's not going to be pink.
It's not pink. It's not pink. They were blue, which really irritated me. Like, if they were just like black or yellow, I'd accept it because it's kind of like that's just the normal colours of the team. We discussed this a little bit, and then Dara said basically like, what if they've like sent the wrong livery in. And I said, well, some people can join on some of these events in the wrong number. Then, yeah, fair enough. Of course, it could be the wrong livery. And then you get this, where they've joined with the wrong number board selected. You just know these drivers are very, very good at driving. Outside of it, well...
in the past, we used to collect paints manually, and we only let paints with the correct number boards through. Now we use trading paint, so it's all down to the teams and to the drivers, and unfortunately, they all didn't figure it out. I did see another drive-through penalty. Oh, how has that not ended up in a worse bit of drama? Because David Bosga, pitting from third, has hit the wall, rear diffuser's gone missing as he makes his way down to the box, but I wonder if they're still going to emerge out on track in a podium position through all of that.
That was a sizable moment from the number 5 car. You're absolutely right. There's going to be a fair damage repair, I do believe, and a bit to pay. It just snaps aggressively, and this is what we were hearing from Marcus Solholm a little bit earlier on. And what we've seen as well over the night stint when it stopped raining, pit entry is treacherous. You've got to remember, you're coming in on worn slick tyres, and that pit entry is lethal. And like you said, once that car snapped, there was nothing that could be done. I mean, that car's going to drop back a fair amount. Is it going to drop back into the clutches of Daniel Sommer and Bruno Spengler, the battle that we're looking at here? I'd almost say probably. It was a big hit on the barrier.
Still sitting in pit lane, I can tell you that one. 56 seconds or so, the margin. Basically the time that it's going to take now for these two to wrap back around to the start-finish line. Another incident, this one for the fiercely forward 11. I'm not going to say red because there's no red highlights on that car. Sven Noller getting lost at turn 6 for a moment. Quickly spins it around, back out onto track.
I was all right. It's not, it's relatively tight. It's fine. If you're going to have a mistake, have it like that. There's been what was it that you said earlier? But the Duel Esports drivers have always been. I mean, I've kind of said the Williams Academy, the one that's got the LMDH part on its name. Love myself a little bit of John Bennett, but I have seen that car. There's a few cars where it's always them.
Yeah.
No,
I'm not going to say which driver in the Williams Esports Academy car that you're thinking of has been in the car for the majority of the stint that I've had so far in the commentary booth. They've had about 3 or 4 different incidents, unfortunately. These two, by the way, now officially battling for a podium spot with David Bosga still in pit lane after that nightmare on pit entry for Grid and Go's 005. So SimRC BS Plus competition suddenly fighting for a podium spot.
Yeah, indeed. Which, again, great to see. Let's now we get a nice little podium battle. 5 laps down. What was it? I think it was Ewan that said earlier on about one of the teams in the GTP category that was inside the top 10 and then nearly 50 laps down. And that is exactly the case. Duel Esports GTP, 50 laps off the race lead, and they're inside the top 10. These two fighting for the podium, 5 laps down. This is not something we typically see. It's fascinating.
Making up words now. I said Le Bus Stop. Fascinating. That's come out.
Apparently, I did a little bit of French after saying Basilius Belleziotis because it wasn't. To be clear, it wasn't about Belleziotis. I know he's Greek. I don't know why I said a little bit of French, but I did say Je suis la piscine. I don't speak French, as you can tell.
Yeah, no, I don't even know what you said there, to be fair. So.
They call me the swimming pool. I don't know. I can't even ask directions for the train station. I did not pay attention in secondary school.
Yeah, I did like 8 years of French, and I cannot speak.
That is actually pretty embarrassing.
It is not ideal. Is the situation. I always say I only speak one language and not well, English, but I speak multiple programming languages, also not very well. That, by the way, was a great illustration of, at this level, how traffic's meant to work out. Although Michele Costantini's not very happy with the BMW there. BMW covered the inside down to the international horseshoe, did not want to let the race leader slip on through because he was trying to get the message across, wait until the corner exit, use your hybrid, and don't cost us time working through this corner.
Yeah, that was our race leader, Michele Constantini. You knew I was going to do it. Just, it's Constantini, it's fine. But yeah, got to chuck in a Constantini every now and then. There he is. Obviously, race leader by 2 laps. Obviously, the main talking point of this race in the chat. We've not really discussed it. It's kind of, I hope you understand. It's kind of a topic we're probably going to avoid a little bit.
Well, the reality is we don't really know what to say. Right?
No,
like
I don't. So to be clear, look, do you know what? Actually, I'm just going to go for it. Okay,
for it.
Let's go for it. We don't know what the ruling is on this, but this car was leading the race, had a moment, and Alt F4 or quit the game. It was allegedly Alt F4. We don't fully know, but 2 and 2 is basically what happened. So effectively, they've crashed the game or disconnected from the race to avoid the damage from an incident because they went off straight off. It was Ollie Steinbratton behind the wheel at the time. We don't know what the ruling is from this. So I am not going to say that this car is going to get disqualified like a lot of people are going to say, or if it's even going to get a penalty or whatever. We simply do not know. But there is a very big question mark over the number 50 at the moment, courtesy of that incident. That is what it is.
And unfortunately, we may not even get an answer until after the weekend is finished up, because it's probably a lot of different protests that are going to be filed by all the different teams across of the 90-odd splits that we've heard that we have for this 2025 iRacing Daytona 24, and plenty of incidents that the team probably has to work through. And it will only be reflected on the post-race results at the end of the day as well. So not going to be anywhere that people can necessarily go and look for the announcement, but you will be able to go and check out the results post the week probably finishing. Give it until Wednesday or so, and the entire team at iRacing will probably be catching up on the slew of protests that have been descending into the queue. So as that drama continues to settle and unfold, let's talk about those gaps in LMP2 and GTD, because I was thinking Williams Esports Racing Prodigy would be able to close, but Vasilias Belliziotis not really closing on Josh Thompson, who's just left pit lane. Gap between the two teams at the front of the sports car class, 19 seconds flat.
Yeah, which, to be fair, I'm surprised it's actually gone out that much. But then again, I guess it's because obviously the heavier fuel load, of course, for Vasilias Belliziotis has kind of dragged them off the rear end of Josh Thompson a fair amount. Again, it's interesting. Whether Belliziotis is going to be able to close that one back down, I mean, it's gone the wrong direction. That's the important bit, and potentially could do so again when they come in for their final stops. But it is what it is. Tight, relatively speaking, in endurance terms, tight battles at the top of GTD and at the top of LMP2.
I think that Apex Racing machine in LMP2 might be under fire before the end of this race. It's been about 5 seconds closed in the last 20 laps from the defending race winners, World Sim Racing Esports Abruzzi. This was the win a year ago that really announced them as a brand new team to the world of sim racing. Yes, with drivers that have worked together under other names in the past, but a brand new start for them and an opportunity that they delivered on. Off of pit lane, SimRC already having made their trip down. BS Competition blend back in with Alexander Voss taking over driving duties in the number 7. Remember, this is the fight for the podium spot.
Yeah, indeed. Oh, bit of a slide for the number 16, and we've seen a couple of issues from Matteo Quinza a little bit earlier. What I remember was driving around on slick tyres on the wet track for probably a little bit too long. And went for an enormous spin on the start-finish straight of all places. But either way, just losing a little bit of time there. Still running around in the third position as we'll take a look at Alexander Voss. So there's a lot still to be played for. A lot of bits up in the air in this race. And I just, obviously, yeah, we've got the battle in GTD. Fair enough. We've got the battle for the lead in GTD, battle for the podium in GTD, and then the battle for the lead, realistically, in LMP2. There is a look at your race leader. Again, it is, the gap has gone the right direction for them. That's the important bit.
Yeah. I did see, by the way, David Bosca in that grid and go 005. 9 minutes of damage repair. He just headed back out onto track. Was third, now down to 7th. Remember, even in these closing stages, it's very, very easy to make a slight mistake, slight slip up, and for things to take a quite drastic swing. And SimRC have taken full advantage of that. We'll see how quickly Alexander Voss will be able to get back up to speed. But the gap here, look at the Bumblebee down to turn 1. BS competition nowhere to be seen. It's a good 3.5 seconds between 3rd and 4th.
Yeah, indeed. This is, again, it's fascinating at the moment. It's, so like I say, some big gaps appearing. I was kind of like, again, I'm just trying to read like all this stuff. Obviously, we're getting a lot of information trying to come through. Everyone's got conflicting stories a little bit as to what's going to happen with the with the number 50.
I think the one thing that we know is no one can agree.
No one can agree because, again, in the rule, I don't believe there is anything specific that suggests a disqualification, right? With the number 50, by the way. However, we have had in previous years, have had some bits where punishments, not invented, but they're kind of brought in for it. I mean, this is not the case because obviously they all spoke about it, but we are going to roll back to some controversy, and hopefully he's not listening. But let's talk about Alexander Spetz and the Williams eSports team from a couple of years ago, when obviously they did the qualifying lap below the double yellow for a little bit of it. I can't remember exactly how it went, but there was nefarious tactic, is what it was classified as in qualifying, and Alexander Spetz was whopped with a pretty stonking penalty in the form of a ban for a year. I don't know what the deal is with it. I don't know if the iRacing will pull that out, and I don't want to speak on behalf of them, but it is fascinating. They did also keep that win, by the way.
Right, yes. All I will say is that, as we see World Sim Racing into pit lane, this is scheduled. Apex Racing will be in shortly. Isaac Phelps is taking over in this 2-2-3, so he'll be the one to try and close the gap even closer as they try and defend their race win. But as some people will know, I help run the IMSA Esports Championship, so I have a familiarity with rule books and how they get applied. I'm not entirely familiar with the iRacing Sporting Code. To be honest, it's a while since I last sat down and read it in its entirety, dug into what it really says. I don't necessarily know if there is a rule that explicitly prohibits what happened with that Ferrari entry. I agree it's very much against the spirit of racing, but again, that's why we're unsure. So we will let what happens in the background. You'll have to probably take a look at social media to maybe find out the outcome of any post-race penalty, and we hear some of what you guys are all saying in terms of chat. Unfortunately, we have very limited information with which we can help provide more clarity on the situation. Instead, we will avoid giving you any more confusion. Danny Chivi-Chabo brings in the 199 Apex Racing leader in LMP2 down to pit lane.
But I mean, I'll touch on it from an opinion point of view on this car. This is again no talking of penalties or whatever, because I just don't know. I will say, whilst I understand the knee-jerk reaction from like a driver's point of view, I saw how quick it was from going off the road to what we're foring. That's premeditated. And right or wrong, against the rules, not against the rules, whatever, it is incredibly disappointing. I think that is the important bit. If everyone did that, it's not right. That's the important bit, and it's just leaving a really bad taste in the mouth. However you want to see it. So there is that. And with that, with an hour and 12 minutes, we probably are going to avoid talking about this car at least for another 60 minutes.
Absolutely. It's again, you kind of sympathize with the driver behind the wheel because probably not thinking very much in the heat of the moment, just thinking, right, I'm in the wall, I'm going to be in the wall anyway, how do I get back to pit lane? Not necessarily looking for anything, but anyway, we'll focus on the little bit of battles that we do have, and potentially a battle for a class win, and it's Daytona, so you never know, you could get a drag race to the line. Would be a bit of a surprise, I think, given the way that this race is played on out, but I mean, even the full medal action, we've seen drag races to the checkered flag of the Rolex 24, partially assisted, yes, by safety cars packing the field back up. But it's just that sort of track, Lewis. I'm thinking back, of course, to when we had that mad moment down through the bus stop chicane on the very final lap for the GTD win.
Yeah, and this thing is, we've said before about slipstream and how crucial it is around here, rolling through that bus chain, especially when you're late in the race, you're battling for a podium, you're battling for a race victories and all that. Getting the timing right on the slipstream and focusing on getting a good run out of the Le Mans chicane, Le bus stop, it's critical. And the thing is, you've got to kind of be planning that even now, an hour and 10 minutes, 70 minutes away from the checkered flag big race, or if you're in the real world, 68 minutes away from the checkered flag. You got to chuck one of those out there every now and then. It's pretty funny, eh? But it's like I say, you've got to be planning, you've got to be preparing. It really is not an easy one. There's no again, but that's far down the road, so I guess let's not worry about that.
Yeah, don't worry. I made a few cracks about the lost 2 minutes of the Rolex 24 last year.
So disappointing.
Well. It's just so easy to make that joke as well. And yeah, I mean, it was. I was at the track, so Lewis, you were watching, I'm guessing, on TV, yep. Right? How confusing was it for you watching along? Because I'm guessing the commentators were quite confused as well.
Everyone was confused and disappointed because obviously we were getting some really close races. Right. Everyone was looking really excited, and we were like, "Whoa, we've got one more lap!" But what? The race is over. I think it was. I'm pretty sure it was John Hindhaugh was basically like absolutely baffled. And the idea, like, "Oh, it's over. That was it."
I think I remember because I had the scanner on and I was trying to listen to the commentary, but at the same time, we're all, reaching out to each other. I was there with some friends and we're trying to talk to each other. What's going on? So I think John even said at one point, I've looked outside and I'm seeing someone flying the flag, but I'm not sure quite what. Our graphics, something along those lines. It was chaos, and just a reminder that motorsports is a very, very complex behemoth of a logistical task, and that's why in the world of sim racing things are a lot easier, a lot more perfect. It's something that sometimes we take for granted, right? We talk about adding safety cars to these special events. If they were to be added, Lewis, it would be added in a way that it's foolproof for a driver, right? They just follow what it says on the screen, and that's all you have to do. In the real world, it is totally different. It is the responsibility of the teams to follow the process correctly, and if you don't, let's say you get waved around, you take the wave around when you're not meant to. Well, it happened in Daytona last year in the IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge to an Alfa Romeo. They got a stop and hold 5-minute penalty. Imagine if that happened in a special event because you didn't follow all the rules properly.
Yeah, exactly. You wouldn't be happy. I think me and Ewan have actually discussed this quite a lot. This is definitely, this is pre-weather, where we've discussed it a fair amount, is that don't get me wrong, I would sit here and be like, I think some of the special events would be more interesting, or at least closer, if we had safety cars, if we had those coming out and joining. However, two points on that. Number one, let's deal with the first one, which is, it is nice to see everyone's strategy unfold over an entire 24-hour period. If you have safety cars, that all gets broken up and then you have to react, you have to do this, you have to do that. Whereas seeing it over a 24-hour period, seeing what drivers and teams come up with what over that period, it is interesting, and it does bring a level of fascination that you don't get. And there are endurance leagues and stuff on iRacing which do bring in pace cars, do bring in cautions, do bring in safety cars. It does happen. So there's a place for it, and it's nice to have those safety cars. Number two, though, let's be real here. If we had safety cars in this race, how many safety cars would we have had by now? How
I don't want to think
bored,
about that. Lewis, no.
out of my mind would I be? It would be insane.
It's the one criticism that IMSA does get in the real world, right? That, you know, they have long safety car periods. It's not always fun to watch. Yeah, no, I think given what we've seen, remember, 60 cars started. We have got about 30 running. Let's say one safety car per retirement. Doesn't actually track like that, but I'm just worst case scenario. 30 safety cars in this race.
At least.
Yeah, that would have not been fun.
I mean, I will say with safety cars, I think some people may have driven differently, but then, like, the reason why I say at least, for one, like, obviously there might not have been, who knows, but the safety cars breed safety cars. Also, to be fair, like, just imagine we are 23 hours into this race. We probably would have been under safety car for almost half of that.
Yeah.
Be real about that for a second.
And you know there would be a drama late in the race where we get a safety car, things would pack up, and the inevitable. You know exactly what's going to happen there, don't you?
Yeah, I don't want to have the threat of finishing this race under a safety car.
So what we're saying is add safety cars, but there needs to be a limit. So, like, if you get one safety car, you can't have another one for 45 minutes.
Straight away, yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no, go on. Go.
Well, I was just going to say, someone at the same time put it in chat as well. I've always wanted slow zones, you know, code 60 zones that you could, you know, slow down just a specific segment on the track. And that's again where, because we're in the sim world, you can have like a graphic that says you're entering the slow zone rather. Start slowing down now, much like we have with pit lane and stuff like that.
Yeah, or you just do, as boring as they are, if you really, even though they're completely pointless to the world of sim racing because they're really not needed, virtual safety cars. Right, and you wouldn't do them like they do in Formula One, which I still maintain. It is like my main gripe with Formula One is the way they do safety. I like the virtual safety car. I think it's horrible. It is so bad because it's just like, yeah, you just got to slow down, but that percent, like, what was wrong with just slowing down, like what they do in where you slow down and then you just press the pit limiter and then you just drive around at pit lane speed? What's wrong with that? Why does it need to be more complicated than that? And why does there need to be the threat of penalty, or like, because you know what happens under that, like where it's kind of like you have like you're going slower, but not to like 80 kilometers an hour or 60 kilometers an hour, with a code 60 or code 80. You slow down to a certain speed, but you know that you're timing it to try and get right to the end of like the full course or the virtual safety car. So then you kind of accelerate going up to the end. It's like, this is stupid. This is really bad.
Maybe a little frustrating there for the 223 as they put a lap on the Williams Esports Academy, sat in third, not giving up as easily as maybe they would have liked. That gap's now hovering just over 9 seconds. Isaac Phelps has picked up the baton from Jesse Hilario, and defending race winners starting to close on the Apex Racing team. And I'm not sure about the math right now, but I'm pretty confident in saying, Lewis, we're going to have a fight for this LMP2 lead in the final 60 minutes.
Absolutely. Like, surely it is on its way. It's fascinating. I was having a little chat with Danamore earlier on, and he was saying about how in that WSR Esports car, Isaac Phelps really, really quick, and how Isaac Phelps went for a longer stint earlier on in the race, and they were pretty confident that they might have been able to catch or take over the race lead or whatever if it wasn't Isaac Phelps behind the wheel. That's not to give any discredit to any of the other drivers in that car. They are all quick. But Isaac Phelps just put together a really, really good stint earlier on in this race. Right now, though, needs to dig deep and needs to find that once again. 9.5 seconds he needs to catch up to the Apex Racing team of Daniel Sivi Szabo, who I would have expected, by the way, would have been alongside Marcus Solm. I know those two are close mates and are always together in the car. Last lap time for Daniel Sivi Szabo. DSS sets a 1:37.2. The WSR Esports Abruzzi car, 1:36.3. Woof.
I wonder as well when it comes to Danny Sivi Szabo. Remember, Jordan Johnson joined us for a quick chat. He's part of the lineup for the 199. He was saying that there was some miscommunication and that one of the drivers that's ended up in the LMP2 was meant to potentially go over to the GTP entry, wonder if maybe it was DSS, as he's forever going to now be known on RaceSpotTV. This is a lead gap which is starting to shrink, but Josh Thompson, I don't think he even needs the assistance of Cooper Webster in that second red line Audi, because Vasilias Belitsiotis, as we near the final hour getting underway, still 18 seconds off of the race lead in the GTD class. I think Redline looking good to defend their win from 12 months ago.
Yeah, which obviously, you know, running around very well. We know Redline are strong at this event. Obviously, we said before how it's, at least the top category's been owned a little bit by Coanda. The GTD category's been a little bit more up in the air, been a little bit less clear as to where that's been over the last few years. Obviously, like you said before, it was Redline last year, it was the Apex Racing team the year before that, it was Fira, and the year before that it was GTEs. At that point it was a Triple A eSports, so that's a throwback, isn't it? My goodness. It chops and changes this category, but Team Redline, they're looking to take control. I was just seeing, by the way, that AAA car. Obviously, then there was the whole bit when there was RHG involved. I didn't realise Chris Lullen drove for AAA. That was a long time ago, wasn't it? That was 2021.
It's a long time ago. Lewis, that's only 4 years ago.
Loads of years ago.
4 years ago.
Do you remember? Yeah, but do you remember the most? Do you know the most interesting bit about that race? Do you remember? 6 hours into the race, you asked me for my predictions on who would win each of the category. Smashed it out of the park. Can't take the commentator's curse anywhere, because I predicted all 3 categories. Spot on. I was so proud of myself.
It's correct. It's the only time you've been that correct on RaceSpotTV. Your first broadcast picked all 3 winners 6 hours into the race. Quite remarkable, actually, thinking about that 4 years on. 23 hours complete in the 2025 iRacing Daytona 24, powered by VCO. 60 minutes left to go. We've got 2 class leaders seemingly in control, 1 under pressure, but looking to fight back. Arjuna Kankipati alongside of Lewis McLean here on the iRacing Esports Network, live on RaceSpotTV. And speaking of Chris Lullen, by the way, he's just dived down to pit lane in the BMW M Team Redline number 20. That's the car that, of course, Max Verstappen has been in as well. It's not the final pit stop for this team. They'll have to come in for a splash and dash before the race is done.
Yeah, they only do about 40-minute stints in this. Does seem as though Silly Lully's going to be taking it to the end of the race. I mean, look, 4th is not what this team was aiming for. They were aiming for the victory. They had the pace for it. A couple of issues over the night stint has dropped them back down the order. And you know what? I think considering the dramas that the cars had, 4th place would be pretty solid as we take a little look at Silly Lully behind the wheel.
You say pretty good. I still think that if Verstappen doesn't get those 2 speeding penalties, maybe he doesn't drive so aggressively in traffic, maybe they don't get tangled up in incidents. I kind of trace back the start of the demise for this entry to those pit lane penalties. And remember, those happened on back-to-back stints. Verstappen got speeding penalties on consecutive pit lane entries. Again, plenty of teams were making that mistake. It was not specific to Redline or Verstappen. It's just the impact maybe felt a little bit more by them as compared to any of the other teams through the field. Lullen back out onto track in a bit of no man's land. 10 laps to the car behind, 3 laps in front to the car in front. Not much to do other than to sit there and circulate and just deliver in some laps. And it's a different experience for some of these top split drivers as well, Lewis, right? You talked about how this race has been quite attrition heavy, and we've seen the rain really take its toll on the teams and drivers. But because of that, there are a lot of these drivers that are maybe accustomed to, getting into a situation where they go laps down and they'll end up quitting a race. Well, now no longer. They stick in the race, they continue circulating. And again, in the case of Door Esports, 48 laps down, still on course for a top 10.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's the endurance racing spirit. You gotta just keep going. And the fact that in this race, like I say, you can get a top 10 50 laps down is wild, by the way. But again, you just gotta keep circulating around the circuit. Got to keep your eye on the prize, your head in the game, and keep focused. This, by the way, BS competition. The red line behind them, not the race leading red line. That is the 169. That is currently, obviously, again, a few laps down. Comes into the pit lane now. Like I've said before, that 169 could go and assist the 171, and I believe it's just kind of going around because why not at this point. But also, so that they are ready to assist the 171 if they need it. But it's kind of one of those ones. Leave the race leaders alone until they actually do need help. And right now, they don't. So just let them do what they're doing. Don't add another car to the potential drama.
Drama? What's that? We've got none of that right now at Daytona in this final hour of the first of our 24 races. We've been talking about just how difficult pit entry can be with the aquaplaning that sometimes these drivers find themselves running through. That Zenith Esports, Jaume Torres, interesting ride.
Which is, you know what? Do you know what the biggest shame of that is? Number one, really rate the livery. Even though it does look suspiciously close to the Solpec and the Grid and Go car, but then Zenith has been a thing in sim racing for a while, so it's fine, we'll allow it. It's McLaren. We don't have. I think it's the only McLaren in this split.
Indeed, they were competing in the McLaren in the IMSA Esports Global Championship. Yeah. It's quite cool, actually, to see them stick with that car, whereas some of the other teams, Grid and Go, were in the Ferraris, World Sim Racing were in the Lamborghinis, Williams Esports were in the Mercedes in that IMSA Esports Championship. All of them decided to go and change their car to be fair, what seems to suit the situation a little bit more. That McLaren, even though it's been through plenty of ups and downs, it's carry the one, do the math, 180 laps down from the race leader. It's still looking pretty factory fresh right now.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think the crew's probably been hard at work repairing it.
A few times.
Yeah, I think more than once, more than once. Honestly, it looks fine. It looks fine. What are your thoughts? Here's what I already know what my thought is on this, but I'm going to ask for yours first. What would be your thoughts of having fast repairs? Having let's call it, let's say 4 fast repairs. Well, no, that's too much. Let's go with 2 fast repairs over the 24 hours.
So it's an interesting proposition because, Lewis, you and I, we've commentated on the digital. Ooh, that's smoke.
That's definitely, that's not spray.
Sorry.
That is full on smoke. We'll
get back to it. That's Jesse Jones, I'm pretty sure, in the Door Esports entry. And that's at least their 4th, maybe 3rd black flag of the day so far. Another spin, and they're racking up the incident points.
Yeah, of course. Once you pass 100 incident points, you get a penalty, a driver penalty, and then every 20 afterwards, you'll get another one, and that's an extra 2 incident points to chuck into the mix. And so, yeah, another penalty. By the way, just if you aren't aware, a fast repair is exactly what it says in the tin. It will be, you come into your box, you stop, you get basically a brand new car instantly. And so if you've had damage, you've had a large crash, you get that instant repair. There are positives and negatives to having them, though.
Right.
Again, what are your thoughts?
Well, and so that's why you and I, we've commentated on a major championship, right? The Digital Nürburgring Endurance Championship, the official championship of the Nordschleife, right, in many ways. And well, we'll get back to that because the replays are coming thick and fast. 3rd position, Marcus Solholm's dropped the left rear of the Ferrari 499 into the wall, then had to wait for a little bit, but I think he's avoided major damage at the very least, almost then strands the car on the banking as well. That was a bit more close for than I would have really wanted to see. There's definite damage. One advantage is 2 laps to the good as compared to BMW M Team Redline.
Does have a bit of damage on the rear left there, as expected. Did clobber the wall a little bit. Is he going to come straight into the pit lane, or is he going to remain out on the circuit? It's Marcus on. We had a great interview with him a little bit earlier on, I believe, staying out. So I'm sure it'll be fine. Like I say, got a bit of space behind. Did respect, by the way. This is one. Alt F4 equals fast repair. That is actually pretty funny. Now, hopefully, no one's going to bin it because I still want to hear your opinion.
Yes, no. Okay, let's see. 3rd time's the charm. I'll try and get my opinion out. We've commentated on that championship. The way it works is I think they allow 4 fast repairs, and if you take one, you have to then come in and serve a 5 minute? I think it is off the top of my head. 5-minute stop and hold. and the way they do that is you have to send them a screenshot at the end of the race with the number of fast repairs that you've used. If you're not telling them honestly, you're not in that championship any longer. It's a pretty cut and dry process, right? So there is a bit of the honor system, but it kind of works. So from that perspective, I think it's worked quite well, right, Lewis? Because the Nordschleife is one of those tracks where when you crash, it's going to be big usually, right? There's not much that you can have in terms of small crashes at that track. And for the most part, when you crash, there's a not inconsiderable time that it takes for the car to get towed back to the pit lane as well, right? At a minimum, you're looking at probably 5 minutes. So that time, plus the time then to go out and return to the pit lane, serve your stop and all penalty, you're probably looking at 10 to 15 minutes lost to get a quote-unquote fresh car with no damage. So the pros and cons are, like you say, it incentivizes teams to maybe be a bit more aggressive. Once they get a fresh car as well, they can be a bit more aggressive through the field. But the pros are, you give teams an opportunity to get back into the race, and knowing that the rain is really throwing lots of chaos around, I think I know where you're going with this. I would not be opposed to potentially introducing some fast repairs if there's also a penalty for using them in a special event.
Yeah, so there's, like I said, there's two things. For one, the reason why, like I say, in that chapter, we say that why you have a 5-minute penalty for taking a fast repair, that's for two reasons. Number one, it then makes it consistent as to how long it is to repair a car. We've all had it where you've bumped the barrier and suddenly you've got a 12-minute repair for some reason. You're like, wait, what? Because that happens on the real car as well, by the way. That's not, that is actually, that's actually kind of fair. You sometimes do just hit something weird on the track and it rips off the rear right for no reason. That happens in real motorsport as well as in sim racing, so let's not jump on anyone as being problematic on that one. That's just how it is. So it neutralizes that. And also, number two, and this is the big one, if you do repair your car, let's say, for example, you have a 20-minute repair, your car is not going to be factory fresh, because again, you're not repairing that car all the way back, you're repairing it back to it being basically able to get out there on the circuit. So 5 minutes is your penalty and you get a brand new car. I think that's fair. I actually quite like that. And if that were the case as to how we were using fast repairs and special events, I would be all for it. Generally speaking, though, as we'll see the IFR esports car having a bit of a moment there at the West Horseshoe, almost getting stuck on the grass as well before rejoining, causing a little bit of smoke and chucking a little bit of debris out onto the track. It's not going to have another moment immediately, is it? Surely not.
Please not.
No, we're okay. We're okay. But the reason why I would actually be against it as to having fast repairs in this championship is, or in these special events, is people see 4 fast repairs is I can crash this car 4 times and be absolutely fine. Mr. Arjuna, that's fine.
Yeah, I knew you were going to throw me under the bus.
It's fine, it's fine. I didn't use any of the fast repairs. You lot did. I didn't use any of the fast repairs. We were doing an endurance race and they used all the fast repairs. It's fun. But it causes more chaos because people can crash and then just get straight back into the race. And that is a problem.
Yes. No. Again, I think there's a balance to be struck, right? Because clearly the level of attrition in this race, I mean, Lewis, go back to the first 2 hours, which you and I commentated together. One of the best starts to an endurance races I think we've ever seen, right? It was wild. All 3 classes there were contenders up and down, but then one by one they started dropping off. You and I stepped in and out in the commentary booth, and as we came and went, we just saw more and more teams falling by the wayside, right? So I think that's where the fast repair comes into play. It's the idea that for some of these teams that have gone many laps down in the early stages, because they sat in pit lane for 30 minutes waiting for repairs, might just give them an incentive. As long as we limit it, right? I think that's the thing. If we said you get 2 fast repairs over 24 hours, at that point you've got to start being a bit more careful, you know?
I think here we go. Here's a great option, because this is more to obviously encourage the endurance spirit in the lower down splits. Here's the bet. Here it is. Top 9, top 10 splits, whatever. No fast repairs.
Ooh.
11 through 20, 1 fast repair. 21 through 30, 2 fast repairs, and so on. Something like that. Because I've spoken to a few people that are in lower down splits and they've been absolutely obliterated by 0.8k I-rated drivers, which is absolutely fine. Everyone has the right to take part in this race if you're on the iRacing service, and that's what it's all about. We love bottom split as well. I love seeing some of the broadcasts from bottom split. It's so funny. But encouraging them to get through the race, especially in the wet weather conditions, by giving them a little bit of a fast repair, giving them a little bit of a boost. I think that would be fair.
That is one of the best ideas that you have ever had, in my opinion, which is not saying much because your ideas are usually pretty terrible, but that is genius. I love it, right? Because it recognizes the fact that every split is going to have a different sort of driver competing in it, and so just suit that condition, the number of fast repairs for the field that you have. I would say give one fast repair to top split,
Okay, one, then two, then three, then three. Okay, fine. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
We'll be nice to them. We'll give them the chance, and then if they go out and it doesn't improve the attrition level, right? If we go out next year, they have a fast repair, and we still end up with half the field retiring, then it tells you a bit about the drivers more than the fast repair and damage system, doesn't it?
Yeah, sorry, someone just said 800 I rating in GTP is ridiculous. I actually agree. Having 800 I rating in a GTP, that does sound like absolute chaos.
Nightmare feel right there.
Kind of sounds a bit like banter though. I genuinely, I have done it. I have done. I think so. Myself and Dakar, we did 6 hours of the Nürburgring, the Grand Prix, not the Nordschleife, in a GTE once, and I'm pretty sure in that there was an LMP1 driven by like a 0.8, 0.5, like somewhere in that region. Was absolutely fine. Not gonna lie though, every time I saw them coming around on the relative, I was terrified. Was absolutely fine though, but it was scary.
What is the lowest I rating, Lewis, that you have ever seen?
0.1. I have seen 0.1. I think the lowest. Yep. So I genuinely have looked. I'm not going to name and shame. Not going to name and shame. But there's some people below 80. So it's fine.
I'm pretty sure I've seen a single digit before. Right, which was wild. That was clearly someone that was looking for an advantage in the next special event. We do not condone that sort of behavior. The beauty of the I ratings is, especially when you have 20,000 people participating, you've got so many more people that hopefully have all been weighted out by their I ratings, and so hopefully you all have had some pretty fun races across the what are estimated to be 90-odd splits across of the 4 time slots of this event. There's Team Hoisingveld, by the way. They're 10th position, 55 seconds behind the Williams Gaming Club. Only Porsche in the GT3 class here today. It's good to see, albeit they have also forgotten their IMSA-specific number board, so have to take a couple of points off as a result of that. Leading battles as we are now officially, Lewis, in the pit stop window. So all 3 of our classes could come down to pit lane and make it to the end. It might need a bit of fuel saving in the GTPs and LMP2's cases. However, LMP2 and GTD, both redline in the Apex Racing team, holding strong at the front of the class.
Yeah, but I'm just going to sit back and just enjoy the car that we're looking at the moment, because you know my opinion of the Hoisingveld livery, especially with the yellow highlights. I mean, look at it. Just look at it for a second.
I tell you what.
Is that not glorious?
Can we, I'm asking for the producer to set something up on the fly. Can we do our final RaceSpot fan immersion of the Daytona 24 while also looking at a zoomed-in shot of the Porsche, maybe in an inset box? We'll let you go off and set that up, because it lets us look at the Porsche while also letting us listen to the Porsche as well. You see what I'm putting down?
The list of requests that you've just given to your poor Hugo Louis, 23 hours and 20 minutes into broadcast. He had a 4-hour break. It's fine. I know you took over for a little bit.
I know. I gave him 4 hours worth of sleep. He can give me this one request.
I'm not going to do it. That is brutal. Honestly, I love this livery. I think it looks better on some of the other cars other than the Porsche. What does it look best on? You know what? I think with it looks best on the RS3. On the
TCR.
Yeah, I think it looks really good in the TCR.
To be fair, it does actually look quite good on all touring cars. The Hyundais, the Hondas as well, because we've seen that on plenty of occasion. I will say, in the GTD class, is there any better sounding car than the Porsche? Is this just my Porsche bias screaming through?
What car do you drive?
I might drive a Porsche, yeah.
Classic.
No comment.
Yeah, there's no Mazda 6 in the GTD class, so I can't jump in on that one. No, I mean,
though.
it is a good sounding car. It is a good sounding car. Trying to think of like my experience of like seeing GT3s generally in person. What is the best sounding one? Do you know what I think it might be?
Okay, go.
It might be the Mustang.
No, I'll disagree with you on that one. Hard disagree, in fact, as well. What I was going to say, Audi and Lamborghini are pretty...
The V10s, yeah.
Yeah, those are pretty... But again, it's the there is something about the Porsche for me.
Oh, actually, no, sorry. It's in British GT, we got a couple of the newer Astons.
I'll be listening at Daytona for the Astons this year.
They sound sick. I would like an Aston Martin GTD on this platform pronto.
Okay, I'm on board with that, please.
My request, thanks.
We already have, 5 GTP choices? Is it 8 in the GTD class?
Yeah.
So let's just add a couple more. Let's add the Aston Martin GTP and the GTD when we roll back around for the 2026 Rolex iRacing Daytona 24, I should say.
Yeah, I mean, look, to be fair, again, I still remember the time, and I know you do as well, Arjuna, where you could have 5 cars at one time out on circuit.
I do.
And that was it. Like, you couldn't have more than 5. That was the limit. I think before that, I think it was even 4. Even before that, I'm sure Hugo Luis will jump in a second and be like, I remember when it was just 1 back in my day. But to say now that we've got, in total, we could have theoretically out on track 16 different manufacturers, 16 different cars out there. It's pretty sick.
It is pretty sick indeed. I tell you what, we are getting ready for the GTP and LMP2 pit cycles to work their way on through. Let's jump on board with the Porsche 911, the only Porsche 911 in our field, as we watch Gabriel Streitmatter run off of pit lane in the Acura for grid and go second in GTP. Let's jump on board, listen in for the final time today to the sights and sounds of the Daytona International Speedway, and take in some RaceSpot fan immersion powered by VCO. screaming flat 6 rings out behind Team Hoisingveld. A little bit of fuel saving going on as we rode on board there, even in these final stages of the race. But 36 minutes left to go. Williams Esports Racing Prodigy have just headed down on towards the pit lane. Our junior Kanki party alongside of Lewis McLeod here for the 2025 iRacing Daytona 24, powered by VCO. It's the last throw of the dice for Williams Esports Racing Prodigy. Their last opportunity, Lewis, to try and close the margin up to class leaders, Team Redline.
Yeah, indeed. Let's, it all comes down to fuel numbers now, although because Redline are going longer, you'd have to say they're probably going to take less fuel. Or obviously, it might just be the same length stop, courtesy of them being limited on tyres. But basically, I don't suspect that gap's going to come down that much. This needs to be done on track. It needs to be a mega stint from Bennett Ciartis, but really, right now in this category, same as with the LMP2s, where the gap's not really changed, the Scuderia Ferrari HP Esports team comes in for their final stop at the race lead of the GTP category. The race lead in GTD is in the hands of Team Redline. The race lead in the LMP2 is in the hands of the Apex Racing team. If they do not make a mistake between now and the checkered flag, surely it will be the trophy.
And in the GTP class, it's the race leaders. Michele Costantini is in for the final time today. He will handle the responsibility of taking this car to the checkered flag. And now just waiting for the tank of fuel to be topped off. And off and away, Costantini will roll. Doesn't need to be a full service either here, so should be just shy of around 41 seconds, and 40.4 is the final time. Off and away for the final time today. Costantini hasn't put a foot wrong through his stint so far, and now just another 29 or so laps between him and that checkered flag. Back out onto track. Unfortunately, no traffic to merge directly into the path of.
No, indeed, and of course, remember again, we've said this before about the VCO Grand Slams, but we might as well bring it up now as well. Obviously, the winner of the GTP and of the GTD category do get an entry into the IMSA Esports Global Championship. And obviously, Ferrari were missing. Well, they weren't on the entry list in the previous season. And they did, however, take a wild card in the season finale. Had a little bit of a chat behind the scenes with the Ferrari team, which is always a great chat. Well, that's your problem as to what happens with that entry.
Hey, I can say it right now. I don't even need to beat around the bush. If the 499 goes racing in IMSA competition in the real world this year, it will be a part of IMSA Esports. If it doesn't go racing in the real world, 499 won't be a part of the IMSA Esports grid. It is as simple as that, and I can say that right now. They could be in the GTD, that's true, but if they win in the GTP class, their invite only extends to the GTPs.
Which, and this is the thing, this is the important bit, is that they can't just go, right, like say if the Ferrari 499P is not in IMSA Esports Global Championship, it's not in IMSA, it's not in the IMSA Esports Global Championship, then what do they do? Because they can't, it's not as if they can just go, oh, let's just take a Porsche and rebrand it as a Ferrari. That might have a couple of problems when it comes to branding.
Exactly.
So, yeah, that's a no.
So we will wait and see on that situation, but that's at least one thing that I can say right now. Aaron Vasquez has jumped into the 199 Apex Racing entry, and in the lead of now the LMP2 class will leave the pit lane. Here comes the World Sim Racing class winner from last year, Isaac Phelps, already up to speed. He's going to continue to be around 10 seconds or so off of that 199. So 32 minutes to go. Both teams have now made their final trips down pit lane. New driver into the 199, Lewis. That's a bold call to put someone in for just 32 minutes.
It is a bold call, but when you're dealing with the #1 I-rated driver, is it that bold of a call? Aaron Vasquez behind the wheel, 12.2k I-rated.
He's 12.2k now.
He's 12.2. Yeah, he's #1, isn't he?
Unacceptable. You're going to get that song stuck in my head, by the way, now.
What, I don't know about you, but I'm feeling 12.2. No, not that one? What were you thinking of?
No, we are #1.
Oh, good. No, it's fine. I don't know why I said when the song I was saying was very but that's fine.
I know my song's better than your song anyway.
Yeah, well, I mean that is a thing. I was trying to look, by the way, at the previous year for the WSR Esports Bucket. Obviously, the champions in the LMP2 category. Looking at the drivers, are there any drivers that have done both years? That would be very interesting. No, there is not. This year it's Isaac Phelps, Jesse Halayo, then of course Timo Miller-Kangis, Alessandro Romanelli. Last year it was Alexander Davidson, it was Lucas Prada, Robin Glarham, who is in this race, and Lucas Lindqvist, who is also in this race, but not in that car or in that team.
So totally new set of drivers then.
Yeah, obviously Lindqvist is in the GTD car. Glarham was obviously in... Was it the Draga? All the teams have changed. I'm still not using it.
Glarham's now in the Williams Esports team.
Williams, there you go.
He was in the Chill Blast car. No, we're working our way through the logic steps. He was flying as well. He was a driver as well, Lewis. The third and fourth rounds of the IMSA Esports Global Championship, which he stepped in to replace the outgoing Ate Kalpin and Alexander Spett. He was a standout, and so definitely one to watch in 2025. The combo of Jaden Munoz, Matt Farrow, and Robin Glarham, they're not fighting at the end of this 24-hour event, unfortunately, but I think we've got plenty more of these VCO Grand Slams, not all as long as this one, where they will definitely be a contender.
I mean, look, we've got a great year of sim racing coming up. That's the important bit, and yeah, I'm very excited to see where things are going to roll their way out. I know that I'm going off a complete tangent. I was looking at the races. Do you remember what the record race distance is for this race?
It's something like 920, 930. I can go back and look it up. I've got it written in my notes somewhere.
I was going to say, if not, I've got it somewhere. 921, I believe it is, which was 2023. Now, the reason I'm saying that, because obviously we're not getting there in this race.
No.
Because of the rain and stuff. However, we're half an hour away. Costantini has done, or the Scuderia Ferrari HP Esports team has done 882 laps.
Still going to break 900.
We're going to get way closer than I was expecting. Way closer. If this race was dry all the way through, that record would fall. For sure. Especially because these cars are maybe a little bit too quick at the moment. We're not talking about that. It's fine. But honestly, that is surprising how close we'll get to the 921.
Yeah, we haven't always broken 900 either. In terms of our laps completed in the top class. That's somewhat of a newer phenomenon as well. So I think you're right. Probably 2020. Did you say 23? Was
23 was 921. Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds like it. So I'm quite happy that I was right. 920, 930, somewhere in that ballpark. Lewis, as ever, more research than myself. So I don't.
I mean, no. I've got the results open.
Okay, that's all
it is, mate. It was 920 last year, 921 the year before that. When we had the last time we had the LMP2s as a lead class, that was 2022. That was 904, and the year before that was 898.
Ooh, you know, we are going to probably get past 904, I would assume, but not by much. So that's a good sort of benchmark. The last year, the P2s, which, you know, since 2022, both in the real and virtual worlds, LMP2s have been slowed down because the GTPs were introduced and were only a little bit faster than the P2s historically. So I think that kind of lines up with the trends that we were maybe thinking we'd see. I'm curious, if we're going to get 905-ish laps in this top split, what's the least number of laps that's going to be completed in a split that has GTPs? There may be some splits which only have GTDs. Let's throw those out of the equation.
45. I think it might be. I think it might be a few more than that.
I'd hope so. Everyone quit.
Well, we'll see. I'd say. What do you think of the lowest would be? 7? Nah. Yeah. 780. Yeah, 780.
Said the exact same number, so there you go.
Jinx Padlock 1, 2, 3.
I mean, I already said something, so.
Yeah, that's fair, actually. I don't know how it works anyway.
Oh, I still remember that game as a kid. I was the irritating kid that would try and jinx everybody. Anyway.
No, there you were.
I was indeed. Josh Thompson into pit lane in the GTD class, so race leader in for the final time today, has not sped on pit entry, has not made a mistake, and spun on pit entry either. And so now just getting the top off on fuel. There are a couple of Michelin tires going on at the very least. He's up on the jacks and getting what seems to be 4, judging by the amount of time he was up there and on the air jacks, but revs the engine, only 24.3 seconds stationary. That's going to be 7 seconds shorter, or roughly 7 seconds shorter, than Williams Esports Racing prodigy. This gap at the front of the GTD class is only going to grow even larger.
Yeah, as expected, because they've gone longer, they can put in less fuel. They are in control of this category, make no mistake. Somewhere where there's less control, although it's come down the 3 seconds around the pit stop. The LMP2 category, Aaron Vasquez obviously behind the wheel of the 199. It's around 7 seconds. Now, before the pit stops, it was 10. After the pit stop, it was around 7, so it's remaining around 7. It's close.
It's close. There's a threat, and that's enough, right? All it takes is a couple of moments in traffic, and a 7-second gap is a 2-second gap, and you see your target, you sense a bit of draft, and it's a totally different ball game. So we'll keep an eye on LMP2s. I think it's fair to say, though, 22 seconds, all that Josh Thompson has got to do is keep his long neck on the tarmac for these next 25 minutes.
Say long neck.
Oh, do you not realize that Josh Thompson is the longest necked man in the entire world?
Has he got a long neck?
I don't know, but that's the meme about him, at least.
Is it?
Yes,
Is this another one of the classic red line, silly lully?
Oh no, this is
Birmingham's finest. What are the other ones?
I'm pretty sure this predates.
Really?
Yeah, Thompson being at Redline. I think we can probably put this down to his West Cooking Racing Adventure teammates instead.
Oh yeah, actually no. Do you know what, Fev? That does sound a lot like that group. That really does. That's fair, actually. I
mean,
that's right.
David John Gibbons has put into the iRacing Twitch chat giraffe, which I mean, I feel like I can be described by that word on occasion as well, but clearly describes Josh Thompson as well. There's the 223 though. 7.2 seconds at the line.
You got to think of an imaginative way of merging Josh and Giraffe. Josh Raff, nah, it's got to come off naturally. That's your job.
He's already got a nickname. It's Bosch Thompson.
It is Bosch.
Bish Bash Bosch. It just works, you know.
And I'm gonna voice this publicly on this broadcast. I remember we discussed this when Josh Thompson joined Redline. Was it 2 years ago?
Something like that. Wow. Yeah.
I remember saying that I wasn't sure, based on what we'd seen before, if Josh Thompson was the right fit for Redline. This is before Redline became even bigger, like even as big as they are now, way before that. And we were kind of like, I'm not sure about that one. It'd been a great fit for the team, though.
Yeah, no, I think we were talking about it not necessarily just from about the speed, but it was more the fit, right? How is Josh, as a driver, going to gel in the team? Is he going to grow? Is he going to be challenged in the right ways? Will he get those opportunities to develop? And that's where we weren't sure, but I think it's worked out. And I mentioned last year was not an easy year for him by any means. He missed out on qualifying for the IndyCar Pro Series, which was something he was looking to do. Porsche Esports Super Cup hasn't all gone according to his probable playbook as well, but yeah, I think you're seeing results like this. I still go back to Spa last year in the 24 when he put it on pole. It was a kind of statement to me, Lewis, that you know what, Josh Thompson's kind of got some of those mental gremlins that sometimes have plagued him put aside for a little bit, and he's been allowed to settle in and focus a little bit more in this GTD class.
But let's just imagine how hard it is for a driver generally to be in, you know, for a good driver, for a quality driver in sim racing to be in that team, right? Let's just imagine it where you would go off to most teams, not saying all teams and certainly not all teams in top split, but you could go off to most teams and you'd be the #1 driver, right? I think that's fair. And then you go to Redline and you're like, oh yeah, you're not even cracking the top 10, bro. Obviously, Josh. Could you say Josh Thompson cracks the top 10 in redline? And this is the thing. The reason why I say it, because normally I'd sit there back and go, he's leading the GTD field, doing really, really well. Surely cracks the top 10 in Team Redline. But the amount of drivers they have and how good all of them are, maybe he is, maybe he isn't though. And that's crazy.
Yeah. No, he's established himself as part of the Team Redline group at this point. I mean, he was paired up for a couple of rounds of the IMSA Esports Global Championship in the 170. Unfortunately, didn't really get to drive much. That was a car that 4for4 was involved in incidents, and I think the less said about that season, the better. Fortunately, their sister car, the 171, did go on to win the championship, and so there is a bit of form for us to be looking for, you know what I mean? Because I mentioned it a couple of hours ago, but in the 2024 iRacing Daytona 24, Williams Esports Tour Blast won in GTP, Team Redline won in GTD. They both earned invites to the IMSA Esports Global Championship, and last week, Lewis, they won each championship in their respective classes as well. So you've got to look at the winners of this race as going into IMSA Esports later this year with some form to roll back on.
Yeah, I mean, look, I will say with Williams, though, in the GTP category, obviously when the BMW V8 Hybrid was first onto the platform, there was one team that we were all talking about, and that was Urano. If you haven't heard about it, scroll back a year in the world of sim racing and you'll find out what this team are. They didn't exist over last year. They're a shame. Quality team, great drivers on them, and they were really, really strong in that in the BMW V8 Hybrid before the category expanded. We got the rest of the GTP field to where it currently is. From that point on, from obviously 2023. It was Williams that won this race in the what was the BMW V8 Hybrid. Obviously, that was still classified as the GTP category. Last year, they won. But if you go back and look, I don't have my notebook. It's downstairs. I've left it down there. Whoops. But I'm going to try and roll this off of memory. Obviously, GTP champions in the IMSA Esports Global Championship. Winner here at Daytona. They won at Sebring as well. And I'm pretty sure they won at Petit Le Mans as well to take them into the IMSA Esports Global Championship. Williams have been dominant in the GTP category. Now, with how this race has gone, obviously it's definitely not gone their way with a big old crash and such. Is this going to be a telling point for how this year's going to unfold? Are they not going to be the dominant force in the category? The only one of the VCO Grand Sims they didn't win was Watkins Glennis from memory, and it was Redline who won both categories.
Yeah, no, I think we did see at the start of the race, they still have the speed, right? By no means have they been eclipsed in terms of pace. They're still very much up there. Just got slightly unlucky coming out of the Le Mans chicane, right? Working through traffic. Some may even suggest that they didn't need to go to the outside. They were a little frustrated, of course, that the car hit them. They were just trying to pass the slower class traffic, but maybe they could have been a bit more patient. Lost a second there, still being in the race, being up front and challenging. So I see what you're saying. I think what we really need to try and figure out is where does Scuderia Ferrari fit in the grand scheme of the pecking order, right? You mentioned Urano disbanding at the end of 2023. A lot of their drivers found different homes in 2024 and now have moved on to new homes in 2025. Drago's got a really interesting GTP lineup this year with the likes of Alexander Spets, Ate Kalpinen, Michael Romanidis, Vlad Kimichev. A couple of those drivers, of course, former Urano as well. You look at Ferrari picking up Nicholas Boy from BS Competition, Michele Costantini pairing them up with Ollie Steinbraten. They've got Martin van Lozenoord as well out of retirement. I think that's one of the biggest signings that we'll talk about plenty more through the course of this year. And then even look at some of the other teams where Grid and Go, they picked up some strong drivers. Dominic Hoffman. Some will argue a couple of years ago he was the best in the BMW M Hybrid. He's now at BS Competition. We've got so many big teams, Lewis, that have got strong programs in GTP. We've got a new tire model that these teams have had, the better part of 6 weeks to understand. We probably only are scratching the surface of what we're going to see over the course of this year.
Oh, so you say about Dom Hoffman going over to BS competition. I did hear that from the big man himself, Florian Hausmann, but obviously around the season finale of the IMSA Esports Global Championship. Great signing. More importantly, though, obviously he's teamed back up with Daniel Alves Lorenzo, who obviously, guess what, ex-Urano. They were both teamed up at Urano, and they were both dominant in that car. So that is a great combo to get, which could work out in favour of BS competition. And yeah, well, I've got my scarf, so I'm biased. It's fine.
Oh, I got my scarf too now, so I'm also biased. Yeah, no. Florian gave you and a couple of other people yours in the Esports World Cup. He flew mine specially to the New Orleans Motorsports Park just for me.
But I got the first one, so
yeah, that is a shame.
Stuck on that tasty lemon drop.
That is a disappointment, yes.
Can I just say, though, this is the more talking about the car that we've got on our screen at the moment, because we've spoken about the Apex livery. I still want to call it the new Apex livery, even though it's been a thing for a while now.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I really rate it on that LMP2.
It works better than on the GT3. I agree with you.
It really looks good. I mean, to be fair, it's mostly, you know me, a little bit of, Dayglow yellow, Valentino Rossi, that's all that green, like that yellowy green, was it Grello, whatever you want to classify it as, that colour, little bit of highlights, it just works for me.
Does something for Lewis. I don't know if I'm calling that Grello, but it's in that sort of vein.
Yeah.
8 seconds to the good over World Sim Racing Abruzzi right now. They have done enough. I was unsure how quickly Aaron Vasquez would settle in. I know he's such a great sim racer, but it's a long race. Fatigue plays its part. He has done what he needs to. Isaac Phelps unable to make inroads. 15 minutes left to go in this race. And I think the LMP2 lead, the Apex Racing team, if you had told them this 6 hours into the race, Lewis, remember they'd led the opening 4.5 odd hours in dominant fashion, got tangled up in an incident, arguably no fault of their own, and got put laps back. Through the night, they fought themselves back into contention, and from pole to victory lane, but the story is anything but as simple.
I mean, look, less rarely in a 24-hour race is the story ever that simple. It might have been that simple a couple of times in the Coanda days. Certainly less so now. That's actually just reminded me. I had that stat about Mitchell de Jong. Do you remember that?
Yeah, how many laps he had led.
The thing is, I don't know. Like, it's definitely not accurate now because he obviously did another race. How long? When?
He did last year's race, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, and that's the thing is, I don't have the stat for last year's race.
Well, he led 0%. I'm pretty sure of the laps that he ran.
But then I don't know how many laps he did. I've got up to 2022. I don't think he did it in 2023. Again, 2024, I don't have the stats. But this is a stat that I think will never ever be broken. By the way, from 2015 to 2022, they didn't take part in 2018. But in all of that time, Mitchell de Jong did 1,927 laps, of which he led 1,643. That is 85.2% of laps that he did. And that also accounts for the final year where he did 291 laps, only leading 68. If you remove that from the equation, it's 96.2%.
I'm sorry, he only led 68 of what, 300 laps that he ran in the last race? Mitchell slacking. No wonder Coanda's not in this race.
That was 2022. Again, I don't have the 2024 stats, but I don't know why it just came into my head. With 13 minutes left to go, I thought, look, let's just bomb that one out there.
It is one of the wildest stats, actually, and it's a good stat. I'm going to bring up a stat that I mentioned for the first time today on a broadcast, because I only learned about it recently. We spend a lot of time under the night lights here at Daytona. They cost $240 an hour to keep on, which, Lewis, you and I were talking about this at the start of the race. That seems way too low for what it should be.
Yeah, well, it's only because, to be fair, your delivery earlier is what sold that, because it was...
I made it sound like it was going to be
It was the 240, and then there was a significant pause, and then he said dollars an hour, which obviously everyone was like, there's no way it's $240,000 an hour. But it's just, like, the thing is, it's kind of like, it's so much lighting that it's unfathomable as to how much it would cost. I don't know. I know what my electric bill is a month. I couldn't because all I'm thinking is I'm like, so if you have my house and you times it by the size of the circuit and you will like it's like surely it's going to be a ridiculous amount. Who knows how much they spend on electricity an hour?
Oh wow, I don't even want to think.
Exactly, you just don't know.
Yeah, no. So, and again, that's only for the light on the track itself. So once you factor in all the lights for the spectators and stuff, that's when it probably starts to get a bit more expensive. I grew up in Singapore, and so I was there for the first Formula One Grand Prix, and so I still remember it was quite surreal, Lewis, seeing how bright it was, basically during the night. Because it genuinely, with the night races that Formula One puts on and the lighting they bring, genuinely kind of feels like it's the middle of the day with how bright it is.
Yeah, I have never actually seen it like that amount of lighting really in person. Because you'll say, oh well, yeah, but if you go to a football match at night time, obviously the flood lighting around. It is different though. Because, I mean, like I say, look at the Singapore Grand Prix, Saudi Arabia, all that kind of stuff, and even around here, look at how many floodlights there are around the circuit. Look at how much lighting there is. It's not the same as a football stadium. It's not the same. It's wild. I can't imagine what that would look like.
It is. It's a humongous scale. Does the Daytona Speedway really bring to the events that it has? It's pretty full for the 24, but it gets sold out for the 500, and that's an event that I do want to go for. The Daytona 500, experience what that really is like in person. Watching on TV, I think, can only do justice to a certain degree. 10 minutes to go, a splash and dash for Fiercely Forward. This from 8th position. It's not really going to cost them anything, but maybe slightly miscalculating. And a miscalculation from IFR, who do end up scraping the wall.
Yep, indeed. Sam Meller lighting as at 65% though. I think he's talking about during the night. Do you want to correct him?
Lighting's at 20% during the night. Yes, no.
That's fine. That's fine. I don't know if that's what he's talking about, but still, I'm going to just chuck that one out there anyway. I will tell you in a few weeks' time, I will be taking to the Daytona International Speedway. I am definitely going to be doing the Daytona 500 this year. Absolutely.
Yeah. Well, it's easier in these new current generation, or next gen as they used to be called, cup cars. But when you used to have the H pattern boxes, have you ever money shifted at the start of a Daytona 500?
No.
Yeah, I have. I have. My first ever attempt at the iRacing Daytona 500, I did not even get to the green before I had blown my engine.
Nice. Well done. No, so I did it. I've done it 3 years. The first year I think I retired, and the second and third year I finished 8th. Which I'll take.
Bad. Yeah, that's not bad.
I'll take it. Was well disappointed though, because the second year I was in the group. I was in the big group coming up towards the final pit stop, and then someone else took me out on the pit entry. That's fine. I'm not salty about it.
Not salty at all.
No, like I say, it's a fun race, but it's one where you got to be patient. You got to be getting towards the end of the year. You've got to be in it until the final 10 laps. I love the Daytona. I think it's great.
I guess I'll just give the reminder out. If there is anybody that is going to be at the Rolex 24 next week, I'll be there, hopefully for all 24 hours. If you can find me, I have some race spot pins that I will be giving away. First come, first serve. I don't have that many of them, to be honest. I have like 40 maybe. So the first 40 people that find me at Daytona, race spot pins, come say hi. It'd be nice to chat about the Rolex 24, where you think I should go and watch the race from. But yeah, come and say hi. We're into the final 7.5 minutes. So Lewis, let's quickly talk about special events and what's to come, because not far away from the final special event of January, brand new for 2025, the Dale Jr. charity event, which I think is going to be a lot of fun. January the 29th, 7 p.m. Eastern, mini stocks at Iowa. We're going to have Dale Jr., a handful of other NASCAR drivers, including the likes of Connor Zilic joining us as well, all for a good cause, and it's a really wild and weird combination as well.
Yeah, it's like I say, it's super cool to get these events, and we've spoken a little bit about the events that happen throughout the year generally for charity. So, I mean, look, all for it. All, like I say, all for a good cause. Hopefully not having people that are taking it super duper seriously. It should be pretty obvious that it's, we're here for here for a bit of fun. The super seriousness is there for the Daytona 24 hour, although then again I think some people need to take some racing less seriously anyway. But no, great event, great cause.
That's going to be nice. In addition to make it 3 special events in January, and then next month in Feb, first the iRacing Daytona 500, which I know Lewis is looking forward to. But then the iRacing Bathurst 12-hour as well. GT3 only, 12 hours up and down Mount Panorama. Lewis, that is a race that you know from personal experience just how satisfying it is to finish with a clean race car.
Yeah, 0 incident points throughout the 12 hours. Rep, me and Dan Kell, 12 hours of racing, not a single incident point. There were a couple of scratches on the car, we're not going to talk about that. I grazed a couple of barriers, but I didn't get an instant point for it, so it doesn't count. No, honestly, great event, love it. Obviously, I say, could be doing the Daytona 500. I might do the Bathurst 12-hour. After that, a race that I have only ever tried taking part in once, and we were binned after 6 corners. Second of the VCO Grand Slams, Sebring 12-hour.
Yeah, that's all building to March. And then once you get to June, there's effectively 3 special events all the way until October, so you'll have your fill of all sorts of fun. New events also include the likes of 4 hours at Thruxton, the Portimao 1,000 kilometers, so a couple of new things to look forward to, and some returning favorites, the Martinsville MX500, the Production Car Challenge, a couple of things to whet the appetite with some more unfamiliar, but still fun combos of cars. Josh Thompson is taking absolutely no risk right now in these final couple of laps. 5 minutes left to go. Your race leader is just heading through the Le Mans chicane right now and is on the 898th lap of the race. And so I think that means, Lewis, if I do the math, we are just going to break over 900 laps. 901, probably what I think we'll hit.
Yeah, we're not going to get the 904. This is 899. There we go. I think 901, 902, something like that, from the Ferrari team. We'll ignore the controversy for now, and we'll keep focused on the positive vibes, because Costantini, and to be fair, the team generally, apart from that one moment, have put on genuinely a great display throughout the race. It's been good. I'm trying to pick my words carefully. It's been fine. There you go.
Put that on a t-shirt. It's been fine. T-shirt, poster, copyright it, sell it. That's what Lewis is going to do after this one. Again, I mean, put the controversy to one side. It is what it is. iRacing's race control team is going to look at it post-race. Me and Lewis, unfortunately, as much as we have our opinions mean nothing. The only opinions that are going to matter are those in the race control team, and hopefully we'll get an answer sooner rather than later. Won't come soon enough for us to get clarity on the situation before the end of the race. So let's talk about the what ifs, right? What if there is a penalty that comes to the 50? Let's talk about grid and go very quickly here, Lewis, as well, because I mean, we haven't talked about them much. They started outside of the top 10. They've been involved in incidents. Let's not beat around the bush. It's not been a clean race for them either. But still, through all of that, they will guarantee themselves a podium and a potential race win if things fall in a certain direction.
Yeah, like I say, if race control do deem it and then give a DQ to the Ferrari, however it is. I mean, even if they don't, I've got to say, second place for this team, started 12th place, worked their way up the order, kept their nose clean all the way throughout, barely made a mistake. It's been absolutely fantastic. Straight matter, Peter Zieber, Sean Campbell, great to see him behind the wheel of that car, and then DiVincenzo as well. It's a quality quartet between the 4 of them, and they've run that Acura really, really well this afternoon. And then obviously the car behind them, just a 2-driver lineup. That car has 4 drivers. The car behind them in third has just 2 in Alex Gow and Marcus Solholm. they're up there on the podium.
I think they will also be very, very happy with their effort to be able to put a race together. Again, it's one thing, as Marcus told us in his chat with Lewis a couple of hours ago, it's one thing to do a race like this with just 2 drivers. It's another thing to do it as a competitive 2-driver effort as well. So slightly different stakes. I think we are, though, going to cycle on to the final lap of the race. This time by out of the Le Mans chicane for the penultimate time. No 23 hours and 58 minutes of racing here. We will get the full 24, and 901 laps will be complete in this first iRacing Daytona 24 with rain. 2 big periods slowed down the speed throughout the course of the night. And on to the final lap here from the World Center of Racing. Michele Costantini leads Scuderia Ferrari HB Esports team into 2025. LMP2 as well, Lewis. Let's go talk about the Apex Racing team. What a story for them.
Yeah, I mean, look, they had a whopper of a crash courtesy of BS Competition a bit earlier on in the race of the Apex Racing team car being sent out. A little bit of impatience coming in from BS Competition, and they've kept the endurance spirit. They've just kept going and find themselves in the lead of the category by just about 7 seconds, heading on to what will be their final lap. They're about to head on to as they go through the Le Mans chicane. Out of the final bit, 50's leading.
And even in GTD for Redline, I mean, Josh Thompson, 23 seconds. He's been able to hold Williams Esports Racing Prodigy rather at bay. All 3 of our leaders in these closing stages have executed very, very well. Yes, the GTP leaders had a bit more of a buffer behind. They've still had to make sure they've stayed out of trouble and on the tarmac. Let's be real, Daytona always tends to invite its fair share of controversy on the track and off the track. There is something about the start of the new year that brings with it a little bit more tension. But put the controversy aside for a moment and focus on the result at the checkered flag. It's going to be Scuderia Ferrari HB Esports team. For the very first time in an iRacing special event, Forza Ferrari, the Scarlet are on top, and Michele Costantini wins the iRacing Daytona 24, powered by VCO in 2025. What a story. Yes, there's something for us to figure out post-race, but we'll get to that when we will. It'll be a wait for the LMP2 and GTD leaders to come towards the line, Lewis, and so for the time being, we sink in the winning feeling up front.
Yeah, indeed. Going out onto the banking now is the LMP2 leader. There, going through the dogleg, is the GTD leader. So focusing on the Ferrari for a second and just thinking about that for a moment. Yes, there's controversy. Yes, there is a pretty bitter taste in the mouth, but 24 hours of driving. Great to see the Scuderia Ferrari HB Esports team, though, taking sim racing seriously, coming back into it. Obviously, they've won quite a lot of races, won quite a lot of events in their years of sim racing, but a refocus and a revitalization for them. This is going to be a very good year of sim racing.
And again, give the shout outs to Grid and Go's 001. Maybe we'll grab the victory in the race control room, but even if not, 10 positions gained to finish second. What a worthy performance from them. Once more in LMP2, it's Apex Racing on top. Some new drivers, but the same level of performance. From pole to victory lane, but a story that's anything but simple. The Corby crew get it done at the World Center of Racing. And here comes Team Redline. Fresh off a championship victory in the IMSA Esports Global Championship, they return to the scene of their success 12 months ago. In the biggest sim race of the year, it's Redline on top in the GTDs for back-to-back years as Thompson crosses the line.
Yeah, superb performance for both Apex Racing team in the LMP2s and for Team Redline in GTDs. And as you'll probably be able to understand, there's quite a few cars burning it down directly in front, including the Scuderia Ferrari HB Esports team, who take it even on to the grass. It was a pretty calm, cool-down lap from them, but, you know, fair enough. They'll try and burn it down.
Michele Costantini celebrates. Of course, as an Italian, there must not be many better feelings than celebrating a race win as part of Scuderia Ferrari. You can see the party down in turn 1 as there's some contact being made as well. Lots of marbles off the racing surface. What a race. The first ever iRacing Daytona 24 with rain, and we'll look forward to returning in 12 months' time, doing it again, hopefully, with a little less drama in terms of how few cars reach the checkered flag. The rain very much claiming its victims through the course of the night. There's the grid and go machines that might end up at the top, but at least provisionally. A look at our tentative race results where Scuderia Ferrari HP Esports team, the number 50, Michele Costantini, Ollie Steinbrat and Nicholas Boy, victorious in the iRacing Daytona 24 powered by VCO. The margins large, all built up by the rain and the impact that it had on our drivers as well. 1 lap back to gridandgo.com. 4 laps back to the Apex Racing team that wraps up a podium with just 2 drivers in their lineup, and then BMW M Team Redline down in 4th for Verstappen, Lullum and Pinto. Williams Esports Academy down in 5th, 18 laps adrift from the lead, with gridandgo.com's 002 in 6th. Simon Cowlart's Movano Rosso crosses the line 7th with Fiercely Forward 8th and 9th, and in front of Duel Esports with Jesse Jones 49 laps adrift, representing just how split this class ended up being. Second of the Williams Esports Academy drivers down in 11th, with Drago racing 12th. They were a contender for the race victory at points in this race, with the second Scuderia Ferrari machine, CrowdStrike Racing, Drago, BS Plus Sunset, and then a whole handful of cars not seeing the end of this race. BMW M Team, BS Plus Competition, Williams Esports Chill Blast, Solprec Precision Racing, gridandgo.com. Of course, that 5, the Williams Esports Shield Blast, defending race winners coming into this. They'll be frustrated, as will Hydra Race, Geodesic Racing, and Scherer Esports Blue. Over to the LMP2s, small in terms of numbers, but large in terms of fight all the way to the end. 4.7 seconds between Apex and WSR Esports Abruzzi as the Apex Racing team return to victory lane here at Daytona. Williams Esports Academy third, 3 laps down for them, but a ways in front of Delatraz Automotive by Majors Garage. Sheza Esport, great to see them on debut in the top split, grab a top 5 even with the struggles in front of IFR Esports, Inet Motorsport Blue, and then those that don't finish, the pair of Effect Simulations cars, and then Instinct Mechanic Racing alongside a couple more retirees at the tail end of the Spec Delara P217 class. Grid and Go fiercely forward, and Scherer in the 13 car field. Last but not least, a quick blast through the GTDs before we look to wrap things up. Thompson, Redline, victorious once again in the GTD class of the iRacing Daytona 24. 1 lap clear in the end of Williams Esports Racing Prodigy. Gap actually closer to 20 seconds, just the placement of the overall leader impacting that margin. SimRC just fend off BS Plus Competition for the final spot on the podium, albeit 6 laps down. And then World Sim Racing, Drago, Grid and Go, Voracious, Williams Gaming Club, and Team Hoisingfeld, the rest of the top 10. Lewis, as we look through the rest of these names, what stands out to you thinking back on 24 hours of absolute chaos?
Look, I mean, it's been a great way to start the year. Obviously, we've had the controversy, fair enough. We'll, again, probably talk about that ad nauseum throughout the year, as I'm sure everyone will have their say on social media, which I will tentatively ignore. But I think the most important bit, having weather here in Daytona, really kicking off the year. I know, the Raw really started off, but to roll through here, we are going to have an unreal year of sim race. There's going to be great competitions, great special events. I can't wait.
Let's take a look at the schedule where we are going to be winding our way around. It is a global tour around some of the best tracks, some of the best cars, and some of the biggest events across the world. And don't forget, as much as we love our endurance racing, that's not the only thing you could do. Lewis has said how much he's looking forward to the NASCAR iRacing series, which begins with the full-length Daytona 500. I'll be honest, I think the one I'm most looking forward to, Martinsville MX 500. Lewis, I might end up driving in that one.
No way. Again, I'm looking... do you know what? I think this might be the year, Argina. I think this might be the year. I think maybe I'll do the Indy 500 this year. I've been saying that for 4 years, and I still haven't been able to do it. It's always on a time when I'm really busy.
Well, it's back to its traditional time. The build-up to the month of May sees the festivities added to with the iRacing Indy 500. We're very much looking forward to that. It's going to be a lot of fun, but it's about that time for us to say goodbye. A big team behind the scenes that makes all of this possible, but a big thanks to you, the audience, for sticking with us for 24 hours. A little bit of an interruption with the internet in Germany not playing nice with us through the course of the night. It's been great to be back here at the World Centre of Racing. We'll do it in 12 months, but the iRacing special events have just begun. Congratulations to Scuderia Ferrari, to Apex Racing Team, to Team Redlines, winners here in the iRacing Daytona 24, powered by VCO, and walking away with some hardware to celebrate the start of a momentous year in sim racing. We'll see you next time here on the iRacing Esports Network.